Good morning to everybody, or good day, depending on where you are. Welcome once again to this second day of our program Review Days. We are right now in the session for hydrogen for sectoral integration. We have four very nice projects which I hope you enjoy. They are going to give us their presentation. Remember that the way we will go ahead with this. We will listen to the different presentations, and then we will have a Q&A session. Please write any questions you can have through Mentimeter, and we will try to answer hopefully all of them, but because we are a lot, maybe not all of them, but most of them. I don't want to take too much time for myself, because I think the projects are the protagonists here. And I want to start with Big Hit. It's a very nice project that we started some time ago, and is right now going straight into the demonstration phase. It's coordinated by Fundación de Hidrógeno Aragón, and Jesus Simón is going to tell us all about it. So, Jesus, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning, Enrique. Good morning, all. First of all, many thanks for getting us the possibility of presenting the Big Hit project results and lessons learned in this European Hydrogen Week. My name is Jesus Simón. I'm head of the strategy department at the Aragon Hydrogen Foundation, and I'm also in the project coordination team for Big Hit. Big Hit is it was granted in the call 2015 of the FCAU under the topic Hydrogen Territories. It is a 6-year project that will end by April 2022 with a project of approximately 30 million euros. 5 million are coming from the FCAU and approximately 8 million euros from other different sources and private investment. Related to the stage of implementation, as Enrique was saying, we are right now in the operational phase, almost at the 70% of the project development. We have 12 partners in the Big Hit consortium, 5 Scottish partners with the Orkney Island Council as the public body leading the project, with a clear bet for a hydrogen local economy established years ago with their hydrogen strategy that was defined even before the Big Hit project started. We've got as well other project partners in Orkney, like local communities like Sapiens Development Trust, or other technical partners like IMERC, the European Maritime Energy Centre, who is the partner currently leading the operational phase of the project, and Community Energy Scotland, and we have also as well in the consortium the Scottish Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Association. There are 4 industrial partners in the project, ITM Power, who is the main technical partner of the project, providing the electrolyzer, the hydrogen refilling station, but as well the high expertise in hydrogen infrastructures. We've got as well Symbio, with the range extender fuel cell vans, Calvera Hydrogen providing the solution for distributing the hydrogen among the islands with hydrogen gas storage trucks, and Giacomini providing the hydrogen catalytic boilers for thermal applications. And we've got as well 2 partners from research, the Technical University of Denmark, analyzing the potential impacts of the project, together with the Aragon Hydrogen Foundation, that, as Enrique was saying, we are as well project coordinators, and we are working in the business model definition exploitation strategy. There is a follower territory, which is Malta as well in the project. As a project summary, the Big Hit facilities are located in the Orkney Islands, North Scotland, 20 islands with approximately 21,000 inhabitants, and with a huge renewable energy resources. Currently, the capacity is 58 megawatts, so from mostly wind, but as well wave and tidal. And there is a problem or a challenge with the energy management of these intermittent renewable energy sources due to a weak connection with the main UK islands, just 30 megawatts of capacity, and that at the end implies third-time curtailment problems. And Big Hit at the end is providing a solution for Orni with a transition to a local low-carbon economy based on hydrogen as local energy storage system and using this hydrogen from transport, heat, and power applications. There we could see, you can see the project schematics, the facilities, the location, and the logistics of the system. The green hydrogen is produced by wind and tidal power in the islands of Fiji and Sapiensay. Some of this hydrogen is consumed locally, like in the Sapiensay school with a 30 kilowatts hydrogen boiler system. And it is expected as well to have a consumption in ED with another 10 kilowatts hydrogen boiler unit. The power of the electrolyzers is 0.5 megawatts in ED and 1 megawatt in Sapiensay. So we have more hydrogen than the one that is consumed locally in these islands. And this hydrogen it is transported using the Calvera hydrogen trucks and by ferries to the main Orni island, which is Kirwal, in which we have a consumption of a 75 kilowatts fuel cell in the Kirwal harbor, and as well a hydrogen refilling station in Harleston to supply a fleet of currently 5 Symbio range extender fuel cell vans. One of the main points of this logistic was the analysis of the transporting and distributing the hydrogen through the islands. So it was a key point of the project, and we developed in the framework of this project a logistic model to try to optimize this system. Related to the project progress, we are on the operational phase right now. We were dealing with the design and engineering of the system during the 2 first years of the project. We recently finished it with the execution, and we are in the operational phase. So it is almost 70% of the project, or around 70% of the project completed. And the main objective is to move from the theoretical concept of the hydrogen territory coming from 2015 to a commercial project by the end of the project in 2022. To do that, a company has been created to trade the hydrogen through in Orni. As main operational result right now, we have more than 200 kilos of hydrogen generated. Related to logistics, hydrogen has been transported from Sapiensay, the production site, to Kirwal, where we have the hydrogen refilling station and the fuel cell in the harbor, by ferry, getting the certifications for maritime transport for the system developed by the company Calvera. More than 100 kilos of hydrogen has been dispensed to the range extender fuel cell vans with more than 1,000 operating hours and more than 50,000 kilometers of these vans running. And we are still getting data from the fuel cell in the harbor and from the hydrogen catalytic boilers, because we have certain delays due to the COVID situation and some issues that we found installing the systems. In our opinion, the main in our opinion, the main output of the project are the lessons learned that we have been taking through this project. The Big Hit team has been in a learning by doing process, so we have been facing with multiple risks and some challenges. So some of them are the complexity of deployment of hydrogen, value chain, taking into account legal, logistics, boundaries and interfaces conditions, the logistical challenge of developing this kind of projects in an island due to the geography, the remoteness, access to materials, even the climate conditions. It has been difficult at certain moments, for example, to go ahead with the civil works during the winter. As well, in the regulation codes and standards, we have found some challenges. As an example, the Calvera trailers were specially designed for the project with limitations in Orni of 25 stones in their roads. So the trailers were designed to fulfill these requirements, and it was needed to pass a new certification, not being these kind of hydrogen trailers included in the IMDG code. So it's a lesson learned as well. Related to the financials of the project, we have been learning as well from some issues that we have found during the project development. The management of the PPPs and private public funding, it is quite challenging. So try to don't overpromise the activities that you are going to be completed, because it's difficult sometimes to fix the private funds. And we have found as well that the allowances for this kind of complex project management in engineering and integration it requires sometimes to define some contingency plan, thinking in the budget constraints that you are going to face during the project development. One of the key points is that at the end, when you are developing a project of this kind, industrial companies are developing the project and should train the locals, because at the end they are going to be the end users. And the last point, in my opinion, it is not a lesson learned, it is a must, it is needed the involvement of the local community, otherwise this kind of project is quite difficult to go ahead with it, and we have been quite successful in the Big Hit project with all the involvement of the Orne local community. So summarizing, the main output we could say is the operational SPayNet gained through the project. And in the next steps, the intention is to share this operational experience with other entities, replicating the Big Hit project in other European Union regions. We have developed the Hydrogen Territories platform that I will explain in the next slide. And additionally, some new projects have been developed in Orne or are under development, with more than 70 million investment in hydrogen deployment in Orne. And we see this project, the Big Hit project and the hydrogen territory concept in scaling up to the hydrogen valleys and hydrogen islands concept that has arrived recently in the framework of the FCAAU. So Big Hit has been a kind of flagship initiative, starting to develop this kind of local hydrogen ecosystems with sector coupling, the deployment of an entire value chain. And basically there is a knowledge there for technical, financial and logistic issues in these kind of projects. So this lesson learned could be replicable in other projects and regions. And to do that, we have developed what we call the Hydrogen Territories platform, the HTP, which is an interregional platform that will help members to understand how regions can successfully replicate the Big Hit project. To do that, we have different tools, a website, you can see the address there, a replicability tool, which is a kind of prefeasibility tool to analyze if there is a potential model in your business model in your region for a hydrogen local economy. And we are in the process of launching webinars and, if possible, face-to-face meeting in the framework of this Hydrogen Territories platform. The first webinar was launched some weeks ago, and we are expecting the next one by the beginning of 2021. This platform is shared by FHA and CIFCA with the support of all the members, and basically that's all.
Okay, thank you very much, Jesus, for this. Please stay there, because you will be facing some questions, especially after explaining this very interesting project. I remind everybody that you have in the same screen that you are watching us, you have a button where you can write the questions and submit them. Now we're moving ahead to the next project. It's sort of a Big Hit, but increased in size. It's the project called Heaven. It's deployed in the northern part of the Netherlands. The coordinator is New Energy Coalition, and Patrick Knuven is going to guide us through this very, very interesting project. Patrick, the floor is yours.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Enrique, and many thanks to the organization, the Fuel Cell Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, giving us the opportunity to explain about this beautiful project, especially in these special times where I hope everybody will stay healthy and we'll get vaccines and we'll again meet again in person. Well, let me tell you about let's say the Hydrogen Valleys project. It was awarded in the 2019 call of the FCHU under the Hydrogen Valleys team. Quite a big project to get ready. It's named Heaven, and Heaven is an abbreviation of Hydrogen Valley Hydrogen Energy Applications in Valley environments for the Northern Netherlands. It's a mouthful, but this is what we made of it. And let me see the internet clicker. Yes. Let me run through you the basic elements of the project overview. As I stated, it was submitted in the 2019 call, was rewarded. It was the Hydrogen Valleys call, which has, let's say, gained a lot of attention in Europe, especially referring to the speech of Mrs. van der Leyen, the president of the Commission, where she addressed in, I think it was July, that she wants more hydrogen valleys. And I hope we made a good start, and I hope we can collaborate with the other valley initiatives in Europe. Well, it starts at January 1st, will end envisaged on December 31st, 2025, a runtime of, let's say, 6 years. And we are now in the preparatory phase, as we all are aware of the COVID restraints we are facing. We think it can be managed still. Overall, we are on a 15%, let's say, implementation target. Total project, approximately 83 million euros, can go upward depending on, let's say, how clever parties purchase goods, of course. We received a contribution of the FCHU by the amount of 20 million euros, and we will get additional funding up to 20 million euros by the region and the state. So the region is comprised of 3 provinces, 2 of them, Drenthe and Groningen, will also support us, together with the states, maximizing to about 20 million euros. Let's see, that's this can be seen. I think it's a lot of parties. We will get back to that later. At the moment, it's 28. May increase somewhat more, and it's a broad collection of parties who have made their experience in the hydrogen sector. Some of them are located in the region, some of them are out of the region, and thereby compliant with the full rules of, let's say, the Hydrogen 2020, the Horizon 2020 call. If you look at the partners, we have, let's say, big infrastructure providers like Gasunie, our big transport system operator, well renowned for, let's say, their efforts to create a hydrogen backbone, where Heaven is a substantial foundation on that. Nourion, also well known for their efforts in creating electrolyzers, the Jules projects, the family of the Jules projects. Engie, also known. We have port authorities like Groningen Seaports, which will construct a hydrogen ring system on the chemical park in Delfzijl. Another chemical park involved, MTech. Green Planet, it's a multi-fuel station. Q-Bus, well known for its, let's say, bus operations. 20 buses will run in Groningen, 10 in Emmen, but they're outside of this project, but will be, let's say, off-taker of the hydrogen produced. Total, also well known. NAM, Shell, EBN. EBN is a Dutch enterprise by the state looking into, let's say, all the fossil fuel generation, which are making a turn to renewables. We have a ship on board as well. One inland water barge will go running on hydrogen from Delfzijl to Rotterdam, transporting salt for electrolyzer purposes, salt electrolyzer purposes in Rotterdam. Several municipalities, of course, high energy transfer for the transport of the molecules by trailers, not only by pipeline. NSC BytesNet, it's a data center, particularly interesting application to try to get data centers to run on hydrogen instead of having backup power systems on diesel, which are obviously something we want to avoid. HTech, some taxi companies, the university, which will have some 2 to 3 PhDs on studying several aspects. Of course, the Hydrogen Foundation from Aragon, the Aragon Hydrogen Foundation is in Inicio. EMAC, also related to the Big Hit project, if I'm aware. EWE, Hydrogen Valley Denmark, and some other parties like Hydrogen Ireland and the European Research Institute for Gas and Energy. Let me see, does this work? Yes. Then we get to the main objectives. It's all about creating a regional hydrogen ecosystem in the northern part of the Netherlands by integrating all kinds of applications in a systemic, we hope, approach to demonstrate this sector coupling, that it works. And there will be several FCH fuel cell hydrogen fuel cell applications in the region. The production is 100% green, no blue involved. That was particularly interesting to get this done because the call stated that it would be possible to have 75% green at the beginning, but 100% green at the end. But we decided to go for the green stuff, the real stuff, which we need to overcome all, let's say, the things we are facing now. We are integrating several applications, up to 11 from 4 sectors, and made a wrap up. It's about, in the industrial demand side, 2,800 tons per year, growing to 7,200 tons per year. In the heat and power sector, so that's applications in housing, about 100 plus 250 houses will be, let's say, made hydrogen ready to run their boilers on hydrogen together with fuel cell boilers, running up to 500 tons together with the applications in the data center and some shore power facilities. And the mobility, about 350 tons rising to 700. So all these numbers accumulate to a real substantial volume for the region. And we hope that this, together with the other aspects we are going to pursue, that it works in a good manner. What we want to do, we want to establish a functioning system, of course, bringing hydrogen from production to local and regional end users across the region. The region is quite big. It's about, let's say, 25% of the Dutch land mass, which we are looking at. So it's distributed, and we managed to integrate that in one package, which was a tough cookie, but we managed. And so we bring this hydrogen to all applications, industry, mobility, and heat and power applications. The reason why we're doing this is manifold. First one is that we want to make a transition. Everybody needs to make a transition. And the second one is that we are on top of a very big gas bubble. And the gas bubble, the Slough field, will run down to zero production 2023. And this will have a dramatic effect on the employability in the region. That's a very important aspect for us. And we calculated that it's at least 15,000, even 25,000 people could lose their jobs and their livelihood. So this proposal to become Hydrogen Valley helps us to counter this dramatic effect. So the social economic aspect is, besides the technical aspect, it's very important. And we want to demonstrate that at the end of the project, it is economically viable. And we want to at least achieve a, let's say, a 50% GHG emission reduction. And looking for the global positioning, I think we together with the other Hydrogen Valley projects in Europe, like Big Hit and the other ones which are coming up, I think we can demonstrate that it works, that the regional model works. I make a slight reference to the Mission Innovation Hydrogen Valleys platform, in which many Hydrogen Valleys all over the world are, let's say, more or less benchmarked. And I'm happy to say that we are in the top 5 tier in that, and it will be, I think, launched beginning on mid-December. I think Enrique may know more about that as well. I think it's a fantastic platform to use to exchange knowledge and experiences. And as I said, we are collaborating very happily with other European Hydrogen Valley examples, like the Big Hit project, which was a good starter, and it remains a good starter. It needs to be extended. But also the Green Highlands project. I don't know if that's on the menu yet, but I think it's an excellent example on replication, on how to do it in these situations. And for, let's say, the applications, I mentioned that industry, domestic, industrial, it's a broad mix. And we are at the beginning of this. Let me get to the next slide. That's a short overview. As I said, we're in the preparatory stage, about, I think, 15 to 20% progression, preparing the, let's say, the deployment. And then we will start the commissioning, etc., and the site installations to build up. And then everything will follow us with operation, of course, because we need to demonstrate that it works, that it actually works. There will be some impact analysis made. Business models will be designed, defined, and refined. And also, let's say, a good look at how to roll out this proposition in Europe. And, of course, all kinds of activities besides that. I've taken a slight look at what are the risks, the challenges, and the lessons learned. We do see that we are all affected by COVID. Up until now, we think that the effect is limited. But once parties are starting their procurement, it may that there may be some delay, but hoping that the vaccines will be there in good time and work. I think in the end we will manage to absorb the delay of a half a year or so within the project periods. It's not dramatic yet, but I think we need to be aware of risks in that sense, that there may be a delay. There may be delays in working on construction sites. You cannot stand together. You have to have a good distance. These practical things will be looked upon. And one of the challenges will obviously be, we want to have vehicles running around in the region.
Patrick, remember to accelerate a bit because we will run out of time otherwise.
Okay, I'll speed up, Enrique, almost there. So we want to have the vehicles on time, so we're looking at the production capacity of OEMs, one recently established itself in the region, and we see that there is a lot of interest from outside the consortium, which is good, but it needs to be managed. Let's say, made some reviews on the exploitation impact. We will present. We will be able to reach out to other parties. Everybody who wants to know something, contact us. And the impact, as I said, it's on the region. It's for the jobs. We want to make the transition. We want to facilitate successful business models, and we want to look in all these aspects. It's very broad, and we are very happy to do so. There are some more slides, Enrique, but I'm very happy to stay and to answer all the questions. The slides are, let's say, a accumulation of what I already said, giving insights in where are the parties, how many parties are there. But I hope I can have given you a glimpse on what we are doing. And let's stay for now. Thank you very much, and good luck with the proceedings.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I'm afraid that I understand that it's a very interesting project, a very big and complex, and that we have to move forward. So otherwise, we will not have time for everybody. And anyhow, you will have a chance to answer to all the questions that I'm sure are coming. So we're running a bit late. I'm afraid I'm not the best moderator, and I always get these problems. But so I'm going to pass the floor very fast to the next project. This is not an FCHJU project. It's actually a Connecting Europe Facility project. It's called Zero Emission Valley, coordinated by the Conseil Régional Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes. Sorry for my French. I never managed to pronounce these things. Mathilde Cadic, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm Mathilde Cadic. I'm in charge of renewable energies and sustainable mobility in the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region in the Brussels office. Well, I'll go to the slides maybe. Okay, does it work? I'm not sure. Oh, yes, it works. Sorry about that. Okay, so I'll go to the first slide. Just to remind you that Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes is located, as you can see, in the southeast of France, and its main city is the city of Lyon. Well, just to go quick through the issues, the region is facing major environmental issues due to two reasons. The first one is there is a high concentration of nitrogen oxide in both urban areas. We have big urban areas like Lyon, Grenoble or Clermont-Ferrand, and due to industrial valleys that are surrounded by mountains because Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes is located in the Alps. Therefore, the region decided to set up new tools to contribute to the reduction of air pollution at a regional level. So as part of this environmental strategy, the ambition of the region is to support the deployment of H2 technologies. Indeed, 80% of the French hydrogen value chain is already located in our region. To go to the Remission Valley project, as you already said, it's not an FCHU project. It's a project that have been granted from the European program Safe Transport in 2018. This project is the major hydrogen project we have starting with in 2018 in our region, and it's focused on H2 mobility. The objective of this project is to roll out by 2023. At the same time, 1,000 light vehicles, 1,200 light vehicles, and 20 hydrogen stations throughout the regional territory. Regarding the cost of the project, it is a 50 million euro project. The region, as I already said, has been granted 10 million from the SAFE program in 2018, and the region itself supports the project with 15 million euros. We have created a company called Impulsion that have been created to deploy the project together with private shareholders, with companies, industrials like Engie and Michelin, and French banks like La Banque des Territoires and Crédit Agricole, which are French national banks. Regarding the deployment of the vehicles, the aim of the region is to develop captive fleets of light vehicles within working with private companies and local authorities. So far, there are three models that are available: Renault Kangoo, the Toyota Mirai, and the Nexo from Hyundai. As you can see in this slide, I've tried to summarize the subsidies that can be given to the companies. Each company will get subsidies from the region depending on the size of the company, whereas it is a small or a big company, and depending on the number of kilometers that aim to be driven with each vehicle. Beside, on the lowest part of the slide, you can see that we have been also granted with 14 million euros from the French state environment agency to add 200 vehicles to our project. Those vehicles will be mainly taxi, vans, and buses. So we are now reaching the objective is to develop 102,000 vehicles in this project. As already mentioned, the region wants to roll out at the same time the vehicles, the captive fleet of the vehicles, but also 20 refueling stations throughout the region. In the map, you can see the location of the planned stations. Well, so far, one in Chambéry has already been launched, and another will be very soon inaugurated in Clermont-Ferrand. The other 18 stations will be installed by 2023, as it is concluded with INEA in the grant agreement with INEA, which is the executive agency for the SAFE program. And regarding the production, to provide clean hydrogen to these 20 stations, we plan to support the construction of 3 large scale electrolyzers in strategic location of the regions. So we will have only 3, but very big, large electrolyzers. I wanted to go a little bit further regarding this project. Indeed, this project was this Zero Emission Valley project. Was the starting point of our hydrogen technology, of the support of the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes on hydrogen technologies. Indeed, in July 2020, the region launched its own hydrogen strategy with 4 main axes. The first one is to support the usage of mobility. Of mobility, industry, process, and urban heating. Regarding, as you can see on this slide, regarding the mobility part of this new strategy, we have an impressive ecosystem of the whole value chain in mobility in our territory, from RTOs to test centers. And the region wants to support the development of regional vehicles like trains and coach, but the region also wants to support new kinds of vehicles like garbage trucks for cities and snow groomers for ski resorts. So we really want to go further and not only to stay on the deployment of light vehicles. The second axe of our strategy is to support research and innovation on H2 technologies. And the third axe is to improve existing skills and to train new skills on hydrogen technologies. Indeed, we are starting a collaboration with vocational education and training providers to make sure to upskill and to reskill the workforce. This is my last slide, so I'm almost finished. Last but not least, the regions want to play an important role at a European level to support all the projects that have been started in our region. Therefore, we would like to be an active member of the Clean H2 Alliance. And another big initiative we are running from 1 year and a half now, and I'm happy to share the floor today with Aragon and Northern Netherlands, that our region we are collaborating a lot since 2 years, for 2 years now. So the region, our region is co-leading the S3 Hydrogen Valleys Partnership together with Northern Netherlands, Normandy and Aragon region. This partnership gathers 50 European regions supporting H2 technologies. And there are two main objectives to this partnership. The first objective is to make a region a strategic player at European level to support the development of H2 technologies and skills. That's our first objective. And the second objective, we are working with those 50 regions, is to create collaboration with other regions and with other main stakeholders to create consortia to candidate to the European calls. We have already candidated for FCAG calls and for DG Regio calls, and we plan to candidate in the new programmation to many other calls. So it's a very tough work we are doing within this partnership, and I'm happy to see that other regions have a very, very interesting project that could be shared in this partnership. So I think I'm done with my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mathilde. Very, very nice presentation, very interesting project, and I'm sure that you will get plenty of questions later on to give more information about it. Now we're going to move to another Connecting Europe Facility for Transport project. It's called Last Mile. Coordinated, if I'm not mistaken, by Arcu Energy and Gabriel Delmerth. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Enrique. Hi, everyone. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to present the project. it's interesting to go just after Zero Emission Valley because we're somehow addressing the similar kind of project, which is a large ecosystem project for mobility at the level of a region. But the main difference I would say is that we are focused on Île-de-France, which is the Paris region, and we are more on the, I would say, private entities because the project is only coordinated by private entities, even though it's obviously supported by Europe for European subsidies, but also regional and national levels. The next slide, please. Thank you. Short presentation of Acro, the coordinator of the project. It's important because it explains how we see the project. Acro is a independent power producer. We are only producing electricity from renewable energy sources, whether they are wind, PV, biomass, or hydro, and we have a good knowledge of storage. And that makes us an infrastructure partner that is somehow interested into turning electrons, our usual commodity, into a new commodity that would be hydrogen and destined to mobility today. Next slide, please. Why hydrogen? So I wasn't sure who would be the target public. It feels like everybody knows why hydrogen. Nevertheless, it's also important, I think, in an area like Île-de-France, which is very, very densely populated, to focus on logistics, last mile logistics, hence the name of the project, because they represent an important part of the cost, but it's also in an area where regulations are coming very, very strongly on the reduction of CO2 emissions and the inability for current transport modes, namely diesel ones, to get into Paris in the next few years. So we have local plans that will forbid diesel vehicles to get into Paris by 2024. So transportation professionals need this kind of tools, green hydrogen mobility, in order to be able, in a few years, in a very short time actually, to be able to move into the Paris area. So we're somehow taking a lot of advantage of this of these new regulations which are coming in. Next slide, please. So the project, obviously it all comes from electricity production. I explained that before. The 16 hydrogen refueling stations that we plan on deploying at regional level for 1.3 tons of hydrogen per day capacity of production will be supplied in clean electricity that will be produced locally. And just to show you the equivalent, it's a 31 megawatt peak PV plant, which is roughly 31 hectares of land that will be supplying the electricity required for the whole system. Then you have 16 hydrogen refueling stations, most of them being equipped with an electrolyzers that will supply the hydrogen required for an equivalent of 600 light utility vehicles or 100 trucks. I'm not being too precise in the fleet because the project is moving. I mean, has moved recently in an operational phase, and we have a large number of interesting users and future partners of the project. But we are still offering, I would say, opening the project to light utility vehicles or heavier one, knowing that I think like any of the projects that we've seen today, captive fleets are obviously the main focus because we need to know how much they consume and when and where do they recharge. As I said, the project benefits from the support of the CEF, held by IMEA, Connecting Europe facility, but is also in formalizing right now support from the national French entity, ADEME, and also at regional level from the Conseil Régional d'Île-de-France. Next slide, please. So I will just end this short presentation by showing in terms of just ballpark figures on what does a hydrogen refueling station can provide in terms of mobility. And I think it's important just to have a ballpark figure, because we speak a lot of hydrogen refueling station, tons of hydrogen, but then in terms of what can you actually do with it, you have that in front of you. So if you look at the right hexagon, then you have a 40 kilo per day hydrogen refueling station can supply, for example, eight vehicles, 8 sedans, that can, each of them can run for 350 kilometers per day. So I think, and that is it for my presentation.
Perfect, Gabriel. Thank you very much for this very nice presentation also. Well, the good news is that we have plenty of questions for all of you. So I think after this very nice 4 presentations, we will get to see what people are anxious to know. I'm going to start in order, so I'll start with the ones that are for Big Hit. I have a couple of them coming from the audience. I'll read. I have 3, in fact, and I think they're more or less connected. So I will put them all for you, Jesus, one after the other. So the first one is: how did you involve in practice the local community? And then after that one, you have people are wondering whether how they can join the Hydrogen Territories platform, and is it only for Europe, or can you contact them for outside Europe? And the last is about the replication platform. Is it specific for islands, or can it be applied to other regions?
Okay, so starting from the beginning, to involve the local community, it has been relatively easy because we have the Orkney Island Council, the local government, as a partner in the project, and as well we have involved a local community, Sapiences Development Trust, as a partner of the project. So they are in the project, they know perfectly what we are doing there. We have been also in contact with other local communities, like the one in Edy, and the local communities in Kirwal. And what we did is, in the awareness plan at the beginning of the project, during the first year, we launched different open sessions in the different islands with members of the consortium from industry, from research, from the coordinator, from the local partners. And we were explaining to the local communities the benefits of going to a hydrogen local-based economy, and they understood perfectly the benefits of having this kind of energy storage system to maximize the huge capacity that they have to produce energy with their wind and tidal resources. So basically that has been the process, and during all the project we have been informing the local communities about the advances. They have been part of the project. They were in the launching event, so it has been a continuous contact with them because in my opinion it is needed to have a successful project if you are developing a disruptive project in a new territory. Going to the second question, the Hydrogen Territories platform is included in a European project, but it is completely open to other territories. It is a learning sharing concept, so it has no sense to close it to just European territories. The more the merrier, because at the end our purpose or the objective is to have a cooperative learning platform in which we are learning from operation in other projects, from the technical aspect of other projects, so it is completely open. It is not just for islands, it could be used as well for other remote territories. And I think it is important to say that the Hydrogen Territories platform has been developed in the framework of the Big Hit project, but the objective is to continue with the Hydrogen Territories platform in other projects, some of the partners in Big Hit we are also partners in the Heaven project. We have certain tasks to develop there, and the objective is to move this platform to other projects that are going to last more than Big Hit and increase the approach in a certain way. The Big Hit approach was pretty based on islands, and the Hydrogen Territories platform, at least the tools that we have developed for these pre-feasibility studies, are so based in islands. But the intention is that if we are continuing with activity as we are going to do in Heaven, to increase a little bit the scope of the tools and of the lesson learned that we are going to get. So that's the intention. And
perfect. I think that was basically covering all the questions that I've seen for Big Hit. Since you mentioned Heaven a couple of times, I'm going to actually pass to the Heaven questions. So these are for you, Patrick. The first one is whether this project was done in isolation, or are you, and I think we've more or less answered this, but please, you can give us more insight about how you've combined with other international level projects. And also there is a question here asking whether this is an FCH project we've mentioned. We've also mentioned another funding scheme from the European Union, the Connecting Europe facility. Have you thought of combining these two funds? Are you working on that type of thing so that you make an even bigger project?
Yes, thank you, Enrique, for the questions. Let me answer the first one. We are not doing this in splendid isolation, and that we are combining it with other partners around, let's say, Europe and further than that. So we are trying to reach out, and really want to ask everybody who wants to know something, give us a sign, give us a mail directly to us, or via the FCHU. We are very happy to answer these and to start up collaborations. Looking at some difficulties in reading what's here. Okay. Other project we are combining our works with is, of course, the Big Hit project. That's included in the project, but also TSO 2020. It's a CEF synergy, which will, let's say, be finalized half a year or so, depending on some delays. Jive 1, Jive 2, Certify, Dual, ITEC, Siri. So there are a lot of projects all around Europe in which we are combining knowledge and getting experience on the table. And one particular one I'm very proud of to be a part of is the Green Highlands project, which will start on Mallorca. I think it's an example of sharing knowledge, sharing experiences, and replicating it all over Europe. And for the last question, combining funds, I do see that the FCHU mechanism works perfectly, works stimulating, but it's a limited volume of a budget of money. So one call for the European Union is increase the budget. That's needed, double it, triple it. It's very good spent money. But if we could combine it with, for instance, CEF funding, which are very large funding mechanism, that would give us a tremendous boost in deploying green hydrogen all over Europe. And we are looking into that, but it's not an easy task, because you have to combine all kinds of mechanisms, and that's something we surely would like to bring to the table and would like to discuss with partners and institutions like the FCHU to look into how we can get this done.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Very nice answer, and it's good to see that we are working all together at the end of the day. That's the important thing. Passing on to the Zero Emission Valley, we have some specific questions for you, Matilde. First of all, they mentioned the funds and financial blending of a large project is important. Can you explain what is the role of the financial institutions? This is a bit of the same question that before, but a bit different. Also, you have 20 stations. Are they publicly available? And is there a trend to have more and more hydrogen refilling stations in France? And finally, there is 3 electrolyzers of 100 megawatts, or is it all in combination? They are 100 megawatts. people are anxious to see how much hydrogen you are going to produce in each year. And of course, everybody will always ask this about hydrogen. Where does the energy come from? Is it nuclear? Is it renewable? Is it this?
Okay, thank you, Enrique. I'll try to do my best answering the question. Regarding the first question, the blending call of the CEF program asks us to have some private shareholders and to get loans from banks. So, I mean, it's exactly what we've done. We made some contract with, we get loans from two French banks and one national bank. They are helping us in paying the excess cost for the related to the vehicles. They will help us giving some subsidies to pay the excess cost from a diesel vehicle to a H2 vehicle, which is 20-25% excess cost. So I mean, it will be one of the main utilization of the loan, and also to help constructing the 20 stations. It will be. I hope it's clear. Regarding the second question about the refueling station, yes, those 20 refueling stations will be public available, because there are some light vehicles that are being that will be refueled in this station. But we aim to build some others refueling station in ports, for instance, and in airports that won't be access to the free access to public, because there will be only for logistic issues and the companies and industrials. So for these 20 refueling stations, yes, there will be public available. Yes, and we are in line with what the French government announced in September with its H2 national strategy. So we plan to construct 20 refueling stations and even more, but we are in line with what is going to be developed in all over France. Then regarding the third question, I'm going to try to be short. Yes, we aim, but for the moment it's only an objective. In the long term, we aim to have 3 electrolyzers with 100 megawatt each, but it's a long-term objective. So far, we will focus on 20 megawatt electrolyzers, and then when we'll have enough usage in the valleys we want to, in each valley, in each basin we want to develop, we hope to reach 100 megawatt, 300 megawatt electrolyzers. Regarding where the energy, the hydrogen come from, it will be from renewable energy, and we hope we are still calculating how many energy we will produce, but we hope to produce 1.6 ton clean electricity thanks to those electrolyzers.
Okay, wow, that's very impressive actually. So thanks for that information. And just for completeness, we are going to go for last mile in this first round of questions for each project. You have indicated that there is a shift from one type of vehicles, 600 vans, towards trucks. However, you've described the infrastructure based on the vans. Did this change towards truck still meet with the infrastructure, or will you have to revise that also?
Well, the ecosystem that we plan on deploying answers to various type of needs, because we go from very small hydrogen refueling station, which are from 2 to 40 kilos per day, up to HRS that will be up to 300 kilo per day. So we can address with 300 kilo per day. We believe we can address a first mover client with already a quite large number of trucks. Okay, perfect. We have one further question here for you actually. You are going to use electrolyzers to produce this hydrogen.
Is this production centralized or distributed? Because it was not 100% clear. And how are you going to store this hydrogen?
So among the 16 charging points, 14 are equipped with electrolyzers. So it's only 2 of them, 300 kilo per day distributors that are not equipped, and that will be supplied by a 1 ton per day electrolyzer, and the production will be stored either at the 1 ton electrolyzer or at the 300 distributors, the 300 distributors that are supplied by this electrolyzer.
Okay, perfect. I have one question for all of you. Actually, for part of you, it is important from the FCH. We are aiming at going always renewable hydrogen is our goal. We understand that the color of the hydrogen may change at the very beginning. How do you see this from your own company's point of view, from the project, but also from your own perspective? And I think we will go one after the other in the same order that we started presenting. What is, from your company, from your project point of view, what is the color that you would have set for the hydrogen? Jesus?
Yeah, I think it's green. In Aragon, we have, talking about my research center, in our region in Aragon, we have intermittent renewable sources, wind, and hydrogen is a perfect way to manage it. And I think it is quite the same situation in the Orkney Islands. What they have is a huge renewable energy sources, and a perfect way to manage it and to create a local economy. It's to couple it with hydrogen technologies.
Okay, fair enough. Patrick?
Yeah, I mean, well, I think for there is only one fitting answer, Enrique. It's green. We need green, 100%.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that answer. Matilde?
Yes, I already answered in my presentation. So I'm like Patrick and Jesus. I'm in our region. It's green.
Perfect. Gabriel?
And as I mentioned, it's actually the core business of our company to supply clean electricity. So obviously we're moving into that direction.
Perfect. That's a perfect answer. I'm very pleased to see that we are all going in the same direction, and this is an important message that we also have to put there for the public, but also for the policymakers that ensure that we are going in the correct direction and we are all aiming at the same place. Another question that I would have is, we are always talking about collaboration. I know that between the FCH projects, it's easier in the sense that, we force you a bit from the office. But what about the collaboration between? We've talked about these 4 very interesting projects. Are you communicating to each other? Are you sharing lessons learned? How is this being handled? And how would you, if you don't think we are communicating enough, how would you encourage this communication? And I will put this first for Gabriel, because in the Isle of France, we're also having 2 very interesting projects, H2ME2 especially, and Zephyr, where we're having some vehicles. There are some hydrogen refilling stations there from our projects. How are you collaborating between the different projects?
So we're trying to be as close as possible to the French association, which role, among others, is to map all the projects that are taking place locally, to make sure that we are, notably not installing stations or not looking at the same usage at the same location. So I think it's an important matter. There's a lot of mobility needs. We don't have to look for the same places or for the same users, and otherwise we are obviously looking closely at what is doing Vero Mission Valley, because, as I said earlier, we're looking at pretty much the same ecosystem. So, and they are ahead of us into this kind of business. So we're looking at how they do it.
Okay. let's see for the rest. I have to say that I would ask you also to contact the rest of the projects, because you're talking about the two again from CEF. Join us also in the club so that we can help you out too. But Matilde, how are you responding to this call?
Well, I think it's yes, the collaboration is very important, and we are already working a lot with other European regions. As I told you in my presentation, Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, Aragon, Northern Netherlands, and Normandy are leading the H2 Valley partnership, where 50 regions are collaborating to create consortia and to benchmark the one to the others. So we have a very collaboration way of working. We are also exchanging on bilateral with regions, with other regions to know what they are doing. So I'm welcoming all the regions that are not already in our partnership to come and to join and to work together. As Patrick already said, we are also part of the FCGU platform. Worldwide platform, where the Zero Emission Valley project will be presented with many details. So I think it's this platform is very interesting to have some information about all the Valleys project worldwide. What else? I think, we are really doing and we are working very closely with Hydrogen Europe and Hydrogen Research together with the FCGU to give as much information as possible regarding all the projects all those regions are running.
Very nice to see that this is going like that. And actually, I have one question then, because I'm listening a lot to the question to the regions. Do you think hydrogen is a thing of the regions or of the member states? How do you collaborate between member states, or is it more region to region discussion?
Oh no, I think each level of public authorities is very important and very relevant. It's just that I'm in charge of a regional, mobility issues for my region in Brussels. So I wanted really to go to develop those relations with other regions. That's the reason why we created this partnership, and I think it's working very well. But as Gabriel already said, we are also member of France Hydrogen, which is the national hydrogen association, and where all the government is working a lot with this association, and we are also part of it. So I think each level has a very relevant and key role, but we are all exchanging with every level. There is no there is no limit in the exchange.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. I would ask actually the same question to Patrick, and then I will guide you through some other questions on those.
Well, thank you again for the question. I think I'm in full alignment with Jesus and Matilda on that. You will need all levels of government, but I think we need special attention for the regions and from the regions. Because all these activities happen in regions. The funding generally comes from centralized units like Brussels or, let's say, the states. But I think this is something which regions can take a very big step forward and make their ambitions understood, because it happens in regions. The jobs are in the regions. The investments are in the regions. So, but it needs, let's say, the support from the national and the international institutions and governments. But so I'm fully in alignment with a little more support to the regions, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. Unless anyone wants to add anything on this question, I have two more questions. First of all, I wanted to tell everybody about our project funded by the FCH, not funded by the Commission, actually, by the FCH. We have a PTA, which is basically an offer to different regions or different entities that want to set up a project. We give them some consultancy help to set them up. And I would like to know how, from your point of view, whether you would have liked this type of help at the beginning of the project. How did this project start up? Who had the idea, and what of all of the things that you have encountered, for not saying suffered, in setting up these projects, which one is the one that you will warn everybody about? Be careful with this specific thing because it will really be a nightmare otherwise. I'll start with Jesus then and work backwards.
Yeah, really interesting question, Enrique. I think one of the issues that has been more complex for us, it is the budget constraints. When we developed the project, maybe it was quite ambitious, but at the end, what we found is that there are not a contingency for unexpected issues that you are going to deal with, obviously, during the project. So my suggestion would be, please take care about the finances of the project. Try to have some contingency for unexpected issues, and that could be for sure a lesson learned for the proposal phase preparation. And I think you were asking as well about how the concept of the project was built. And at this point, it was a situation in which there are an interest in the Orkney Islands with a hydrogen strategy. They were talking with different entities or regions with more expertise maybe in the hydrogen sector, like ourselves, that the Around Hydrogen Foundation is working with hydrogen technology since 2003. So talking with different industrial companies, we were developing the idea all together, involving the local communities. As Patrick was saying, I think it is a key point. Without the local community, it is not possible to go ahead with a project of this kind, local or regional, because at the end it is the decision-making body and the one that is going to put the steps to make a project like that be something real. So I think it is needed at least 1 year of conversations to develop a project proposal of this kind due to the complexity of the financials and the technical points of view of a deployment of this kind. And I think basically it could be a good idea to have a body that could help in this definition, because it is a long process, and the lesson learned that maybe the entities that have certain expertise could provide to the kind of beginners on this sector, it is, in my opinion, an added value for sure.
Perfect, thanks. Good to know that we're helping in the correct direction. Patrick?
Yes, a lot of things have been already mentioned by Jesus. I think it's important for these projects to look at the budget constraints, be aware of them, have a solid contingency plan or contingency concept under development all the time to be responsive. And looking at our project, the time to develop it, well, in short, I think it was 1.5 years. And it involves talking to, of course, the institutions like FCHU, talking to the regional governments, talking to the parties, the companies, the institute, and the enterprises and the knowledge institutions, getting a concept designed and defined, and it is always about collaboration. But somebody needs to take the lead, otherwise it won't work. And that's what we've done together with the parties. But in the end, it's a collaborative effort. And also coming back to, let's say, support, institution support mechanisms. I think that would be a very good idea to from all our parties here around the table, so to say, to put our best practices to be shared with the others, because it's not a walk in the park. It's not a cakewalk. It's a difficult undertaking, but the reward is there. And I think we need to share. We need to make sure that this information is stored, accessible, and distributed via the adequate routes, like the fuel cell and hydrogen joint undertaking.
Perfect. We will try to be to the level that is demanded from us in that sense.
Yeah.
Matilde, what about your opinion about this?
I totally agree with Patrick and Jesus. I think the starting point, I mean, in our region for the zero emission valley was, first of all, the fact that we had to face environmental issues, and we really had to develop hydrogen technology to face these issues. So I mean, it was the starting point, but also a very political commitment from our president, who really was believing in the future of hydrogen in our territory. I think that those 2 points were very key for the development of our project. And then for the success of it, even though we are at the beginning of the project, is the fact that we since the beginning we were working with industrials that help us really a lot while creating the project. Michelin and Engie, they are now shareholders in the Impulsion company. So it was, it helps us a lot working from the beginning with industrials. And another important success point is that before beginning the project, at the starting of the project, we had like 100 commitment letters from cities and local authorities from our region, saying they would work with us, they are interested in the project. And the fact of having those local authorities on board was very important for us, because now that we have to install those 20 stations, we need to work very closely with the local authorities to make sure we can install the station in their city. So I mean, it's really a collaboration. Of course, the support from the European Commission, but at a regional level, a strong collaboration with local authorities, industries, and the region.
Good. Collaboration is the key word. Gabriel?
Yes, thanks. So you asked how it all started for us. I think it's really a meeting between our company Acro and another company, Attaway, which is a French technology provider of hydrogen refueling station. And at the time when we met, there was this call for tender of the CEF. So this is when it actually all started, and we thought that hydrogen mobility would be better if we could make sure it came from renewable energy, which is what we do. That was the whole start, and then we faced. I mean, we met obviously a lot of issues, and I think we all did. One of them being, as mentioned earlier, the how to balance a budget, how to balance a BP, how to provide a competitive mobility while having a project that is financeable. Because as mentioned by Mathilde, with CEF, you need to demonstrate that you are financing the project with third-party investors. So that was the first one. Another one, obviously important, was the difficulty to coordinate the availability of vehicles. The technical availability of rolling stock with the usage. With actual client, for example, with trucks, which have, it's moving in the right direction, but it's quite recent. And finally, just to come back to what Patrick was saying in this sharing of experience, I think indeed that it would be a great opportunity to have the ability to share this kind of experience, because it feels like some of us we're facing issues where we have to start from scratch, but I'm pretty sure a lot of projects are facing the same issues, and therefore need to have this kind of platform to discuss, which are doing, obviously.
Okay, perfect. One very fast question I think we've had enough. I'm looking at the time and I see that we are already o'clock at the time that we should stop. So I just wanted to thank you, everybody, the 4 people that have presented, but also all the audience that have given us all their questions. One last thing that I would mention is that all the presentations will be available soon. If you want to know exact date, please register to subscribe to our newsletter. And of course, these sessions have all been taped, so you will be able to watch them again in the near future. So thank you, everybody, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event that will follow. Bye.
The Energy Observer crew is sailing around the globe to raise awareness about climate change, advocating for renewable energies and hydrogen. Those I've met in Japan and Europe say hydrogen is very useful indeed. I wonder why it isn't more largely available, and what kind of future will hydrogen bring us? Continuing my journey in Nantes, France, I met with CNRS researcher and university professor Olivier Joubert. He is among the top French researchers on hydrogen. He might just be the right person to talk to understand what's ahead of us. Does hydrogen have a promising future? He was enthusiastic to answer.
Les activités de recherche tournent autour de la production d'hydrogène, notamment par électrolyse à haute température, ou bien la conversion de l'hydrogène en électricité grâce aux piles à combustible fonctionnant à haute température.
My first question was about hydrogen production. There's green hydrogen, but also blue, grey.
L'hydrogène n'a pas de couleur, d'accord ? C'est un gaz inodore et incolore. Mais l'hydrogène vert, ce serait l'hydrogène qui serait produit à partir d'électricité et de l'électrolyse avec de l'électricité verte.
So hydrogen, what is going to happen in the next few years?
On peut, d'ici une quinzaine d'années, avoir de nombreux usages à base d'hydrogène. Au niveau des projets, je pense qu'on pourrait avoir tout ce qui est actuellement thermique pour être transformé en électrique avec pile à combustible ou batterie. Ou l'hybridation, c'est-à-dire quelque chose qui emporterait à la fois des batteries et de l'hydrogène. Et bien sûr, la recherche sera là pour mettre en place des innovations qui constitueront donc la pile à combustible du futur, qui sera peut-être moins chère et puis qui aura une longévité plus importante. Donc ça, c'est un peu le futur.
Thinking of what I'd seen at the Fukushima plant, I asked him if hydrogen could change cities. He talked about large-scale experiments, hydrogen cities in Japan, for instance, where houses use hydrogen and produce their own electricity. But even here in Europe, things have started moving.
Les initiatives les plus marquantes, quand on regarde autour de nous, sont les stations-service. Et donc, quand on sait déjà qu'il y a à peu près une centaine de stations-service, ne serait-ce qu'en Europe, c'est déjà beaucoup. Mais je pense que ce qui est plus remarquable, ce sont les flottes de taxis à Paris. La flotte Hype, avec 120 taxis, et qu'il y a déjà plusieurs véhicules qui sont déjà arrivés en bout de vie, et qu'il faut changer. Et là, je crois que c'est quelque chose de vraiment remarquable.
Hype taxis are a handy way to move around Paris with zero emissions. I hopped in one on my way to the next leg of my journey.
Ça fait 4 ans et demi que je conduis des voitures à hydrogène. Et j'ai choisi de passer à ce modèle-là parce que je pense que tout le monde doit, tant qu'à travailler dans les mêmes conditions, opter pour le moyen le plus respectueux de l'environnement. J'ai choisi de travailler en conduisant une voiture à hydrogène parce que c'est une solution qui me permettait, moi, d'avoir la conscience plus tranquille en travaillant dans les mêmes conditions qu'avant. On apporte notre petite pierre à l'édifice en tant que chauffeur dans une filière qui, je pense, et j'en ai l'intime conviction, va finir par devenir une solution qui aura toute sa place dans la société du futur. Et en plus, là, on est parmi les premiers à conduire des voitures à hydrogène, donc on pourra dire dans quelques années à mes enfants, à mes petits-enfants, avec un peu de fierté, je pense que j'ai été parmi les premiers à conduire des voitures à hydrogène.
The idea of setting the example resonated with me. I really wanted to see if hydrogen could power a city or even a country. Is there somewhere where people are doing just that? Scotland, all the way north to the Orkney Islands. There is more to this spectacular landscape than meets the eye. Here in Orkney, people have built the Energy Lab of the future. A real-life experiment, an archipelago powered by renewable energies.
I'm the Managing Director of EMEC, which is the European Marine Energy Centre, and we're based here in Orkney at 59 degrees north.
Neil Kermody has implemented programs on these islands, relying a lot on hydrogen.
The advantage of using hydrogen is it's extremely flexible. It can provide heat, it can provide motive power, and it can provide electricity. The most impressive achievement we've had so far has been that time when we took tidal energy and made hydrogen. And that's the first time anybody had ever done that anywhere in the world.
The Orkney Islands are now famous because of it. Adel Liddedale used to work for the City Council of the islands and has overseen the implementation of a new energy model.
I am the Hydrogen Project Manager at the European Marine Energy Centre.
She's now joined EMEC and is uniquely able to tell us what happened here.
Orkney began innovating around hydrogen due to a set of circumstances we had that stopped us from putting electricity into our local grid. So here at EMEC, we are the world's first and only fully accredited tidal energy test centre. We had another world first in generating green hydrogen from renewable energy. We are using that green hydrogen in things like powering ferries, planes, cars and heating systems.
Oh, and we're using it for vehicles. So a great number of different projects, and we think we've only just scratched the surface. There's a lot more we can do with hydrogen.
There's something quite different here. They've tried it and it works at a large scale. But they're also doing it with such a positive mindset. They want to see change.
So I would very much like to see that renewables and hydrogen in every household, not just in Orkney but throughout the world. We would really like to see that renewables play a part in everybody's lives and we continue to tackle climate change.
The thing is that what we've done here can be done elsewhere. We've taken the energy that we've got in the tides and the wind, but it could be solar, it could be anything else. But by making hydrogen, you get flexibility in your energy system. And that's something that anybody can do. I want to see a future where we're not burning fossil fuels anymore. I really believe that hydrogen is a key part of making that all work. It can actually displace so many of the things that we presently do with fossil fuels. Hydrogen can do this, and it can do it now.
I think this is the proof I needed. Hydrogen can power a brighter, more sustainable future. And it can work now. It's almost unbelievable. It works so naturally here in Orkney. I started with the question, what is hydrogen? And now I can't understand why hydrogen isn't more ubiquitous. It should be everywhere. Activists and governments, industries and citizens, we all share a common goal. We need an energy transition, a more suitable model. This is our biggest challenge. But the solutions are here, right at our fingertips. It's our call, it's our responsibility. All these people, those I met and many others, are the faces of change. They are working for you to see that it's possible, that we can become the champions that defeat climate change.
Hello, welcome, and hello everyone, and welcome to the session on education and training. My name is Alberto Garcia. I'm project officer within the program office of the Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, and I will be moderating this session. The session is going to last 1 hour and 20 minutes, and during the session we are going to have 4 presentations. 3 of them from projects dealing with education and training activities, and another one about the observatory, in particular about the new module on education and training recently released. At the end of the session, we are going to have a live Q&A session, so feel free to put your questions in the chat box at any time during the session, and at the end, we will try to address all of them. So, without taking much time, I would like to introduce the first speaker. In particular, I would like to welcome Ms. Tiziana Altiero, a professor at the University of Modena and Reggio Emilia, who is going to present the FCH Go project. Tiziana, welcome. Good morning. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to present the project FCH Go that I coordinate, sorry. So let's go to works, okay, to present you the partner. The partner of the projects that are either the University of Modena and Reggio Emilia, which I represent, with also other colleagues, of course. Italy is represented also by the Free University of Bozen, and in Europa is in charge of the award connected to the project. Then we have also the Switzerland with the Zurich School of Engineering, Denmark with the Technical University, Poland with the Nicolaus Copernicus University, and Stenbeis, which is in charge of the dissemination. We also have 2 third parties, Agado from Germany and Mikado from Turkey. The FCH Go project was born from the idea that for the energy transition, we need to empower the young generation. Indeed, even though hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe, the great potential of hydrogen energy and its significance for a sustainable future of our planet are rarely treated subjects in European classroom. So, what is the purpose of our project is to spread knowledge about fuel cells and hydrogen in schools and beyond, fostering curiosity and excitement about renewable energy, to bring about change by delivering a ready-to-teach toolkit, encouraging teachers to take up hydrogen in their lessons, and stimulating pupils' interest and awareness for sustainable energy. Our school materials are based on narrative and metaphor approach, and will help to narrow the gap of STEM knowledge and teach pupils about the basic principles and applications of fuel cell and hydrogen technology, preparing them for a fossil-free future and for the new job opportunities. I have not so many time to go more in depth about our narrative and metaphoric approach that is at the base of our toolkit, but I would say just that narrative and metaphoric approach places much emphasis upon the use of natural language and images and plays, for ensuring an imaginative and qualitative understanding of scientific and technical systems. So now I'm going to present you some of our materials included in the toolkit we prepared for schools. In particular, all materials are available on our website. We need, first of all, to make teachers more confident with fuel cells and hydrogen technologies. So we prepared an introduction about that, in which teachers can find, with a language easy for them, the answer to the main questions: how, what for, and why. We also prepare some teacher guides on FCH Go lessons for pupils, and so teacher can find the instruction for their lessons. As with our toolkit is based on narrative approach, we also prepared for a metaphoric story, an apple story. Here you can see just a few pictures of the story. That is a narrative, a metaphoric story of energy from the sun to the tree and to the apple, and finally to the children that eat this food. But first of all, the main important story, and with a lot of visual metaphor, is the Perpetuum Mobile movie. We have this movie from 2014, and based on this visual metaphor, we are preparing now an hydrogen movie in which, as you can see in these pictures, hydrogen and oxygen are presented as the ghosts, and when they joined, electricity and water have been produced. Then we also involved children in energy role plays, so they can learn more about their body and about the energy. And again, other materials are, for example, toys. They can observe toys. They can analyze the structures, the anatomy of these toys. They can drawing them, and they understand how it works. Here you can see the fuel cells hydrogen drawing. Again, we have also cars, energy playing cars. As you can see, also hydrogen cars is present. And we also prepare among our materials some specific materials for secondary schools. And here you can see PowerPoint presentations and videos about fuel cell, how does it works, and so on. These materials I only show more representative, but we also have other materials like, for example, experiments and explanation of these experiments and so on. These materials were used during the training teachers, so they can be more confident with materials and with our approach. And after that, we use these materials in classroom activities that started last year. And here you can see some of this important moment. And also, these activities involved all 5 countries and 1,300 students. It is more than expected in the phase of project planning. As you can see, the evaluation process are in progress. So we collected feedback from classroom teachers and students, and it will be ready by the end of this year. Then we plan to have a final validation of the toolkit in January 2021. The first results have been encouraging, so we receive a feedback from students and teachers that are very positive. And now, as you know, the COVID pandemic caused the closure of schools last spring, and this was a very problem for our classroom activities. So we think to select some of our materials and create this FCH Go at home. So students forced to stay at home can be engaged in distance learning also with these materials we selected for these reasons. Let me give some information about dissemination. That is the most important aspect of our project. So we do that through the main social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc., and through our website. But also we prepared some introduction video in which I explain, I give some introduction on FCH Go, on some experiments. Here you can see the fuel cell car, and I invite people to attend the award. Again, we prepare some cards with the most frequent questions about hydrogen and the answer to that questions. Very important, we prepared, thanks to the In Europa staff, the stakeholders interviews that are available on our website. Finally, just to close my presentation, I would present you the FCH Go award that is connected to our project. The title is The World of the Future, the Best FCH Applications. With this award, we invited people, teams of people to submit a project, a movie, a photo story, a collage model, and so on, focusing on future application on FCH technology. We have 2 levels, a national levels with a selection of 3 winner teams, 1 for each school categories in each partner countries. And also this winner can be among this winner, we can select the final 3 winners at the international level, 1 for each school categories, and they will be awarded in the final ceremony. Will plan to be in June 2021. So that's all, and I would like to thanks again the organizer for this opportunity. I would thanks the other partner of this project for their cooperation, and all of you for the attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tiziana. An impressive coverage, 5 countries, more than 1,300 students. Very well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's continue with the next project. I would like to welcome Olaf Jedicke from the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, who is going to present the NetTools project. So, Olaf, good morning. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Alberto, and thank you for inviting also NetTools to present the project here. As you can see here, okay, we are called NetTools, and this project is already running more or less 4 years, and which you can reflect here on this overview about the project. This is due to Corona, because we had done already 2 amendments, and however, this month NetTools will end, and yes, I have to do the final report. The partners in NetTools are spread over Europe, but it's quite normal. Why is this partners collected? It's about that because of the idea which we created in a very different project, not running under the joint undertaking, about tools. And so these are more or less the kernel of the partners which were in there, in this connected with the idea to develop tools, and in addition to support also the tools, educational material to connect both. So these are the partners. So 8 partners are in the University of Perugia, Element Energy from London, but now also located in France, Percy in France, University of Ulster, Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, then Technical University of Denmark, Bulgarian Academy of Science, and the National Center of Scientific Research in Greece. So we have some more which are not listed here and not official partners. So the next slide shows you the project summary, and the project summary, it's about the development of the platform. So what we did in the starting of the project is that we had a dream to have one single platform available to cover all. That means to cover the tools as well as to cover educational material, and to have it also used as a development platform. And we learned within the first year that this was impossible. Not impossible to our... it was impossible due to technical reasons, and that's why we had actually 3 platforms available. That means one platform for the educational material, which provides also the possibility to develop own educational material. Then, in addition, so-called e-laboratory, the platform for the tools we developed within the project, and at least a platform which combines and spans all. So this is more or less a summary of that. That means we had on one point, on one hand, the technical realization, that means the technical implementation of all the platforms, which is done, and additionally to develop also the tools and the educational material. That means the 3 main objectives of the project were then the technical implementation of the e-platform called Net Tools and its handling, the separate implementation of an e-laboratory which covers all the tools, and a separate implementation of an e-learning which covers all the e-materials. That means MOOCs mainly, but also some other content. So brings me to the next slide. I've chosen 2 aspects which should get presented here to demonstrate achievements of the project, and that means this is 100% realized actually, because this is already done and closed since 1 year more or less. It's the technical development of the implementation of the platform. And as I already told you, we had not the chance to use one single server based platform or whatever. So we need to combine different technical solutions, and to the e-learning platform as well, to the digital e-laboratory, and as you can see here at the slide, also in concerns of the database, which you can find, for example, at the website, and the e-learning. So this is more or less done, not more or less, it's done to up to 100%. And but what you can see here also is that we used Open edX for education, and also we implemented the MOOC agency. It's a company out from France to provide us the software tools for the development of e-learning materials. Brings me to the next slide. That means the aspects of developing the content to the platform. And here we have also to distinguish between e-tools and the which are covered by the e-laboratory. And the e-laboratory is based on a KIT server. And this is more closed. That means we developed all e-tools which we promised in the beginning of the project. And also we had some other tools in, we added some more tools to the e-laboratory. Why it's not up to 100% actually here, although it's called 100%, that's not clearly true. Sorry for this mistake. What we did, what we need to do finally is to present also our e-educational material, which is not, this job is not actually closed. That means we did it all, but it needs to get presented and provided by our platform. The e-educational material, it's very different place because what we tried is to demonstrate what can be done by developing very different e-educational materials, starting from simple videos, which are clearly not simple to develop, but simple to get used. But also you have other chances to provide e-educational material, and this was done by NetTools project. It means to add very different examples for e-educational material you can provide via NetTools if you like. Brings me to the next slide. This is a graphical material, shows you what is an e-tool. This is only one example out of 38 and more. That means you have, what you can see here is that you can add here on the left side very specific units, but also numbers. Then you get a calculation, you get an output of a calculation, also by numbers, and you get also some graphics here, which brings you to the results. You can also download your calculation by an Excel sheet. This is pretty useful for each engineer who like to have some pre-calculation, for example, but also for students. The next slide will demonstrate more or less what was done in the progress of aspect number 3. That means the development of e-learning materials. And you see here we have some headlines here. That means the hydrogen reuse course, as well as a hydrogen storage course. And these courses you can, you can access, and they are free, but you need to register. Although we have some additional material here, for example, the whole educational school, second educational school, which gets recorded, and that's more or less the content at this platform. But you see here we have also some other aspects to face. That means the demand of providing e-learning materials by MOOCs, also the quality assurance and the intellectual property rights, which is not easy to us and which was pretty underestimated, and then also engagement of external participants. Brings me to the next slide. You see here also some graphical material, as you can watch here. We have on the left side a course open. It's a hydrogen reuse course, and you can see here the course providers. It's Giovanni Cinti, it's Professor Konstantino Petrov, and it's also Anke Hagen from DTU, and also Didier Blanchon from DTU. And these like to demonstrate only that you can spool up the videos. These are YouTube videos. Next slide is about the risk and challenges and lessons learned. So the risks are clearly named here. That means the e-platform for educational aspects regarding all the themes get used less. That means both sides, learners and teachers. This is clearly a risk. Then also the promotion and also the financing of the technical infrastructure, which need to be done in the next future. And this is also regarding the daily operation. Also the volume of operation means number of users and so on. The bottlenecks of NetTools are depending on the functionality of the open edX and also the engagement of external collaboration users and developers. That means development of e-tools are not an easy task. That's the first of all. And also to keep attractive in the next future. That means to have on one side traffic there, but also some persons who develop new e-tools. Then also lessons learned here is I like to go down to lessons learned. Nice to know about NetTools, but difficult to stay for collaboration. And then we have clearly discovered a competition between single institutions. That means the idea to have one platform available, it's an old idea. That means everybody who like to have e-learning, who like simultaneous, have to develop its own server or platform. That's it. And we have also a great rejection by industry based on confidentiality and proprietary results. So the next slide is more about the exploitation and the impact. So the impact is clear. It's to foster education on a student's level and industrial stuff. Also offer opportunities to each to educate and get educated by FCH relevant themes and to hold available technical bases, therefore, and to support industry and academia by providing usable e-tools for calculation. So this is more or less then the one of the last slides. That means it's the synergies between TCHI, also Susanna, and FCH Go, if they like to have, but not yet decided to spam also their materials on NetTools. Could be a good idea to do that. So at least the communication activities are pretty normal. That we had 2 educational schools, and we raised down to symposium on hydrogen, but also newsletter, Twitter, and communication via LinkedIn, which will get kept open for the next future. So many thanks for your attention, and sorry for the for using more time than allowed. Thank you.
No problem at all, Olaf. Thank you so much for this informative presentation. Let's continue with the next presentation. So I would like to welcome Mr. Robert Steinberger, professor at the University of Birmingham, who is going to present a TCHI project. So Robert, good morning, and the floor is yours.
Good morning. Now I have a technical problem because the clicker has just 2 minutes ago lost the connection. So is there somebody who can forward the slides?
Yeah, you can say next slide, and the IT team will manage the slides. Yes.
Okay, because I can't see the slides here at all. Good. Okay, sorry. So, good morning, everyone, and thanks, Alberto, for having us here. So I'll be presenting the TCHI project, which is led by the University of Birmingham. And if you go to the next slide, you should be able to see the project consortium, which is made up of 12 universities across Europe. So starting from University of Birmingham, we have EPFL in Lausanne, we have Ulster University, TU Delft, Université Libre de Bruxelles, Grenoble University, University of Prague, Technical University of Denmark, KIT, as Olaf was just presenting, and then University of Bucharest, Polytechnic of Kiev, and Politecnico Torino. So that's a cross-section of universities that have a long standing in the business of hydrogen and fuel cells, and also have a long standing in teaching these subjects. So we started in November 2017, so we've been working for 3 years. We've just got an extension of 2 years so that we can actually complete the program, which has to do with COVID. So I'll come back to that in a moment. So now the project will be going on until end of October 2022. And just go to the next slide, please. So this just summarizes the objectives of the project. The main task is to establish a master's course, so a student's master's course that is delivered in what we call blended learning. That means, in principle, any universities across Europe or even worldwide could subscribe to this program, acquire a license. I'll explain a little more about that later. And we provide all the material so that this program can be delivered, so that master students can be trained for 12, 18 or 24 months, depending on country, and get a master's degree in fuel cells and hydrogen technologies. We are also using this material for what you call continuous professional development. So that is the training or the additional training of professionals who are moving into this area, who have had other educational training, so in university or maybe outside of universities, and then getting additional training to be able to work in this area. Well, I'll come back to that. There's a number of issues that you have to cover when you're talking to universities, when you're working with universities. That those are things we had to learn the hard way. So not all of our material, as intended initially, can be put up on the NetTools platform. We have to find a compromise and only put some of the public material up there, which we're in the process of doing. State of the art, when we started and still now, there is no comparable service in the world that would offer this kind of degree in this area. And well, we're always asked to refer to the MORP, which I always happily do by saying there practically is very little reference to education, especially also to this kind of education we're offering here specifically for universities. So you could please move on to the next slide. So the background why we started the project is that many universities will say they're interested in this topic. We also identified when we were setting up the set plan education years back in Brussels that we'd need about 200,000 trained staff in Europe if the fuel cell and hydrogen industry was to take off. And out of this, about 100,000 technicians, so that would be more technical training, about 50,000 engineers and 50,000 scientists. And these people have to be trained. If you actually calculate the amount of training, this is like 50 to 200 universities offering master's courses over the next 10 years to turn out this amount of trained personnel. And of course, this also takes into account that a lot of people will be retrained. Now, there's only one university in Europe that actually offers anything along these lines. That's Aarhus University in Denmark. And I'm not even 100% sure that the course still exists. Many universities will, though, tell you that, yes, they would be interested in delivering something like that, but they don't have the capacity. So mostly you'll find 2 or 3 professors who can deliver some lectures, and they can effectively deliver 30% of a whole program. So what we're doing is we are supplying the whole material out of which a university can choose what it wants to teach itself. It will have to then provide the on-site offerings, which is the labs, it's the exams, it's the research project. And in that way, we can assure high quality of training and enable many universities to actually participate in these programs. So you could just switch to the next slide. So what we're effectively doing is we're implementing a 12-month master's program, 12-month because that is the standard in Birmingham, and we're running the first prototype in Birmingham on the learning management system. But we have enough material provided that we can also cover 18 and 24 months. So depending on country and university in Europe, you'll find all kinds of different configurations. We're adapting material to CPD needs and running such courses. So currently busy to do this in Rijksuniversiteit Groningen and also in Birmingham. So we have established the modules in Birmingham to be delivered as CPD modules from next year, and we're translating content. Not all of the content, because the standard seems to have become that a lot of these online courses are delivered in English, but there's definitely scope, especially in CPD, to incorporate more languages and be closer to what people are used to. This also has an aspect of building vocabulary. So speaking to some countries, we found that the vocabulary to speak about fuel cells and hydrogen actually doesn't exist. So people speak English or use the English terms, but there's no terms for many things in the local language. And you also find that, so I was once working with a student who trained in Sweden, so he knew all the words, well, in English, so he was biomass gasification, he knew all the words in English, but not in German. So that is a problem when you actually then come out of university, you take a job and you have to talk to people on a building site, for instance. We built a project associate network, so that is universities who are interested in working with us, who would be interested in taking up the offering we have. And we're in the process now of having finally established the full program, as I'll discuss in a moment, and being able to show to other universities, which is important. I'll also come back to that. And essentially discussing with universities how this program can be installed at their university. So if we go to the next slide, this shows the implementation level. So we have a learning management system. This will be different at different universities because there's maybe 2 handfuls of different systems worldwide. So in Birmingham, we have Canvas. There's also things like Blackboard, others. We have everything documented and ready for accreditation. We had that end of last year, so that was like writing a book. But the university decided not to go ahead because of COVID, not allowing any new programs. So that had nothing to do with teaching as such. It has nothing to do with our argument that we had everything ready for COVID. We had everything ready for online delivery in the situation of COVID. They just decided categorically that there would be no new programs to not distract us from getting all the other teaching online. So we have all the modules accredited as such, but not the program. So we're now in the progress of getting it online so that we can advertise for students and can start in October 21, and then complete a full run of a prototype course within the project, which is the reason why we got 2 years extension. In parallel, we will now be accrediting at University of Prague. Other universities, again, because of COVID, very difficult because any discussions on new programs have been stopped at many universities across Europe. So essentially, we're stuck with COVID, although we're part of the solution if you talk about the teaching side of things. Now, what we've also learned in this project is that universities are very, very touchy about accreditation of programs and new programs. So what seems to be a more viable way, instead of delivering the full program, is we use parts of them in others. So we have Technical University of Delft, Grenoble University, EPFL, using parts of our program, so lectures and modules for delivery within other contexts. So for instance, mechanical engineering on new energy systems, which half uses our material and half is set up out of other material. And that is not a problem, it's something you have to live with. It's a bit of a disappointment, but this is what life is like. We're testing will be testing the content on different platforms, and we are in the process of translating to other languages, amongst others Romanian and German, because I'll come back to that. We have some demand for these languages. And the big problem or the big task we're tackling is now how to accredit this program at other universities, and that is a really, really difficult and demanding task. So if we go to the next slide. So this is just an example. So the menu you get in Canvas, if you click again, you see how things zoom in on the module level. So we have 12 modules in all, which give you the credits that you need for the whole program. Then these are the lectures within one module. If you click again, you get a single lecture. So you start it as a video. You also have captions, so you can follow. You can go faster, you can go slower, you can go backwards, forwards, you can pause. So everything you need for online learning. If you click again, you just see there's additional material, there's a summary, there's additional reading to every single lecture. And in total, we have something like close to 200 lectures in the whole program. If you click again, we have the next slide, which addresses the risks and challenges. So the main risk of this project is the accreditation procedure. And we'd never imagined that this would get so difficult. Even at our own university, we've run into so many obstacles, and it's a really difficult process that is more psychology and politics than anything else. So one key question is, what is the ownership of modules? And just beware of telling anybody at university that any lecture has been written by somebody from outside of university. You'll get slammed immediately. So, but if eventually we've managed to get this through, and the hurdle in Birmingham now is just the permission to actually be able to establish a new program. There's also financial issues. So universities might be prepared to hire new lecturers, but if you tell them, okay, the value of this program is 3 months of lecturers' salary, but you're getting a full program for this, is not always an argument, because they might just not have the budgets for this. So if we move on to the next slide, that is the exploitation plan. So we are currently talking to the partnership network to find out how we can establish the program at universities who are not part of the program, of the project, so also including the financial issues. And in order to support the delivery, we're also looking at a business model or installing an entity, so one of these international ASBLs in Brussels that will later support the whole program and the delivery of the program, the further updating of the material, so that we can support universities as they adopt the scheme. Currently, there's a number of initiatives we're talking with. So Saarland, the automotive network, wants to adopt the CPD parts. We're talking to a company in Austria, would like to have a specific delivery, and also to a group of logistics companies in Germany. So as you go along, as you have developed this material, you demonstrate it to people, suddenly lots of opportunities evolve. And the impact, of course, is being able to access such an educational scheme across Europe, be it as a university student or for professional development. And then, of course, we have the offshoots of the program where we are developing small elements that we will be showcasing on NetTools. If we go to the next slide, I think that's one of the last ones. Synergies with other projects and programs. So I've listed quite a number here, starting from Trainee, which about not quite 10 years ago, 8 years ago, built the curriculum, so the content for such a course. We have HiSafe we've been working with, so it's also Olaf involved with on the safety modules. KnowHi, which built a lot of the technical training, but the sort of modular approach and how can you do laboratories online. We have interactions with the IPHE, with the UK network and a Time network, which also runs education courses and the joint European summer school. We go to the next slide. This has the outlets. So we have Facebook, we have LinkedIn, we have Twitter feeds. It's not the most successful for this type of project, but we try to use it for advertising. Most of the interest comes through other channels, but you have to be there, of course. So maybe we have to add Instagram too. And that is the last slide. These are my contact details. If there's any questions, happy to answer. And sorry about these technical problems. Of course, they had to come up 2 minutes before I start.
Everything went very well, Robert. Thank you so much for the presentation. Okay. Yes, we are receiving some questions. We will address them at the end. But I would like to remind everybody that you can put your questions in the chat box and we will go through them at the end of the presentations. So yes, with this, we are going to proceed with the next presentation. I would like to welcome Diana Rain from E4Tech and Julia Cora from Hydrogen Europe Research, who are going to present the Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Observatory, in particular the recently published module on education and training. So Diane, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alberto. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to present the Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Observatory project alongside my colleague Julia Cora. I am the project manager for the project, so I'm going to give a brief overview and introduction to the observatory, and Julia is going to go in a little bit more detail. So for those of you that don't know, the Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Observatory was launched in September, on the 15th of September. It's an online portal and it's designed to be, aims to be the go-to resource for all things fuel cell and hydrogen related. So the objective behind this portal is to make data and information that is clear and objective, easily accessible to the broad audience interested in the fuel cell and hydrogen space. So this is specifically for, well, it's for everyone, but it's also for policymakers, industry players, the education and training stakeholder set, and of course, the general public. So it is we spent a lot of time developing the portal, researching the data, compiling the data, and validating it. We present it back. If you go online and have a look, which I really encourage you to do, we very much appreciate feedback as it is so new and we really want it to add value. But if you go and look, the data that is presented is presented in the forms of charts and graphs and maps. And wherever possible, we do allow the data to be downloaded directly for the user to work on themselves. So in addition to the chapters that you can see part of the homepage here. In addition to those chapters, we have information, we have news information, and we have insight reports which we release on an annual basis, covering each of the sectors that you can see. And we will also be updating periodic reports when we have particular areas of interest that we want to talk about. So in September, we launched the portal, and at that time we had 5 chapters available. So they are, the first one is on technology and market. So within that section, you can see information related to fuel cell shipments, hydrogen refueling station deployments, fuel cell vehicle deployments, and we also have a section on the industrial hydrogen supply and demand landscape, which is a benchmark for us as we move forward to make it to a more green hydrogen world. We have chapters on patents and publications, which is tracking the development of hydrogen and fuel cells within those areas. So that is at a technology level, so down in terms of the type of fuel cell technology and the type of hydrogen production methodology. We also have a section on financial support, and here users can go online and they can search for funding mechanisms which are available to their particular project idea or topic. And we have sections on regulations, codes and standards, and again, users can go and search for specific regulations related to a particular topic of interest. And then the final section we had in September was around policy and incentives. And here we give an overview of EU policy related to the sector and national policy which may hinder or promote the development of hydrogen and fuel cells. So there's quite an in-depth analysis and a broad area of topics that we are covering. The data itself goes back to 2014, and we are updating it continuously. And so that's kind of where we got to in September for the initial launch. And today I'm really pleased to say that we are adding a further chapter on education and training. And I'm going to hand over to Julia Cora from Hydrogen Europe Research, who's going to talk you through that chapter.
Thank you, Diana, for this introduction to the FCH Observatory. So I am Julia Cora, and I work at Hydrogen Europe Research. I have been involved on this interesting project since September, and I will continue to work on it for the future updates that are already planned. Laurent Antony, the president of Hydrogen Europe Research, is also connected for this panel, and he will be here to answer questions. So what is the goal of this tool? First, and as it was pointed out by other panelists, the development of a market for fuel cells and hydrogen leads to a growing need to have a skilled workforce in this field. The projects that were presented are working on filling this gap by providing trainings and education materials for different levels, from pupils to postgraduate. What the observatory offers, in complementarity with this project, is a go-to resource to retrieve all this information. This is done by mapping training offers relevant for students and professionals engaging in the field of hydrogen and fuel cells, and by making available education materials on one platform. So it is a twofold offer designed for students, for teachers, for researchers, companies, and individuals who wish to learn and to get trained on fuel cells and hydrogen. So the education and training chapter has 2 components. First, training programs and education materials. So let's start with the training program part. To date, this section counts 86 programs and courses listed. The data was collected through a questionnaire sent to Hydrogen Europe Research membership covering universities and research organizations. However, it goes beyond only this membership basis, as the researchers who replied also give classes in external organizations. After this first launch, we want to broaden this database, and I hope that this presentation will catch your attention to contribute to this work. You can see on the slide an overview of the training categories mapped. We have the classic university path with bachelor's, master's, doctorates, and postdoctorates. And we also find other kinds of trainings, such as summer schools, workshops, and trainings links to EU programs. In a future update, we also want to include professional trainings and vocational trainings. Each training program or course translates into a location marker on the map that you can see on the right of your screen. So you can also scroll down into the list of results if the location is not the first thing you are interested in. The added value of this tool is that you can refine your search by using different selectors. You can filter by training programs with the different categories I just introduced, and by languages. So several languages may be indicated for one training program or course, which is often a relevant setting for internships or doctorates or postdoctorate programs that can be done in different language. It is also possible to combine both selectors and use the free search engine to refine your search. One of the users we can think of using this tool, for example, is a student looking for a university that offers relevant training in the field of hydrogen and fuel cells for his Erasmus year. So when showing the longer profile of a training, you can access more information depending on the category of training you are looking at. You can, for example, see the course focus, the number of ECTS, or the number of hours. This data will be harmonized in the next update of the questionnaire. We move on now to the education materials section. In this section, we have about 250 materials listed, collected predominantly from European project outcomes. We also welcome other sources of materials, so feel free to contact the FCHO team about this. As you can see, the website is presented with a list of materials. The user can click on the one of interest and access a longer profile with more information and with an external link to the material. Thanks to different selectors, materials can be retrieved by level. We used for this the ISCED classification, which is the international classification for organizing education programs by level and field. It is a classification used by Eurostat, and it goes from 0 to 8, with 0 describing content for early childhood and 8 for doctoral or equivalent level. Then materials have been attributed a course focus, which allows the user to refine the search depending on his interests. The course focus identified aim at covering all the relevant fields to learn about fuel cells and hydrogen. We have production, storage and distribution, end uses, basic electrochemistry, everything linked to RCSS, so regulations, codes, standards, safety, life cycle and social assessment, eco-design and recycling, technical economic evaluation, as well as more general presentation which fit into this general category. We try to be as comprehensive as possible to be able to include all materials that are shared with us. Finally, and same as in the training section presented before, it is possible to retrieve materials by language, which is of course a useful setting depending on the language you are speaking. And one last selector, which you cannot see on the slide here because it was not yet available at the time the PowerPoint was made, is a selector to retrieve materials by source. The idea is to be able to retrieve all materials made available during a specific workshop or created within a European project, as there is usually an internal coherence between all these materials. So with all these selectors and the free search engine, it should be possible to find specific materials that match the user's learning wishes, which is not always easy when you are just looking online on the internet. So all this is a first step to set the way for the education and training chapter of the observatory, and an update is already planned for 2021. A new questionnaire to map training courses will be launched in February, with the goal to expand the number and the type of courses shown. So as mentioned before, we want to include professional and vocational training, and we also plan to present additional information on the courses and programs to give users more comprehensive information. For example, on the type of assessment, the prerequisites to access this course, and this kind of information. So regular updates will be carried out to include new materials and courses on the portal. And in order for this to really become a useful tool for the fuel cells and hydrogen community, we need your help. And if you would like to share materials or courses with the observatory, please contact the FCHO team. So thank you all for your attention, and I look forward to working with you to improve our database.
Thank you so much, Julia. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Diana, for this overview of the observatory as a whole, and in particular about education and training. We have received several questions, so I will try to go in order. So for Tiziana, concerning FCH Go project, we have a question about the toolkit. We have seen that you are developing materials for schools, and we have a question about the accessibility, if the materials are publicly accessible, if there is any cost to access these materials.
No, absolutely no cost for this. The material is accessible directly from our website. So teachers can connect it, students can connect it, and download the materials. Is open, absolutely open, and we don't earn about this.
Very good. And is there any training for the teachers willing to use this toolkit, these lessons?
Yes, we think that the materials we included also the possibility for teachers to training about the materials, but we also give them contacts so they can contact everybody of the expert of the partners in different countries to ask for information, to ask for more in depth, and we also add some more material and documents to get them easier to use our materials. So we think the possibility to for teachers to use this material is good, quite good.
Very good, thank you. Clear. One more question about the award. We have heard that you are organizing an international award. Is it open? I mean, can people still apply to this award?
Yes, absolutely. We launched the award in February. The deadline at the beginning was fixed at the end of July. Now we extend the deadline till the next March 2021. Due to the COVID pandemic, we have big problem with the awards. So schools are now worried about the situation, and they, for the moment, in particular in spring, they didn't apply. So now some schools start to apply to the award, but we hope the situation get better with the next year. And for this reason, we extended the deadline until March 2021. So yes, this is open, and everybody can apply. And we also give me some minutes to explain that we also are preparing a tutorial for teacher and for teams to better understand in which way they can apply for the award.
Very good, fantastic. Thank you so much, Tiziana. We also got some questions for about net tools, and I think they are related with the tuition fees or the cost for accessing these platforms and the teaching materials. So, Olaf, can you explain to everybody if the platform is accessible free of charge, if there is any tuition fee or fee to access all these the tools and all the e-education materials that you are developing within the project? Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Alberto. So actually all platforms, that means the e-laboratory as well as the e-learning, platform is available for free. That means for users which like to use already developed e-learning materials, as well as for users who like to develop tools or also e-learning materials. The reason about potential fees in future is that we need to pay the fees for the MOOC agency. That means for the software tools implemented there for developed courses, for example. And so we are actually preparing a business concept which hopefully could give some answers how to cover the costs for net tools also in future. The e-laboratory itself runs on a KIT server, and this e-laboratory will be open for everybody, but to both platforms you need to register, and so they are free to get used.
Very good. And in case, is there anyone interested in using these tools? Because we have seen that you have developed tools related with electrochemistry, safety aspects. Is there any training? Will they be able to use the tools by their own?
Yes, of course. We have actually an increasing number of users who like to, which requests access to the e-laboratory. So this means this numbers increases actually, and up to between 100 and 200 users. We have actually not any record about their activities, but potentially we can install this in future. I do not know. So this is, and in addition, the e-tools are used by specific courses at the University of Ulster on safety, as well as on hydrogen course at KIT, which is done by Thomas and me. That means this is a normal lesson, but there we also introduce into the tools and to use them to get experience with that, and so on and so on. So there is a usage of all the tools, and also we have actually some requests how to develop own tools, but this is actually not solved.
Yes, sorry. Now you can hear me, right? No, yes. I was just saying, thank you, Olaf. I was just saying that we got also a question for Robert concerning Teachai, because we have seen that the backbone of the education and training program that they are developing is based on the master course. But what about other type of educations? What about continuous professional development education? What about technicians? Are there foreseen any module or any training for these target groups?
Well, as I said, CPD is exactly the target group we're looking at. I said so many times it's getting a bit exhausting. So this is a university. This is looking at university training. That is a big topic. It's a huge challenge in the accreditation. And we're using this material because it's about the same level you would be talking to engineers in CPD. That also has a lot to do with what you call continuous development and what you call training and education. So technician training is done in Nohai. So the Nohai project was concluded 2 years ago and is continuing as an institution that is delivering the program that we developed in the project, which is a short course, so it's kind of CPD, further training for technicians, including a lab phase, so actually come to a lab, get training, including serious games, so simulations, things we are also using in teaching. But there's a clear division because the level of the level of explaining things at a technician level, and also the language is needed. So you actually do need different languages. Although English is mostly understood, but it's better to have modules in local languages. That is just too much for Teachy to get involved in. On the other hand, Nohai is there already and it's working. So that is that essentially for us solves the issue.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Now we can see you. Yes.
Yes, I didn't know that was requested because I can't see anybody.
Don't worry. Yes, and also we got a question about the network of universities that it's being developed within the program. How a university, if university is interested to join this network to be part of a TCHI, how can they join? Is there any?
Send me an email or Jean-Luc. On the TCHI website there is a button to get in touch, and just send an email and say interested, and we get you on board.
Okay, very good. Simple as that. Okay, and just very last question, because if I'm not mistaken, I think there is somehow some links with NetTools platform. So could you please explain a little bit what are these links between TCHI and the modules that are being developed there and the NetTools platform?
Okay, the initial idea was to place all the online content of TCHI on the NetTools platform. But it doesn't work because the NetTools platform is built to be public. If you talk to universities, they don't want to have their courses public. They want students to enroll. They want to have fully control of exams, of attendance, all these things. You can't do that on NetTools. So we've decided to put on NetTools the publicly available materials. So there will be selected lectures. We'll just put public. There will be MOOCs we're developing. We have a collection of MOOCs from other programs, which we will all put in a TCHI dedicated area on NetTools. The other thing is that in lecturing, we'll also be using the tools from NetTools. So that is the link. It's not quite worked out the way we initially intended, and that is mostly attributed to the way universities run courses, a charge fee for online courses, and all these things.
Very good, clear. Thank you. And thank you so much, Robert. And just some few questions about the observatory, because we have seen that there are already 86 training programs, more than 250 materials. So I was wondering, you have mentioned that there is going to be an update in 2021. What is going to be updated? What's the scope of this update for the next year? Diana, Julia?
Julia, do you want to go with that?
Sure. So in 2021, we are redrafting a questionnaire that we want to send to more universities, more training entities that would have made themselves known to us. And we could then expand the number of trainings we are showing on our website, but also the type of trainings we are showing. Because what we realized, for example, is that we didn't have a specific category for professional trainings, which is really relevant in this field. And we would like to include this. Diana, I don't know if you want to add something on this.
Yeah, no, just to say that this is the first time we've tried to do this. So we've been through a process of, drafting questionnaires and talking to the relevant stakeholders. So we've learned from that process, and we've refined what we want to do. We've highlighted areas that we would like to explore further. So as part of the observatory, across all of the data streams that we're looking at, we are continuously updating and improving the quality of the data that sits behind the portal, so that we can add the most value. So this is part of that ongoing process.
Mm-hmm. Very good. And when you were mapping the different training offers, have you detected any gap? Have you detected that there is no training offer for a specific target group, for a specific level of education?
I think that we genuinely think there are gaps, but it's difficult to really pinpoint where they are until we have a full data set. Laurent, did you want to say?
Yes. Good morning, everyone.
Hello, Laurent.
I would say the main gap we've seen is, and also there are some questions about that, many of the courses are dealing for engineers or researchers. And so, and that's why FCH Go is so important, that we also have some materials for pupils to educate young people. And this, I would say, for me at least, has been the main gap we've seen through this first part of FCH Observatory. So now we are just welcoming everyone, having materials they want to share or just tell us about their lectures they're giving to also lower level than just university. And then we will be very welcome to put that on the website.
Very good, fantastic, Laurent. Thank you so much. I have a very last question for Olaf, because somebody's asking if there is a publicly accessible platform where deliverables, education materials, safety-related inputs, regulation codes and standards contribution are accessible, or is this platform developed in NetTools meant to be the platform?
Yes, thank Alberto. Yes, on the website you can access most of the materials we developed, and also the deliverables or reports. Also the database concerning Susanna, that means it's dealing with CFD codes, and also you find the links there for all other e-laboratories, whatever.
Very good. With this, I think we have covered most of the questions. So I would like to thank again all the speakers for their contribution and all the activities performed within the projects and in the context of the observatory. I hope everybody enjoyed the session, and we have time for a break-up. Thank you so much for your attention, and I hope you have a great day, the rest of the day ahead. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
The people I've met in Tokyo, Fukushima, and Nagoya told me about the vast potential of hydrogen in Japan. With such hopes for hydrogen, I wondered if it could help achieve the dream of sustainable mobility. Innovative people everywhere are driving the ambition of a clean, carbon-free future. I traveled to the Netherlands, in Delft near Rotterdam, to meet a group of passionate young students who've pioneered the hydrogen revolution in mobility. I had a moment to chat with the Forza team, a group of students who spent one full academic year working tirelessly on a pink, carbon-free hydrogen fuel cell race car. I talked to a few of them.
Alright, sounds good. Our primary goal, it goes back to our mission, which is to promote clean hydrogen technology in the transport sector. If you tone that down to kind of really why we're here, it's to race a car very fast around the track on hydrogen power.
And we race against petrol-powered cars, just normal cars, in order to show the potential that hydrogen has and the future that hydrogen has in front of it.
So who are they? Why do these students do what they do?
I just finished my bachelor's degree, but I think there are very few groups in the world that allow people of my age and experience to do what we're doing, to make a hydrogen race car within 1 year and to make it go around a track as fast as we do. It's really quite exciting stuff, and it's quite an honor to be able to be a part of this team. So that's a huge motivation.
We are a really motivated team. We are fascinated by technology. We all study it at the university here, and that makes it really, really exciting to work in this environment, because motivation of others motivates you, and getting the chance to work on a real project, full scale, is just a unique experience that just gets everyone super happy about it. Although there are ups and downs, of course. It's a hard and long year, but every one of us is making the best of it.
The question that kept coming back to me was, why hydrogen? Why use fuel cells in such a competitive field?
Hydrogen is something that's emerged in the past few years, and it's something that has a lot of potential.
Fuel cell technology can basically be applied to any kind of mobility. Like a race car really pushes the technology to its limits. If a fuel cell can work in a race car, it can work anywhere.
Fuel cell technology can have a wide range of applications, and I just really believe they can be widely used in the future for many, many types of applications.
The way they talked about fuel cells gave me the impression that there was some sort of higher purpose. I asked them if they felt like they were changing the world.
We're definitely putting some work into that. I mean, in the end, what we're contributing to is a much bigger vision, the electrification and the moving towards sustainable energies and sustainable technologies for the future. So in that sense, we are for sure contributing to such a vision for the future.
I think it is important that we do find an alternative to fossil fuels, and hydrogen, as I mentioned, it's becoming quite a possibility, but the only thing you can do is try. You have to try your best or else all is lost.
I was blown away by the drive and ambition of these students, the mindset of a new generation, the way they decided to take on the Goliath of climate change with their own hands. But race cars, or cars for that matter, aren't the only thing that need an update. In the US, a massive shift is on the way. In a country where retail and e-commerce are two huge pillars of the economy, change can be seen at different levels too. In warehouses where millions of items are stored, some companies have started using hydrogen fuel cell forklifts instead of gas or battery-powered alternatives. And hydrogen-fueled vans and trucks are already on the road, delivering your parcels to your door. In a way, fuel cells are powering a small revolution in logistics. The next step of my journey leads me to the United Kingdom. In Oxford, I met with Joe Bamford, an entrepreneur who put forward a vision powered by hydrogen technologies. His company is making thousands of buses across the UK to further the zero-emission ambition.
What's driving me on this is to think about the world and how do you get mass adoption of zero emissions. And for me, you get mass adoption of zero emissions when it costs the same, when it does the same, and when it's as easy to fill up. It shouldn't be anything special in reality. It should be just something we do as a matter of course. We think buses are a great place to start with hydrogen. There are 40,000 buses in the UK. Battery buses will do 60% of the distance of a diesel bus, so I would imagine 30% of the UK market will go hydrogen within the next 5 years.
Joe Bamford kept telling me about the real goal. Make it as easy as possible for the user.
When it comes to zero emission, there are two zero emission solutions, batteries and hydrogen. Why do I believe that hydrogen works better? Because it does everything that we have today. Hydrogen, we can make it as a wind farm, turn water into hydrogen, stick it on a truck, deliver it to a filling station, fill a car up in 5 minutes and off we go. It just works in quite the same manner, and I think it has to be very practical, these mass adoptions. Don't try and change too much, and human behavior is the most difficult thing to change.
Going even further, I found out about another use of fuel cells that is pushing this new reality into the realm of dreams. Beyond public transport or freight, innovation has changed the lives of a small crew.
Alors Energy Observer, c'est un véritable smart grid flottant qui représente un cercle vertueux de l'énergie, associant la production d'énergie renouvelable avec la consommation de ces énergies. On stocke quotidiennement nos énergies à travers nos batteries, mais on n'en a pas beaucoup pour être léger. Et l'hydrogène sur le long terme. L'hydrogène, c'est vraiment notre prolongateur d'autonomie, c'est le couteau suisse de ces énergies renouvelables que l'on produit quotidiennement.
This is Victorien Russard, the skipper of the Energy Observer, a vessel that launched in Saint-Malo, France in April 2017. It is the first in the world to both generate and be powered by hydrogen. Its expedition around the world provides durable solutions for energy transition.
On a joué un véritable rôle d'ambassadeur avec les médias, les industriels, les politiques et les citoyens. L'idée, c'est d'essayer d'équilibrer nos consommations énergétiques. Lorsqu'on n'a pas assez de vent, lorsqu'il fait nuit, lorsqu'il n'y a pas de soleil, on démarre notre pile à combustible qui nous permet d'aller partout autour du monde.
The crew chose hydrogen for its characteristics.
Pour moi, l'hydrogène est une solution d'avenir dans le sens où on peut stocker un maximum d'énergie dans un faible volume. Avec la mobilité des industriels sur cette production d'hydrogène et ce stockage et les différentes applications qui sont développées, je pense qu'on est sur la bonne voie.
In Wales, I spotted a unique, fierce-looking car. I met with its designer, Hugo Spowers. Hugo is a motorsport engineer who had a business designing and developing racing cars. But something always felt wrong.
And I got out of motor racing for environmental reasons, thinking that the only future for sustainable transport. Then I heard about fuel cells. And I realized that therein lay an opportunity for me because the technology existed, but we needed to build cars differently.
Hugo and his wife Fiona are the founders of the car company River Simple.
So it's not surprising that fuel cell vehicles are taking longer to come to market because it is so different to a combustion engine that it is much easier to design a car from a clean slate around the characteristics of hydrogen technology than it is to try and shoehorn the hydrogen technology into the sort of cars that we've optimized for the last 100 years around combustion engines.
I asked him the same question I asked the team at Forza. Why hydrogen?
I don't believe that there's anything that can be remotely as efficient as a hydrogen car for the sort of range to which we've become accustomed. So that's why we're developing hydrogen cars. And it wasn't until I came across fuel cell technology that I saw a sustainable powertrain on the horizon.
Hugo and his wife Fiona are dedicated to the idea of sustainable mobility.
Our purpose statement is to pursue systematically the elimination of environmental impact of personal transport. I'm very optimistic about the future of mobility. We think we're so far from a sustainable system at the moment. We need a quantum shift. I think we're going to see huge changes ahead of us, but those changes are now, I think, unstoppable.
Unstoppable. When mobility is responsible for such a large part of global carbon emissions, those changes can come fast enough. From a dedicated group of students in the Netherlands to industry experts in the UK, from buses to race cars and forklifts, initiatives everywhere are popping up as proof that transport can reinvent itself towards a new, cleaner mobility model. I really wonder if hydrogen could decarbonize other sectors too. People I've met in Tokyo, Fukushima and Nagoya told me about the vast potential of hydrogen in Japan. With such hopes for hydrogen, I wondered if it could help achieve the dream of sustainable mobility. Innovative people everywhere are driving the ambition of a clean, carbon-free future. I traveled to the Netherlands, in Delft near Rotterdam, to meet a group of passionate young students who've pioneered the hydrogen revolution in mobility. I had a moment to chat with the Forza team, a group of students who spent one full academic year working tirelessly on a pink, carbon-free hydrogen fuel cell race car. I talked to a few of them.
Alright, sounds good. Our primary goal, it goes back to our mission, which is to promote clean hydrogen technology in the transport sector. If you tone that down to kind of really why we're here, it's to race a car very fast around the track on hydrogen power.
And we race against petrol-powered cars, just normal cars, in order to show the potential that hydrogen has and the future that hydrogen has in front of it.
So who are they? Why do these students do what they do?
I just finished my bachelor's degree, but I think there are very few groups in the world that allow people of my age and experience to do what we're doing, to make a hydrogen race car within 1 year and to make it go around the track as fast as we do. It's really quite exciting stuff. And it's quite an honor to be able to be a part of this team. So that's a huge motivation.
We are a really motivated team. We are fascinated by technology. We all study it at the university here, and that makes it really, really exciting to work in this environment, because motivation of others motivates you, and getting the chance to work on a real project, full scale, is just a unique experience that just gets everyone super happy about it. Although there are ups and downs, of course. It's a hard and long year, but every one of us is making the best of it.
The question that kept coming back to me was, why hydrogen? Why use fuel cells in such a competitive field?
Hydrogen is something that's emerged in the past few years, and it's something that has a lot of potential.
Fuel cell technology can basically be applied to any kind of mobility. Like a race car really pushes the technology to its limits. If a fuel cell can work in a race car, it can work anywhere.
Fuel cell technology can have a wide range of applications, and I just really believe they can be widely used in the future for many, many types of applications.
The way they talked about fuel cells gave me the impression that there was some sort of higher purpose. I asked them if they felt like they were changing the world.
We're definitely putting some work into that. I mean, in the end, what we're contributing to is a much bigger vision, the electrification and the moving towards sustainable energies and sustainable technologies for the future. So in that sense, we are for sure contributing to such a vision for the future.
I think it is important that we do find an alternative to fossil fuels, and hydrogen, as I mentioned, it's becoming quite a possibility, but the only thing you can do is try. You have to try your best or else all is lost.
I was blown away by the drive and ambition of these students, the mindset of a new generation, the way they decided to take on the Goliath of climate change with their own hands. But race cars, or cars for that matter, aren't the only thing that need an update. In the US, a massive shift is on the way. In a country where retail and e-commerce are two huge pillars of the economy, change can be seen at different levels too. In warehouses where millions of items are stored, some companies have started using hydrogen fuel cell forklifts instead of gas or battery-powered alternatives. And hydrogen-fueled vans and trucks are already on the road, delivering your parcels to your door. In a way, fuel cells are powering a small revolution in logistics. The next step of my journey leads me to the United Kingdom. In Oxford, I met with Joe Bamford, an entrepreneur who put forward a vision powered by hydrogen technologies. His company is making thousands of buses across the UK to further the zero-emission ambition.
What's driving me on this is to think about the world and how do you get mass adoption of zero emissions. And for me, you get mass adoption of zero emissions when it costs the same, when it does the same, and when it's as easy to fill up. It shouldn't be anything special in reality. It should be just something we do as a matter of course. We think buses are a great place to start with hydrogen. There are 40,000 buses in the UK. Battery buses will do 60% of the distance of a diesel bus, so I would imagine 30% of the UK market will go hydrogen within the next 5 years.
Joe Bamford kept telling me about the real goal. Make it as easy as possible for the user.
When it comes to zero emission, there are two zero emission solutions, batteries and hydrogen. Why do I believe that hydrogen works better? Because it does everything that we have today. Hydrogen, we can make it at a wind farm, turn water into hydrogen, stick it on a truck, deliver it to a filling station, fill a car up in 5 minutes and off we go. It just works in quite the same manner, and I think it has to be very practical, these mass adoptions. Don't try and change too much, and human behavior is the most difficult thing to change.
Going even further, I found out about another use of fuel cells that is pushing this new reality into the realm of dreams. Beyond public transport or freight, innovation has changed the lives of a small crew.
Alors Energy Observer, c'est un véritable smart grid flottant qui représente un cercle vertueux de l'énergie, associant la production d'énergie renouvelable avec la consommation de ces énergies. On stocke quotidiennement nos énergies à travers nos batteries, mais on n'en a pas beaucoup pour être léger, et l'hydrogène sur le long terme. L'hydrogène, c'est vraiment notre prolongateur d'autonomie, c'est le couteau suisse de ces énergies renouvelables que l'on produit quotidiennement.
This is Victorien Erussard, the skipper of the Energy Observer, a vessel that launched in Saint-Malo, France in April 2017. It is the first in the world to both generate and be powered by hydrogen. Its expedition around the world provides durable solutions for energy transition.
On a joué un véritable rôle d'ambassadeur avec les médias, les industriels, les politiques et les citoyens. L'idée, c'est d'essayer d'équilibrer nos consommations énergétiques. Lorsqu'on n'a pas assez de vent, lorsqu'il fait nuit, lorsqu'il n'y a pas de soleil, on démarre notre pile à combustible qui nous permet d'aller partout autour du monde.
The crew chose hydrogen for its characteristics.
Pour moi, l'hydrogène est une solution d'avenir dans le sens où on peut stocker un maximum d'énergie dans un faible volume. Avec la mobilité des industriels sur cette production d'hydrogène et ce stockage et les différentes applications qui sont développées, je pense qu'on est sur la bonne voie.
In Wales, I spotted a unique, fierce-looking car. I met with its designer, Hugo Spowers. Hugo is a motorsport engineer who had a business designing and developing racing cars. But something always felt wrong.
And I got out of motor racing for environmental reasons, thinking that the only future for sustainable transport. Then I heard about fuel cells. And I realized that therein lay an opportunity for me because the technology existed, but we needed to build cars differently.
Hugo and his wife Fiona are the founders of the car company River Simple.
So it's not surprising that fuel cell vehicles are taking longer to come to market because it is so different to a combustion engine that it is much easier to design a car from a clean slate around the characteristics of hydrogen technology than it is to try and shoehorn the hydrogen technology into the sort of cars that we've optimized for the last 100 years around combustion engines.
I asked him the same question I asked the team at Forza. Why hydrogen?
I don't believe that there's anything that can be remotely as efficient as a hydrogen car for the sort of range to which we've become accustomed. So that's why we're developing hydrogen cars. And it wasn't until I came across fuel cell technology that I saw a sustainable powertrain on the horizon.
Hugo and his wife Fiona are dedicated to the idea of sustainable mobility.
Our purpose statement is to pursue systematically the elimination of environmental impact of personal transport. I'm very optimistic about the future of mobility. We think we're so far from a sustainable system at the moment. We need a quantum shift. I think we're going to see huge changes ahead of us. But those changes are now, I think, unstoppable.
Unstoppable. When mobility is responsible for such a large part of global carbon emissions, those changes can come fast enough. From a dedicated group of students in the Netherlands to industry experts in the UK, from buses to race cars and forklifts, initiatives everywhere are popping up as proof that transport can reinvent itself towards a new, cleaner mobility model. I really wonder if hydrogen could decarbonize other sectors too. People I've met in Tokyo, Fukushima and Nagoya told me about the vast potential of hydrogen in Japan. With such hopes for hydrogen, I wondered if it could help achieve the dream of sustainable mobility. Innovative people everywhere are driving the ambition of a clean, carbon-free future. I traveled to the Netherlands, in Delft near Rotterdam, to meet a group of passionate young students who've pioneered the hydrogen revolution in mobility. I had a moment to chat with the Forza team, a group of students who spent one full academic year working tirelessly on a pink, carbon-free hydrogen fuel cell race car. I talked to a few of them.
Alright, sounds good. Our primary goal, it goes back to our mission, which is to promote clean hydrogen technology in the transport sector. If you tone that down to kind of really why we're here, it's to race a car very fast around the track on hydrogen power.
And we race against petrol-powered cars, just normal cars, in order to show the potential that hydrogen has and the future that hydrogen has in front of it.
So who are they? Why do these students do what they do?
I just finished my bachelor's degree, but I think there are very few groups in the world that allow people of my age and experience to do what we're doing, to make a hydrogen race car within 1 year and to make it go around a track as fast as we do. It's really quite exciting stuff, and it's quite an honor to be able to be a part of this team. So that's a huge motivation.
We are a really motivated team. We are fascinated by technology. We all study it at the university here, and that makes it really, really exciting to work in this environment, because motivation of others motivates you, and getting the chance to work on a real project, full scale, is just a unique experience that just gets everyone super happy about it. Although there are ups and downs, of course. It's a hard and long year, but every one of us is making the best of it.
The question that kept coming back to me was, why hydrogen? Why use fuel cells in such a competitive field?
Hydrogen is something that's emerged in the past few years, and it's something that has a lot of potential.
Fuel cell technology can basically be applied to any kind of mobility. Like a race car really pushes the technology to its limits. If a fuel cell can work in a race car, it can work anywhere.
Fuel cell technology can have a wide range of applications, and I just really believe they can be widely used in the future for many, many types of applications.
The way they talked about fuel cells gave me the impression that there was some sort of higher purpose. I asked them if they felt like they were changing the world.
We're definitely putting some work into that. I mean, in the end, what we're contributing to is a much bigger vision, the electrification and the moving towards sustainable energies and sustainable technologies for the future. So in that sense, we are for sure contributing to such a vision for the future.
I think it is important that we do find an alternative to fossil fuels, and hydrogen, as I mentioned, it's becoming quite a possibility, but the only thing you can do is try. You have to try your best, or else all is lost.
I was blown away by the drive and ambition of these students, the mindset of a new generation, the way they decided to take on the Goliath of climate change with their own hands. But race cars, or cars for that matter, aren't the only thing that need an update. In the US, a massive shift is on the way. In a country where retail and e-commerce are two huge pillars of the economy, change can be seen at different levels too. In warehouses where millions of items are stored, some companies have started using hydrogen fuel cell forklifts instead of gas or battery-powered alternatives. And hydrogen-fueled vans and trucks are already on the road, delivering your parcels to your door. In a way, fuel cells are powering a small revolution in logistics. The next step of my journey leads me to the United Kingdom. In Oxford, I met with Joe Bamford, an entrepreneur who put forward a vision powered by hydrogen technologies. His company is making thousands of buses across the UK to further the zero-emission ambition.
What's driving me on this is to think about the world and how do you get mass adoption of zero emissions. And for me, you get mass adoption of zero emissions when it costs the same, when it does the same, and when it's as easy to fill up. It shouldn't be anything special in reality. It should be just something we do as a matter of course. We think buses are a great place to start with hydrogen. There are 40,000 buses in the UK. Battery buses will do 60% of the distance of a diesel bus, so I would imagine 30% of the UK market will go hydrogen within the next 5 years.
Joe Bamford kept telling me about the real goal. Make it as easy as possible for the user.
When it comes to zero emission, there are two zero emission solutions, batteries and hydrogen. Why do I believe that hydrogen works better? Because it does everything that we have today. Hydrogen, we can make it at a wind farm, turn water into hydrogen, stick it on a truck, deliver it to a filling station, fill a car up in 5 minutes and off we go. It just works in quite the same manner, and I think it has to be very practical, these mass adoptions. Don't try and change too much, and human behavior is the most difficult thing to change.
Going even further, I found out about another use of fuel cells that is pushing this new reality into the realm of dreams. Beyond public transport or freight, innovation has changed the lives of a small crew.
Alors Energy Observer, c'est un véritable smart grid flottant qui représente un cercle vertueux de l'énergie, associant la production d'énergie renouvelable avec la consommation de ces énergies. On stocke quotidiennement nos énergies à travers nos batteries, mais on n'en a pas beaucoup pour être léger. Et l'hydrogène sur le long terme. L'hydrogène, c'est vraiment notre prolongateur d'autonomie, c'est le couteau suisse de ces énergies renouvelables que l'on produit quotidiennement.
This is Victorien Erussard, the skipper of the Energy Observer, a vessel that launched in Saint-Malo, France in April 2017. It is the first in the world to both generate and be powered by hydrogen. Its expedition around the world provides durable solutions for energy transition.
On a joué un véritable rôle d'ambassadeur avec les médias, les industriels, les politiques et les citoyens. L'idée, c'est d'essayer d'équilibrer nos consommations énergétiques. Lorsqu'on n'a pas assez de vent, lorsqu'il fait nuit, lorsqu'il n'y a pas de soleil, on démarre notre pile à combustible qui nous permet d'aller partout autour du monde.
The crew chose hydrogen for its characteristics.
Pour moi, l'hydrogène est une solution d'avenir dans le sens où on peut stocker un maximum d'énergie dans un faible volume. Avec la mobilité des industriels sur cette production d'hydrogène et ce stockage et les différentes applications qui sont développées, je pense qu'on est sur la bonne voie.
In Wales, I spotted a unique, fierce-looking car. I met with its designer, Hugo Spowers. Hugo is a motorsport engineer who had a business designing and developing racing cars. But something always felt wrong.
And I got out of motor racing for environmental reasons, thinking that the only future for sustainable transport. Then I heard about fuel cells. And I realized that therein lay an opportunity for me because the technology existed, but we needed to build cars differently.
Hugo and his wife Fiona are the founders of the car company River Simple.
So it's not surprising that fuel cell vehicles are taking longer to come to market because it is so different to a combustion engine that it is much easier to design a car from a clean slate around the characteristics of hydrogen technology than it is to try and shoehorn the hydrogen technology into the sort of cars that we've optimized for the last 100 years around combustion engines.
I asked him the same question I asked the team at Forza. Why hydrogen?
I don't believe that there's anything that can be remotely as efficient as a hydrogen car for the sort of range to which we've become accustomed. So that's why we're developing hydrogen cars. And it wasn't until I came across fuel cell technology that I saw a sustainable powertrain on the horizon.
Hugo and his wife Fiona are dedicated to the idea of sustainable mobility.
Our purpose statement is to pursue systematically the elimination of environmental impact of personal transport. I'm very optimistic about the future of mobility. We think we're so far from a sustainable system at the moment. We need a quantum shift. I think we're going to see huge changes ahead of us. But those changes are now, I think, unstoppable.
Unstoppable. When mobility is responsible for such a large part of global carbon emissions, those changes can come fast enough. From a dedicated group of students in the Netherlands to industry experts in the UK, from buses to race cars and forklifts, initiatives everywhere are popping up as proof that transport can reinvent itself towards a new, cleaner mobility model. I really wonder if hydrogen could decarbonize other sectors too. People I've met in Tokyo, Fukushima and Nagoya told me about the vast potential of hydrogen in Japan. With such hopes for hydrogen, I wondered if it could help achieve the dream of sustainable mobility. Innovative people everywhere are driving the ambition of a clean, carbon-free future. I traveled to the Netherlands, in Delft near Rotterdam, to meet a group of passionate young students who've pioneered the hydrogen revolution in mobility. had a moment to chat with the Forza team, a group of students who spent one full academic year working tirelessly on a pink, carbon-free hydrogen fuel cell race car. I talked to a few of them.
Alright, sounds good. Our primary goal, it goes back to our mission, which is to promote clean hydrogen technology in the transport sector. If you tone that down to kind of really why we're here, it's to race a car very fast around the track on hydrogen power.
And we race against petrol-powered cars, just normal cars, in order to show the potential that hydrogen has and the future that hydrogen has in front of it.
So who are they? Why do these students do what they do?
I just finished my bachelor's degree, but I think there are very few groups in the world that allow people of my age and experience to do what we're doing, to make a hydrogen race car within 1 year and to make it go around the track as fast as we do. It's really quite exciting stuff, and it's quite an honor to be able to be a part of this team. So that's a huge motivation.
We are a really motivated team. We are fascinated by technology. We all study it at the university here, and that makes it really, really exciting to work in this environment, because motivation of others motivates you, and getting the chance to work on a real project, full scale, is just a unique experience that just gets everyone super happy about it. Although there are ups and downs, of course. It's a hard and long year, but every one of us is making the best of it.
The question that kept coming back to me was, why hydrogen? Why use fuel cells in such a competitive field?
Hydrogen is something that's emerged in the past few years, and it's something that has a lot of potential.
Fuel cell technology can basically be applied to any kind of mobility. Like a race car really pushes the technology to its limits. If a fuel cell can work in a race car, it can work anywhere.
Fuel cell technology can have a wide range of applications, and I just really believe they can be widely used in the future for many, many types of applications.
The way they talked about fuel cells gave me the impression that there was some sort of higher purpose. I asked them if they felt like they were changing the world.
We're definitely putting some work into that. I mean, in the end, what we're contributing to is a much bigger vision, the electrification and the moving towards sustainable energies and sustainable technologies for the future. So in that sense, we are for sure contributing to such a vision for the future.
I think it is important that we do find an alternative to fossil fuels, and hydrogen, as I mentioned, it's becoming quite a possibility, but the only thing you can do is try. You have to try your best, or else all is lost.
I was blown away by the drive and ambition of these students, the mindset of a new generation, the way they decided to take on the Goliath of climate change with their own hands. But race cars, or cars for that matter, aren't the only thing that need an update. In the US, a massive shift is on the way. In a country where retail and e-commerce are two huge pillars of the economy, change can be seen at different levels too. In warehouses where millions of items are stored, some companies have started using hydrogen fuel cell forklifts instead of gas or battery-powered alternatives. And hydrogen-fueled vans and trucks are already on the road, delivering your parcels to your door. In a way, fuel cells are powering a small revolution in logistics. The next step of my journey leads me to the United Kingdom. In Oxford, I met with Joe Bamford, an entrepreneur who put forward a vision powered by hydrogen technologies. His company is making thousands of buses across the UK to further the zero-emission ambition.
What's driving me on this is to think about the world and how do you get mass adoption of zero emissions. And for me, you get mass adoption of zero emissions when it costs the same, when it does the same, and when it's as easy to fill up. It shouldn't be anything special in reality. It should be just something we do as a matter of course. We think buses are a great place to start with hydrogen. There are 40,000 buses in the UK. Battery buses will do 60% of the distance of a diesel bus, so I would imagine 30% of the UK market will go hydrogen within the next 5 years.
Joe Bamford kept telling me about the real goal: make it as easy as possible for the user.
When it comes to zero emission, there are two zero emission solutions, batteries and hydrogen. Why do I believe that hydrogen works better? Because it does everything that we have today. Hydrogen, we can make it at a wind farm, turn water into hydrogen, stick it on a truck, deliver it to a filling station, fill a car up in 5 minutes and off we go. It just works in quite the same manner, and I think it has to be very practical, these mass adoptions. Don't try and change too much, and human behavior is the most difficult thing to change.
Going even further, I found out about another use of fuel cells that is pushing this new reality into the realm of dreams. Beyond public transport or freight, innovation has changed the lives of a small crew.
Alors Energy Observer, c'est un véritable smart grid flottant qui représente un cercle vertueux de l'énergie, associant la production d'énergie renouvelable avec la consommation de ces énergies. On stocke quotidiennement nos énergies à travers nos batteries, mais on n'en a pas beaucoup pour être léger, et l'hydrogène sur le long terme. L'hydrogène, c'est vraiment notre prolongateur d'autonomie, c'est le couteau suisse de ces énergies renouvelables que l'on produit quotidiennement.
This is Victorien Russard, the skipper of the Energy Observer, a vessel that launched in Saint-Malo, France in April 2017. It is the first in the world to both generate and be powered by hydrogen. Its expedition around the world provides durable solutions for energy transition.
On a joué un véritable rôle d'ambassadeur avec les médias, les industriels, les politiques et les citoyens. L'idée, c'est d'essayer d'équilibrer nos consommations énergétiques. Lorsqu'on n'a pas assez de vent, lorsqu'il fait nuit, lorsqu'il n'y a pas de soleil, on démarre notre pile à combustible qui nous permet d'aller partout autour du monde.
The crew chose hydrogen for its characteristics.
Pour moi, l'hydrogène est une solution d'avenir dans le sens où on peut stocker un maximum d'énergie dans un faible volume. Avec la mobilité des industriels sur cette production d'hydrogène et ce stockage et les différentes applications qui sont développées, je pense qu'on est sur la bonne voie.
In Wales, I spotted a unique, fierce-looking car. I met with its designer, Hugo Spowers. Hugo is a motorsport engineer who had a business designing and developing racing cars. But something always felt wrong.
And I got out of motor racing for environmental reasons, thinking that the only future for sustainable transport. Then I heard about fuel cells. And I realized that therein lay an opportunity for me because the technology existed, but we needed to build cars differently.
Hugo and his wife Fiona are the founders of the car company River Simple.
So it's not surprising that fuel cell vehicles are taking longer to come to market because it is so different to a combustion engine that it is much easier to design a car from a clean slate around the characteristics of hydrogen technology than it is to try and shoehorn the hydrogen technology into the sort of cars that we've optimized for the last 100 years around combustion engines.
I asked him the same question I asked the team at Forza. Why hydrogen?
I don't believe that there's anything that can be remotely as efficient as a hydrogen car for the sort of range to which we've become accustomed. So that's why we're developing hydrogen cars. And it wasn't until I came across fuel cell technology that I saw a sustainable powertrain on the horizon.
Hugo and his wife Fiona are dedicated to the idea of sustainable mobility.
Our purpose statement is to pursue systematically the elimination of environmental impact of personal transport. I'm very optimistic about the future of mobility. We think we're so far from a sustainable system at the moment. We need a quantum shift. I think we're going to see huge changes ahead of us, but those changes are now, I think, unstoppable.
Unstoppable. When mobility is responsible for such a large part of global carbon emissions, those changes can come fast enough. From a dedicated group of students in the Netherlands to industry experts in the UK, from buses to race cars and forklifts, initiatives everywhere are popping up as proof that transport can reinvent itself towards a new, cleaner mobility model. I really wonder if hydrogen could decarbonize other sectors too. people I've met in Tokyo, Fukushima and Nagoya told me about the vast potential of hydrogen in Japan. With such hopes for hydrogen, I wondered if it could help achieve the dream of sustainable mobility. Innovative people everywhere are driving the ambition of a clean, carbon-free future. I traveled to the Netherlands, in Delft near Rotterdam, to meet a group of passionate young students who've pioneered the hydrogen revolution in mobility. I had a moment to chat with the Forza team, a group of students who spent one full academic year working tirelessly on a pink, carbon-free hydrogen fuel cell race car. I talked to a few of them.
Alright, sounds good. Our primary goal, it goes back to our mission, which is to promote clean hydrogen technology in the transport sector. If you tone that down to kind of really why we're here, it's to race a car very fast around the track on hydrogen power.
And we race against petrol-powered cars, just normal cars, in order to show the potential that hydrogen has and the future that hydrogen has in front of it.
So who are they? Why do these students do what they do?
I just finished my bachelor's degree, but I think there are very few groups in the world that allow people of my age and experience to do what we're doing, to make a hydrogen race car within 1 year and to make it go around a track as fast as we do. It's really quite exciting stuff, and it's quite an honor to be able to be a part of this team. So that's a huge motivation.
We are a really motivated team. We are fascinated by technology. We all study it at the university here, and that makes it really, really exciting to work in this environment, because motivation of others motivates you, and getting the chance to work on a real project, full scale, is just a unique experience that just gets everyone super happy about it. Although there are ups and downs, of course. It's a hard and long year, but every one of us is making the best of it.
The question that kept coming back to me was, why hydrogen? Why use fuel cells in such a competitive field?
Hydrogen is something that's emerged in the past few years, and it's something that has a lot of potential.
Fuel cell technology can basically be applied to any kind of mobility. Like a race car really pushes the technology to its limits. If a fuel cell can work in a race car, it can work anywhere.
Fuel cell technology can have a wide range of applications, and I just really believe they can be widely used in the future for many, many types of applications.
The way they talked about fuel cells gave me the impression that there was some sort of higher purpose. I asked them if they felt like they were changing the world.
We're definitely putting some work into that. I mean, in the end, what we're contributing to is a much bigger vision, the electrification and the moving towards sustainable energies and sustainable technologies for the future. So in that sense, we are for sure contributing to such a vision for the future.
I think it is important that we do find an alternative to fossil fuels, and hydrogen, as I mentioned, it's becoming quite a possibility, but the only thing you can do is try. You have to try your best, or else all is lost.
I was blown away by the drive and ambition of these students, the mindset of a new generation, the way they decided to take on the Goliath of climate change with their own hands. But race cars, or cars for that matter, aren't the only thing that need an update. In the US, a massive shift is on the way. In a country where retail and e-commerce are two huge pillars of the economy, change can be seen at different levels too. In warehouses where millions of items are stored, some companies have started using hydrogen fuel cell forklifts instead of gas or battery-powered alternatives. And hydrogen-fueled vans and trucks are already on the road, delivering your parcels to your door. In a way, fuel cells are powering a small revolution in logistics. The next step of my journey leads me to the United Kingdom. In Oxford, I met with Joe Bamford, an entrepreneur who put forward a vision powered by hydrogen technologies. His company is making thousands of buses across the UK to further the zero-emission ambition.
What's driving me on this is to think about the world and how do you get mass adoption of zero emissions. And for me, you get mass adoption of zero emissions when it costs the same, when it does the same, and when it's as easy to fill up. It shouldn't be anything special in reality. It should be just something we do as a matter of course. We think buses are a great place to start with hydrogen. There are 40,000 buses in the UK. Battery buses will do 60% of the distance of a diesel bus, so I would imagine 30% of the UK market will go hydrogen within the next 5 years.
Joe Bamford kept telling me about the real goal. Make it as easy as possible for the user.
When it comes to zero emission, there are two zero emission solutions, batteries and hydrogen. Why do I believe that hydrogen works better? Because it does everything that we have today. Hydrogen, we can make it as a wind farm, turn water into hydrogen, stick it on a truck, deliver it to a filling station, fill a car up in 5 minutes and off we go. It just works in quite the same manner, and I think it has to be very practical, these mass adoptions. Don't try and change too much, and human behavior is the most difficult thing to change.
Going even further, I found out about another use of fuel cells that is pushing this new reality into the realm of dreams. Beyond public transport or freight, innovation has changed the lives of a small crew.
Alors Energy Observer, c'est un véritable smart grid flottant qui représente un cercle vertueux de l'énergie, associant la production d'énergie renouvelable avec la consommation de ces énergies. On stocke quotidiennement nos énergies à travers nos batteries, mais on n'en a pas beaucoup pour être léger. Et l'hydrogène sur le long terme. L'hydrogène, c'est vraiment notre prolongateur d'autonomie, c'est le couteau suisse de ces énergies renouvelables que l'on produit quotidiennement.
This is Victorien Erussard, the skipper of the Energy Observer, a vessel that launched in Saint-Malo, France in April 2017. It is the first in the world to both generate and be powered by hydrogen. Its expedition around the world provides durable solutions for energy transition.
On a joué un véritable rôle d'ambassadeur avec les médias, les industriels, les politiques et les citoyens. L'idée, c'est d'essayer d'équilibrer nos consommations énergétiques. Lorsqu'on n'a pas assez de vent, lorsqu'il fait nuit, lorsqu'il n'y a pas de soleil, on démarre notre pile à combustible qui nous permet d'aller partout autour du monde.
The crew chose hydrogen for its characteristics.
Pour moi, l'hydrogène est une solution d'avenir dans le sens où on peut stocker un maximum d'énergie dans un faible volume. Avec la mobilité des industriels sur cette production d'hydrogène et ce stockage et les différentes applications qui sont développées, je pense qu'on est sur la bonne voie.
In Wales, I spotted a unique, fierce-looking car. I met with its designer, Hugo Spowers. Hugo is a motorsport engineer who had a business designing and developing racing cars. But something always felt wrong.
And I got out of motor racing for environmental reasons, thinking that the only future for sustainable transport. Then I heard about fuel cells. And I realized that therein lay an opportunity for me because the technology existed, but we needed to build cars differently.
Hugo and his wife Fiona are the founders of the car company River Simple.
So it's not surprising that fuel cell vehicles are taking longer to come to market because it is so different to a combustion engine that it is much easier to design a car from a clean slate around the characteristics of hydrogen technology than it is to try and shoehorn the hydrogen technology into the sort of cars that we've optimized for the last 100 years around combustion engines.
I asked him the same question I asked the team at Forza. Why hydrogen?
I don't believe that there's anything that can be remotely as efficient as a hydrogen car for the sort of range to which we've become accustomed. So that's why we're developing hydrogen cars. And it wasn't until I came across fuel cell technology that I saw a sustainable powertrain on the horizon.
Hugo and his wife Fiona are dedicated to the idea of sustainable mobility.
Our purpose statement is to pursue systematically the elimination of environmental impact of personal transport. I'm very optimistic about the future of mobility. We think we're so far from a sustainable system at the moment. We need a quantum shift. I think we're going to see huge changes ahead of us. But those changes are now, I think, unstoppable.
Unstoppable. When mobility is responsible for such a large part of global carbon emissions, those changes can come fast enough. From a dedicated group of students in the Netherlands to industry experts in the UK, from buses to race cars and forklifts, initiatives everywhere are popping up as proof that transport can reinvent itself towards a new, cleaner mobility model. I really wonder if hydrogen could decarbonize other sectors too. People I've met in Tokyo, Fukushima and Nagoya told me about the vast potential of hydrogen in Japan. With such hopes for hydrogen, I wondered if it could help achieve the dream of sustainable mobility. Innovative people everywhere are driving the ambition of a clean, carbon-free future. I traveled to the Netherlands, in Delft near Rotterdam, to meet a group of passionate young students who've pioneered the hydrogen revolution in mobility. I had a moment to chat with the Forza team, a group of students who spent one full academic year working tirelessly on a pink, carbon-free hydrogen fuel cell race car. I talked to a few of them.
Alright, sounds good. Our primary goal, it goes back to our mission, which is to promote clean hydrogen technology in the transport sector. If you tone that down to kind of really why we're here, it's to race a car very fast around the track on hydrogen power.
And we race against petrol-powered cars, just normal cars, in order to show the potential that hydrogen has and the future that hydrogen has in front of it.
So who are they? Why do these students do what they do?
I just finished my bachelor's degree, but I think there are very few groups in the world that allow people of my age and experience to do what we're doing, to make a hydrogen race car within 1 year and to make it go around a track as fast as we do. It's really quite exciting stuff. And it's quite an honor to be able to be a part of this team. So that's a huge motivation.
We are a really motivated team. We are fascinated by technology. We all study it at the university here, and that makes it really, really exciting to work in this environment, because motivation of others motivates you, and getting the chance to work on a real project, full scale, is just a unique experience that just gets everyone super happy about it. Although there are ups and downs, of course. It's a hard and long year, but every one of us is making the best of it.
The question that kept coming back to me was, why hydrogen? Why use fuel cells in such a competitive field?
Hydrogen is something that's emerged in the past few years, and it's something that has a lot of potential.
Fuel cell technology can basically be applied to any kind of mobility. Like a race car really pushes the technology to its limits. If a fuel cell can work in a race car, it can work anywhere.
Fuel cell technology can have a wide range of applications, and I just really believe they can be widely used in the future for many, many types of applications.
The way they talked about fuel cells gave me the impression that there was some sort of higher purpose. I asked them if they felt like they were changing the world.
We're definitely putting some work into that. I mean, in the end, what we're contributing to is a much bigger vision, the electrification and the moving towards sustainable energies and sustainable technologies for the future. So in that sense, we are for sure contributing to such a vision for the future.
I think it is important that we do find an alternative to fossil fuels, and hydrogen, as I mentioned, it's becoming quite a possibility, but the only thing you can do is try. You have to try your best, or else all is lost.
I was blown away by the drive and ambition of these students, the mindset of a new generation, the way they decided to take on the Goliath of climate change with their own hands. But race cars, or cars for that matter, aren't the only thing that need an update. In the US, a massive shift is underway. In a country where retail and e-commerce are two huge pillars of the economy, change can be seen at different levels too. In warehouses where millions of items are stored, some companies have started using hydrogen fuel cell forklifts instead of gas or battery-powered alternatives. And hydrogen-fueled vans and trucks are already on the road, delivering your parcels to your door. In a way, fuel cells are powering a small revolution in logistics. The next step of my journey leads me to the United Kingdom. In Oxford, I met with Joe Bamford, an entrepreneur who put forward a vision powered by hydrogen technologies. His company is making thousands of buses across the UK to further the zero-emission ambition.
What's driving me on this is to think about the world and how do you get mass adoption of zero emissions. And for me, you get mass adoption of zero emissions when it costs the same, when it does the same, and when it's as easy to fill up. It shouldn't be anything special in reality. It should be just something we do as a matter of course. We think buses are a great place to start with hydrogen. There are 40,000 buses in the UK. Battery buses will do 60% of the distance of a diesel bus, so I would imagine 30% of the UK market will go hydrogen within the next 5 years.
Joe Bamford kept telling me about the real goal. Make it as easy as possible for the user.
When it comes to zero emission, there are two zero emission solutions, batteries and hydrogen. Why do I believe that hydrogen works better? Because it does everything that we have today. Hydrogen, we can make it at a wind farm, turn water into hydrogen, stick it on a truck, deliver it to a filling station, fill a car up in 5 minutes and off we go. It just works in quite the same manner, and I think it has to be very practical, these mass adoptions. Don't try and change too much, and human behavior is the most difficult thing to change.
Going even further, I found out about another use of fuel cells that is pushing this new reality into the realm of dreams. Beyond public transport or freight, innovation has changed the lives of a small crew.
Alors Energy Observer, c'est un véritable smart grid flottant qui représente un cercle vertueux de l'énergie, associant la production d'énergie renouvelable avec la consommation de ces énergies. On stocke quotidiennement nos énergies à travers nos batteries, mais on n'en a pas beaucoup pour être léger. Et l'hydrogène sur le long terme. L'hydrogène, c'est vraiment notre prolongateur d'autonomie, c'est le couteau suisse de ces énergies renouvelables que l'on produit quotidiennement.
This is Victorien Erussard, the skipper of the Energy Observer, a vessel that launched in Saint-Malo, France in April 2017. It is the first in the world to both generate and be powered by hydrogen. Its expedition around the world provides durable solutions for energy transition.
On a joué un véritable rôle d'ambassadeur avec les médias, les industriels, les politiques et les citoyens. L'idée, c'est d'essayer d'équilibrer nos consommations énergétiques. Lorsqu'on n'a pas assez de vent, lorsqu'il fait nuit, lorsqu'il n'y a pas de soleil, on démarre notre pile à combustible qui nous permet d'aller partout autour du monde.
The crew chose hydrogen for its characteristics.
Pour moi, l'hydrogène est une solution d'avenir dans le sens où on peut stocker un maximum d'énergie dans un faible volume. Avec la mobilité des industriels sur cette production d'hydrogène et ce stockage et les différentes applications qui sont développées, je pense qu'on est sur la bonne voie.
In Wales, I spotted a unique, fierce-looking car. I met with its designer, Hugo Spowers. Hugo is a motorsport engineer who had a business designing and developing racing cars. But something always felt wrong.
And I got out of motor racing for environmental reasons, thinking that the only future for sustainable transport. Then I heard about fuel cells. And I realized that therein lay an opportunity for me because the technology existed, but we needed to build cars differently.
Hugo and his wife Fiona are the founders of the car company River Simple.
So it's not surprising that fuel cell vehicles are taking longer to come to market because it is so different to a combustion engine that it is much easier to design a car from a clean slate around the characteristics of hydrogen technology than it is to try and shoehorn the hydrogen technology into the sort of cars that we've optimized for the last 100 years around combustion engines.
I asked him the same question I asked the team at Forza. Why hydrogen?
I don't believe that there's anything that can be remotely as efficient as a hydrogen car for the sort of range to which we've become accustomed. So that's why we're developing hydrogen cars. And it wasn't until I came across fuel cell technology that I saw a sustainable powertrain on the horizon.
Hugo and his wife Fiona are dedicated to the idea of sustainable mobility.
Our purpose statement is to pursue systematically the elimination of environmental impact of personal transport. I'm very optimistic about the future of mobility. We think we're so far from a sustainable system at the moment. We need a quantum shift. I think we're going to see huge changes ahead of us. But those changes are now, I think, unstoppable.
Unstoppable. When mobility is responsible for such a large part of global carbon emissions, those changes can come fast enough. From a dedicated group of students in the Netherlands to industry experts in the UK, from buses to race cars and forklifts, initiatives everywhere are popping up as proof that transport can reinvent itself towards a new, cleaner mobility model. I really wonder if hydrogen could decarbonize other sectors too. People I've met in Tokyo, Fukushima and Nagoya told me about the vast potential of hydrogen in Japan. With such hopes for hydrogen, I wondered if it could help achieve the dream of sustainable mobility. Innovative people everywhere are driving the ambition of a clean, carbon-free future. I traveled to the Netherlands, in Delft near Rotterdam, to meet a group of passionate young students who've pioneered the hydrogen revolution in mobility. I had a moment to chat with the Forza team, a group of students who spent one full academic year working tirelessly on a pink, carbon-free hydrogen fuel cell race car. I talked to a few of them.
Alright, sounds good. Our primary goal, it goes back to our mission, which is to promote clean hydrogen technology in the transport sector. If you tone that down to kind of really why we're here, it's to race a car very fast around the track on hydrogen power.
And we race against petrol-powered cars, just normal cars, in order to show the potential that hydrogen has and the future that hydrogen has in front of it.
So who are they? Why do these students do what they do?
I just finished my bachelor's degree, but I think there are very few groups in the world that allow people of my age and experience to do what we're doing, to make a hydrogen race car within 1 year and to make it go around a track as fast as we do. It's really quite exciting stuff, and it's quite an honor to be able to be a part of this team. So that's a huge motivation.
We are a really motivated team. We are fascinated by technology. We all study it at the university here, and that makes it really, really exciting to work in this environment, because motivation of others motivates you, and getting the chance to work on a real project, full scale, is just a unique experience that just gets everyone super happy about it. Although there are ups and downs, of course. It's a hard and long year, but every one of us is making the best of it.
The question that kept coming back to me was, why hydrogen? Why use fuel cells in such a competitive field?
Hydrogen is something that's emerged in the past few years, and it's something that has a lot of potential.
Fuel cell technology can basically be applied to any kind of mobility. Like a race car really pushes the technology to its limits. If a fuel cell can work in a race car, it can work anywhere.
Fuel cell technology can have a wide range of applications, and I just really believe they can be widely used in the future for many, many types of applications.
The way they talked about fuel cells gave me the impression that there was some sort of higher purpose. I asked them if they felt like they were changing the world.
We're definitely putting some work into that. I mean, in the end, what we're contributing to is a much bigger vision, the electrification and the moving towards sustainable energies and sustainable technologies for the future. So in that sense, we are for sure contributing to such a vision for the future.
I think it is important that we do find an alternative to fossil fuels, and hydrogen, as I mentioned, it's becoming quite a possibility, but the only thing you can do is try. You have to try your best or else all is lost.
I was blown away by the drive and ambition of these students, the mindset of a new generation, the way they decided to take on the Goliath of climate change with their own hands. But race cars, or cars for that matter, aren't the only thing that need an update. In the US, a massive shift is on the way. In a country where retail and e-commerce are two huge pillars of the economy, change can be seen at different levels too. In warehouses where millions of items are stored, some companies have started using hydrogen fuel cell forklifts instead of gas or battery-powered alternatives. And hydrogen-fueled vans and trucks are already on the road, delivering your parcels to your door. In a way, fuel cells are powering a small revolution in logistics. The next step of my journey leads me to the United Kingdom. In Oxford, I met with Joe Bamford, an entrepreneur who put forward a vision powered by hydrogen technologies. His company is making thousands of buses across the UK to further the zero-emission ambition.
What's driving me on this is to think about the world and how do you get mass adoption of zero emissions. And for me, you get mass adoption of zero emissions when it costs the same, when it does the same, and when it's as easy to fill up. It shouldn't be anything special in reality. It should be just something we do as a matter of course. We think buses are a great place to start with hydrogen. There are 40,000 buses in the UK. Battery buses will do 60% of the distance of a diesel bus, so I would imagine 30% of the UK market will go hydrogen within the next 5 years.
Joe Bamford kept telling me about the real goal. Make it as easy as possible for the user.
When it comes to zero emission, there are two zero emission solutions, batteries and hydrogen. Why do I believe that hydrogen works better? Because it does everything that we have today. Hydrogen, we can make it as a wind farm, turn water into hydrogen, stick it on a truck, deliver it to a filling station, fill a car up in 5 minutes and off we go. It just works in quite the same manner, and I think it has to be very practical, these mass adoptions. Don't try and change too much, and human behavior is the most difficult thing to change.
Going even further, I found out about another use of fuel cells that is pushing this new reality into the realm of dreams. Beyond public transport or freight, innovation has changed the lives of a small crew.
Alors Energy Observer, c'est un véritable smart grid flottant qui représente un cercle vertueux de l'énergie, associant la production d'énergie renouvelable avec la consommation de ces énergies. On stocke quotidiennement nos énergies à travers nos batteries, mais on n'en a pas beaucoup pour être léger. Et l'hydrogène sur le long terme. L'hydrogène, c'est vraiment notre prolongateur d'autonomie, c'est le couteau suisse de ces énergies renouvelables que l'on produit quotidiennement.
This is Victorien Russard, the skipper of the Energy Observer, a vessel that launched in Saint-Malo, France in April 2017. It is the first in the world to both generate and be powered by hydrogen. Its expedition around the world provides durable solutions for energy transition.
On a joué un véritable rôle d'ambassadeur avec les médias, les industriels, les politiques et les citoyens. L'idée, c'est d'essayer d'équilibrer nos consommations énergétiques. Lorsqu'on n'a pas assez de vent, lorsqu'il fait nuit, lorsqu'il n'y a pas de soleil, on démarre notre pile à combustible qui nous permet d'aller partout autour du monde.
The crew chose hydrogen for its characteristics.
Pour moi, l'hydrogène est une solution d'avenir dans le sens où on peut stocker un maximum d'énergie dans un faible volume. Avec la mobilité des industriels sur cette production d'hydrogène et ce stockage et les différentes applications qui sont développées, je pense qu'on est sur la bonne voie.
In Wales, I spotted a unique, fierce-looking car. I met with its designer, Hugo Spowers. Hugo is a motorsport engineer who had a business designing and developing racing cars, but something always felt wrong.
And I got out of motor racing for environmental reasons, thinking that the only future for sustainable transport. Then I heard about fuel cells, and I realized that therein lay an opportunity for me because the technology existed, but we needed to build cars differently.
Hugo and his wife Fiona are the founders of the car company River Simple.
So it's not surprising that fuel cell vehicles are taking longer to come to market because it is so different to a combustion engine that it is much easier to design a car from a clean slate around the characteristics of hydrogen technology than it is to try and shoehorn the hydrogen technology into the sort of cars that we've optimized for the last 100 years around combustion engines.
I asked him the same question I asked the team at Forza. Why hydrogen?
I don't believe that there's anything that can be remotely as efficient as a hydrogen car for the sort of range to which we've become accustomed. So that's why we're developing hydrogen cars. And it wasn't until I came across fuel cell technology that I saw a sustainable powertrain on the horizon.
Hugo and his wife Fiona are dedicated to the idea of sustainable mobility.
Our purpose statement is to pursue systematically the elimination of environmental impact of personal transport. I'm very optimistic about the future of mobility. We think we're so far from a sustainable system at the moment. We need a quantum shift. I think we're going to see huge changes ahead of us, but those changes are now, I think, unstoppable.
Unstoppable. When mobility is responsible for such a large part of global carbon emissions, those changes can come fast enough. From a dedicated group of students in the Netherlands to industry experts in the UK, from buses to race cars and forklifts, initiatives everywhere are popping up as proof that transport can reinvent itself towards a new, cleaner mobility model. I really wonder if hydrogen could decarbonize other sectors too. People I've met in Tokyo, Fukushima and Nagoya told me about the vast potential of hydrogen in Japan. With such hopes for hydrogen, I wondered if it could help achieve the dream of sustainable mobility. Innovative people everywhere are driving the ambition of a clean, carbon-free future. I traveled to the Netherlands, in Delft near Rotterdam, to meet a group of passionate young students who've pioneered the hydrogen revolution in mobility. I had a moment to chat with the Forza team, a group of students who spent one full academic year working tirelessly on a pink, carbon-free hydrogen fuel cell race car. I talked to a few of them.
Alright, sounds good. Our primary goal, it goes back to our mission, which is to promote clean hydrogen technology in the transport sector. If you tone that down to kind of really why we're here, it's to race a car very fast around the track on hydrogen power.
And we race against petrol-powered cars, just normal cars, in order to show the potential that hydrogen has and the future that hydrogen has in front of it.
So who are they? Why do these students do what they do?
I just finished my bachelor's degree, but I think there are very few groups in the world that allow people of my age and experience to do what we're doing, to make a hydrogen race car within 1 year and to make it go around a track as fast as we do. It's really quite exciting stuff, and it's quite an honor to be able to be a part of this team. So that's a huge motivation.
We are a really motivated team. We are fascinated by technology. We all study it at the university here, and that makes it really, really exciting to work in this environment, because motivation of others motivates you, and getting the chance to work on a real project full scale is just a unique experience that just gets everyone super happy about it. Although there are ups and downs, of course. It's a hard and long year, but every one of us is making the best of it.
The question that kept coming back to me was, why hydrogen? Why use fuel cells in such a competitive field?
Hydrogen is something that's emerged in the past few years, and it's something that has a lot of potential.
Fuel cell technology can basically be applied to any kind of mobility. Like a race car really pushes the technology to its limits. If a fuel cell can work in a race car, it can work anywhere.
Fuel cell technology can have a wide range of applications, and I just really believe they can be widely used in the future for many, many types of applications.
The way they talked about fuel cells gave me the impression that there was some sort of higher purpose. I asked them if they felt like they were changing the world.
We're definitely putting some work into that. I mean, in the end, what we're contributing to is a much bigger vision, the electrification and the moving towards sustainable energies and sustainable technologies for the future. So in that sense, we are for sure contributing to such a vision for the future.
I think it is important that we do find an alternative to fossil fuels, and hydrogen, as I mentioned, it's becoming quite a possibility, but the only thing you can do is try. You have to try your best or else all is lost.
I was blown away by the drive and ambition of these students, the mindset of a new generation, the way they decided to take on the Goliath of climate change with their own hands. But race cars, or cars for that matter, aren't the only thing that need an update. In the US, a massive shift is on the way. In a country where retail and e-commerce are two huge pillars of the economy, change can be seen at different levels too. In warehouses where millions of items are stored, some companies have started using hydrogen fuel cell forklifts instead of gas or battery-powered alternatives. And hydrogen-fueled vans and trucks are already on the road, delivering your parcels to your door. In a way, fuel cells are powering a small revolution in logistics. The next step of my journey leads me to the United Kingdom. In Oxford, I met with Joe Bamford, an entrepreneur who put forward a vision powered by hydrogen technologies. His company is making thousands of buses across the UK to further the zero-emission ambition.
What's driving me on this is to think about the world and how do you get mass adoption of zero emissions. And for me, you get mass adoption of zero emissions when it costs the same, when it does the same, and when it's as easy to fill up. It shouldn't be anything special in reality. It should be just something we do as a matter of course. We think buses are a great place to start with hydrogen. There are 40,000 buses in the UK. Battery buses will do 60% of the distance of a diesel bus, so I would imagine 30% of the UK market will go hydrogen within the next 5 years.
Joe Bamford kept telling me about the real goal. Make it as easy as possible for the user.
When it comes to zero emission, there are two zero emission solutions, batteries and hydrogen. Why do I believe that hydrogen works better? Because it does everything that we have today. Hydrogen, we can make it at a wind farm, turn water into hydrogen, stick it on a truck, deliver it to a filling station, fill a car up in 5 minutes, and off we go. It just works in quite the same manner, and I think it has to be very practical, these mass adoptions. Don't try and change too much, and human behavior is the most difficult thing to change.
Going even further, I found out about another use of fuel cells that is pushing this new reality into the realm of dreams. Beyond public transport or freight, innovation has changed the lives of a small crew.
Alors Energy Observer, c'est un véritable smart grid flottant qui représente un cercle vertueux de l'énergie, associant la production d'énergie renouvelable avec la consommation de ces énergies. On stocke quotidiennement nos énergies à travers nos batteries, mais on n'en a pas beaucoup pour être léger. Et l'hydrogène sur le long terme. L'hydrogène, c'est vraiment notre prolongateur d'autonomie, c'est le couteau suisse de ces énergies renouvelables que l'on produit quotidiennement.
This is Victorien Russard, the skipper of the Energy Observer, a vessel that launched in Saint-Malo, France in April 2017. It is the first in the world to both generate and be powered by hydrogen. Its expedition around the world provides durable solutions for energy transition.
On a joué un véritable rôle d'ambassadeur avec les médias, les industriels, les politiques et les citoyens. L'idée, c'est d'essayer d'équilibrer nos consommations énergétiques. Lorsqu'on n'a pas assez de vent, lorsqu'il fait nuit, lorsqu'il n'y a pas de soleil, on démarre notre pile à combustible qui nous permet d'aller partout autour du monde.
The crew chose hydrogen for its characteristics.
Pour moi, l'hydrogène est une solution d'avenir dans le sens où on peut stocker un maximum d'énergie dans un faible volume. Avec la mobilité des industriels sur cette production d'hydrogène et ce stockage et les différentes applications qui sont développées, je pense qu'on est sur la bonne voie.
In Wales, I spotted a unique, fierce-looking car. I met with its designer, Hugo Spowers. Hugo is a motorsport engineer who had a business designing and developing racing cars. But something always felt wrong.
And I got out of motor racing for environmental reasons, thinking that the only future for sustainable transport. Then I heard about fuel cells. And I realized that therein lay an opportunity for me because the technology existed, but we needed to build cars differently.
Hugo and his wife Fiona are the founders of the car company River Simple.
So it's not surprising that fuel cell vehicles are taking longer to come to market because it is so different to a combustion engine that it is much easier to design a car from a clean slate around the characteristics of hydrogen technology than it is to try and shoehorn the hydrogen technology into the sort of cars that we've optimized for the last 100 years around combustion engines.
I asked him the same question I asked the team at Forza. Why hydrogen?
I don't believe that there's anything that can be remotely as efficient as a hydrogen car for the sort of range to which we've become accustomed. So that's why we're developing hydrogen cars. And it wasn't until I came across fuel cell technology that I saw a sustainable powertrain on the horizon.
Hugo and his wife Fiona are dedicated to the idea of sustainable mobility.
Our purpose statement is to pursue systematically the elimination of environmental impact of personal transport. I'm very optimistic about the future of mobility. We think we're so far from a sustainable system at the moment. We need a quantum shift. I think we're going to see huge changes ahead of us, but those changes are now, I think, unstoppable.
Unstoppable. When mobility is responsible for such a large part of global carbon emissions, those changes can come fast enough. From a dedicated group of students in the Netherlands to industry experts in the UK, from buses to race cars and forklifts, initiatives everywhere are popping up as proof that transport can reinvent itself towards a new, cleaner mobility model. I really wonder if hydrogen could decarbonize other sectors too. People I've met in Tokyo, Fukushima and Nagoya told me about the vast potential of hydrogen in Japan. With such hopes for hydrogen, I wondered if it could help achieve the dream of sustainable mobility. Innovative people everywhere are driving the ambition of a clean, carbon-free future. I traveled to the Netherlands, in Delft near Rotterdam, to meet a group of passionate young students who've pioneered the hydrogen revolution in mobility. I had a moment to chat with the Forza team, a group of students who spent one full academic year working tirelessly on a pink, carbon-free hydrogen fuel cell race car. I talked to a few of them.
Alright, sounds good. Our primary goal, it goes back to our mission, which is to promote clean hydrogen technology in the transport sector. If you tone that down to kind of really why we're here, it's to race a car very fast around the track on hydrogen power.
And we race against petrol-powered cars, just normal cars, in order to show the potential that hydrogen has and the future that hydrogen has in front of it.
So who are they? Why do these students do what they do?
I just finished my bachelor's degree, but I think there are very few groups in the world that allow people of my age and experience to do what we're doing, to make a hydrogen race car within 1 year and to make it go around a track as fast as we do. It's really quite exciting stuff, and it's quite an honor to be able to be a part of this team. So that's a huge motivation.
We are a really motivated team. We are fascinated by technology. We all study it at the university here, and that makes it really, really exciting to work in this environment, because motivation of others motivates you, and getting the chance to work on a real project, full scale, is just a unique experience that just gets everyone super happy about it. Although there are ups and downs, of course. It's a hard and long year, but every one of us is making the best of it.
The question that kept coming back to me was, why hydrogen? Why use fuel cells in such a competitive field?
Hydrogen is something that's emerged in the past few years, and it's something that has a lot of potential.
Fuel cell technology can basically be applied to any kind of mobility. Like a race car really pushes the technology to its limits. If a fuel cell can work in a race car, it can work anywhere.
Fuel cell technology can have a wide range of applications, and I just really believe they can be widely used in the future for many, many types of applications.
The way they talked about fuel cells gave me the impression that there was some sort of higher purpose. I asked them if they felt like they were changing the world.
We're definitely putting some work into that. I mean, in the end, what we're contributing to is a much bigger vision, the electrification and the moving towards sustainable energies and sustainable technologies for the future. So in that sense, we are for sure contributing to such a vision for the future.
I think it is important that we do find an alternative to fossil fuels, and hydrogen, as I mentioned, it's becoming quite a possibility, but the only thing you can do is try. You have to try your best, or else all is lost.
I was blown away by the drive and ambition of these students, the mindset of a new generation, the way they decided to take on the Goliath of climate change with their own hands. But race cars, or cars for that matter, aren't the only thing that need an update. In the US, a massive shift is on the way. In a country where retail and e-commerce are two huge pillars of the economy, change can be seen at different levels too. In warehouses where millions of items are stored, some companies have started using hydrogen fuel cell forklifts instead of gas or battery-powered alternatives. And hydrogen-fueled vans and trucks are already on the road, delivering your parcels to your door. In a way, fuel cells are powering a small revolution in logistics. The next step of my journey leads me to the United Kingdom. In Oxford, I met with Joe Bamford, an entrepreneur who put forward a vision powered by hydrogen technologies. His company is making thousands of buses across the UK to further the zero-emission ambition.
What's driving me on this is to think about the world and how do you get mass adoption of zero emissions. And for me, you get mass adoption of zero emissions when it costs the same, when it does the same, and when it's as easy to fill up. It shouldn't be anything special in reality. It should be just something we do as a matter of course. We think buses are a great place to start with hydrogen. There are 40,000 buses in the UK. Battery buses will do 60% of the distance of a diesel bus, so I would imagine 30% of the UK market will go hydrogen within the next 5 years.
Joe Bamford kept telling me about the real goal. Make it as easy as possible for the user.
When it comes to zero emission, there are two zero emission solutions, batteries and hydrogen. Why do I believe that hydrogen works better? Because it does everything that we have today. Hydrogen, we can make it at a wind farm, turn water into hydrogen, stick it on a truck, deliver it to a filling station, fill a car up in 5 minutes, and off we go. It just works in quite the same manner, and I think it has to be very practical, these mass adoptions. Don't try and change too much, and human behavior is the most difficult thing to change.
Going even further, I found out about another use of fuel cells that is pushing this new reality into the realm of dreams. Beyond public transport or freight, innovation has changed the lives of a small crew.
Alors Energy Observer, c'est un véritable smart grid flottant qui représente un cercle vertueux de l'énergie, associant la production d'énergie renouvelable avec la consommation de ces énergies. On stocke quotidiennement nos énergies à travers nos batteries, mais on n'en a pas beaucoup pour être léger, et l'hydrogène sur le long terme. L'hydrogène, c'est vraiment notre prolongateur d'autonomie, c'est le couteau suisse de ces énergies renouvelables que l'on produit quotidiennement.
This is Victorien Russard, the skipper of the Energy Observer, a vessel that launched in Saint-Malo, France in April 2017. It is the first in the world to both generate and be powered by hydrogen. Its expedition around the world provides durable solutions for energy transition.
On a joué un véritable rôle d'ambassadeur avec les médias, les industriels, les politiques et les citoyens. L'idée, c'est d'essayer d'équilibrer nos consommations énergétiques. Lorsqu'on n'a pas assez de vent, lorsqu'il fait nuit, lorsqu'il n'y a pas de soleil, on démarre notre pile à combustible qui nous permet d'aller partout autour du monde.
The crew chose hydrogen for its characteristics.
Pour moi, l'hydrogène est une solution d'avenir dans le sens où on peut stocker un maximum d'énergie dans un faible volume. Avec la mobilité des industriels sur cette production d'hydrogène et ce stockage et les différentes applications qui sont développées, je pense qu'on est sur la bonne voie.
In Wales, I spotted a unique, fierce-looking car. I met with its designer, Hugo Spowers. Hugo is a motorsport engineer who had a business designing and developing racing cars. But something always felt wrong.
And I got out of motor racing for environmental reasons, thinking that the only future for sustainable transport. Then I heard about fuel cells. And I realized that therein lay an opportunity for me because the technology existed, but we needed to build cars differently.
Hugo and his wife Fiona are the founders of the car company River Simple.
So it's not surprising that fuel cell vehicles are taking longer to come to market because it is so different to a combustion engine that it is much easier to design a car from a clean slate around the characteristics of hydrogen technology than it is to try and shoehorn the hydrogen technology into the sort of cars that we've optimized for the last 100 years around combustion engines.
I asked him the same question I asked the team at Forza. Why hydrogen?
I don't believe that there's anything that can be remotely as efficient as a hydrogen car for the sort of range to which we've become accustomed. So that's why we're developing hydrogen cars. And it wasn't until I came across fuel cell technology that I saw a sustainable powertrain on the horizon.
Hugo and his wife Fiona are dedicated to the idea of sustainable mobility.
Our purpose statement is to pursue systematically the elimination of environmental impact of personal transport. I'm very optimistic about the future of mobility. We think we're so far from a sustainable system at the moment. We need a quantum shift. I think we're going to see huge changes ahead of us, but those changes are now, I think, unstoppable.
Unstoppable. When mobility is responsible for such a large part of global carbon emissions, those changes can come fast enough. From a dedicated group of students in the Netherlands to industry experts in the UK, from buses to race cars and forklifts, initiatives everywhere are popping up as proof that transport can reinvent itself towards a new, cleaner mobility model. I really wonder if hydrogen could decarbonize other sectors too. People I've met in Tokyo, Fukushima and Nagoya told me about the vast potential of hydrogen in Japan. With such hopes for hydrogen, I wondered if it could help achieve the dream of sustainable mobility. Innovative people everywhere are driving the ambition of a clean, carbon-free future. I traveled to the Netherlands, in Delft near Rotterdam, to meet a group of passionate young students who've pioneered the hydrogen revolution in mobility. I had a moment to chat with the Forza team, a group of students who spent one full academic year working tirelessly on a pink, carbon-free hydrogen fuel cell race car. I talked to a few of them.
Alright, sounds good. Our primary goal, it goes back to our mission, which is to promote clean hydrogen technology in the transport sector. If you tone that down to kind of really why we're here, it's to race a car very fast around the track on hydrogen power.
And we race against petrol-powered cars, just normal cars, in order to show the potential that hydrogen has and the future that hydrogen has in front of it.
So who are they? Why do these students do what they do?
I just finished my bachelor's degree, but I think there are very few groups in the world that allow people of my age and experience to do what we're doing, to make a hydrogen race car within 1 year and to make it go around a track as fast as we do. It's really quite exciting stuff, and it's quite an honor to be able to be a part of this team. So that's a huge motivation.
We are a really motivated team. We are fascinated by technology. We all study it at the university here, and that makes it really, really exciting to work in this environment, because motivation of others motivates you, and getting the chance to work on a real project, full scale, is just a unique experience that just gets everyone super happy about it. Although there are ups and downs, of course. It's a hard and long year, but every one of us is making the best of it.
The question that kept coming back to me was, why hydrogen? Why use fuel cells in such a competitive field?
Hydrogen is something that's emerged in the past few years, and it's something that has a lot of potential.
Fuel cell technology can basically be applied to any kind of mobility. Like a race car really pushes the technology to its limits. If a fuel cell can work in a race car, it can work anywhere.
Fuel cell technology can have a wide range of applications, and I just really believe they can be widely used in the future for many, many types of applications.
The way they talked about fuel cells gave me the impression that there was some sort of higher purpose. I asked them if they felt like they were changing the world.
We're definitely putting some work into that. I mean, in the end, what we're contributing to is a much bigger vision, the electrification and the moving towards sustainable energies and sustainable technologies for the future. So in that sense, we are for sure contributing to such a vision for the future.
I think it is important that we do find an alternative to fossil fuels, and hydrogen, as I mentioned, it's becoming quite a possibility, but the only thing you can do is try. You have to try your best, or else all is lost.
I was blown away by the drive and ambition of these students, the mindset of a new generation, the way they decided to take on the Goliath of climate change with their own hands. But race cars, or cars for that matter, aren't the only thing that need an update. In the US, a massive shift is on the way. In a country where retail and e-commerce are two huge pillars of the economy, change can be seen at different levels too. In warehouses where millions of items are stored, some companies have started using hydrogen fuel cell forklifts instead of gas or battery-powered alternatives. And hydrogen-fueled vans and trucks are already on the road, delivering your parcels to your door. In a way, fuel cells are powering a small revolution in logistics. The next step of my journey leads me to the United Kingdom. In Oxford, I met with Joe Bamford, an entrepreneur who put forward a vision powered by hydrogen technologies. His company is making thousands of buses across the UK to further the zero-emission ambition.
What's driving me on this is to think about the world and how do you get mass adoption of zero emissions. And for me, you get mass adoption of zero emissions when it costs the same, when it does the same, and when it's as easy to fill up It shouldn't be anything special in reality. It should be just something we do as a matter of course. We think buses are a great place to start with hydrogen. There are 40,000 buses in the UK. Battery buses will do 60% of the distance of a diesel bus, so I would imagine 30% of the UK market will go hydrogen within the next 5 years.
Joe Bamford kept telling me about the real goal. Make it as easy as possible for the user.
When it comes to zero emission, there are two zero emission solutions, batteries and hydrogen. Why do I believe that hydrogen works better? Because it does everything that we have today. Hydrogen, we can make it as a wind farm, turn water into hydrogen, stick it on a truck, deliver it to a filling station, fill a car up in 5 minutes and off we go. It just works in quite the same manner, and I think it has to be very practical, these mass adoptions. Don't try and change too much, and human behavior is the most difficult thing to change.
Going even further, I found out about another use of fuel cells that is pushing this new reality into the realm of dreams. Beyond public transport or freight, innovation has changed the lives of a small crew.
Alors Energy Observer, c'est un véritable smart grid flottant qui représente un cercle vertueux de l'énergie, associant la production d'énergie renouvelable avec la consommation de ces énergies. On stocke quotidiennement nos énergies à travers nos batteries, mais on n'en a pas beaucoup pour être léger. Et l'hydrogène sur le long terme. L'hydrogène, c'est vraiment notre prolongateur d'autonomie, c'est le couteau suisse de ces énergies renouvelables que l'on produit quotidiennement.
This is Victorien Russard, the skipper of the Energy Observer, a vessel that launched in Saint-Malo, France in April 2017. It is the first in the world to both generate and be powered by hydrogen. Its expedition around the world provides durable solutions for energy transition.
On a joué un véritable rôle d'ambassadeur avec les médias, les industriels, les politiques et les citoyens. L'idée, c'est d'essayer d'équilibrer nos consommations énergétiques. Lorsqu'on n'a pas assez de vent, lorsqu'il fait nuit, lorsqu'il n'y a pas de soleil, on démarre notre pile à combustible qui nous permet d'aller partout autour du monde.
The crew chose hydrogen for its characteristics.
Pour moi, l'hydrogène est une solution d'avenir dans le sens où on peut stocker un maximum d'énergie dans un faible volume. Avec la mobilité des industriels sur cette production d'hydrogène et ce stockage et les différentes applications qui sont développées, je pense qu'on est sur la bonne voie.
In Wales, I spotted a unique, fierce-looking car. I met with its designer, Hugo Spowers. Hugo is a motorsport engineer who had a business designing and developing racing cars. But something always felt wrong.
And I got out of motor racing for environmental reasons, thinking that the only future for sustainable transport. Then I heard about fuel cells. And I realized that therein lay an opportunity for me because the technology existed, but we needed to build cars differently.
Hugo and his wife Fiona are the founders of the car company River Simple.
So it's not surprising that fuel cell vehicles are taking longer to come to market because it is so different to a combustion engine that it is much easier to design a car from a clean slate around the characteristics of hydrogen technology than it is to try and shoehorn the hydrogen technology into the sort of cars that we've optimized for the last 100 years around combustion engines.
I asked him the same question I asked the team at Forza. Why hydrogen?
I don't believe that there's anything that can be remotely as efficient as a hydrogen car for the sort of range to which we've become accustomed. So that's why we're developing hydrogen cars. And it wasn't until I came across fuel cell technology that I saw a sustainable powertrain on the horizon.
Hugo and his wife Fiona are dedicated to the idea of sustainable mobility.
Our purpose statement is to pursue systematically the elimination of environmental impact of personal transport. I'm very optimistic about the future of mobility. We think we're so far from a sustainable system at the moment. We need a quantum shift. I think we're going to see huge changes ahead of us, but those changes are now, I think, unstoppable.
Unstoppable. When mobility is responsible for such a large part of global carbon emissions, those changes can come fast enough. From a dedicated group of students in the Netherlands to industry experts in the UK, from buses to race cars and forklifts, initiatives everywhere are popping up as proof that transport can reinvent itself towards a new, cleaner mobility model. I really wonder if hydrogen could decarbonize other sectors too.
Good afternoon and welcome to this 80-minute session entitled Hydrogen in the Future. My name is Pedro Guedes de Campos and I'm Financial Engineering Officer at the Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Chapter at Teki. Earlier today, my colleague Enrique Giron moderated a session on hydrogen for sectoral integration, where some of the topics we will discuss now were already lightly approached, namely our concepts on projects and around hydrogen valleys. In this session, we will develop on activities that aim at setting the scene for the future of our economy around hydrogen. Please use the Mentimeter to interact with our speakers in this session during the Q&A later on. Let us start with the opportunities for hydrogen within the National Energy and Climate Plans, a study that the FCHE commissioned and published a couple of months ago. Luc van Nuffel, please, you are welcome and please take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you for offering me the floor to present the results of a study that we have undertaken. I do not see the presentation. I guess it on my screen. Yeah, okay. It's okay, I hope. So thank you for offering me the opportunity to present the results of this study, which has been undertaken by a team composed by experts from Trinomics on the one hand and LBST. It's a German consultancy firm on the other hand. So the objective of the study was to evaluate national opportunities for hydrogen deployment and to do an analysis for two deployment scenarios where we have assumed some penetration levels for the different applications and in each individual member states. So the first tasks and one of the most important objectives was also to screen the NECPs and to check to what extent hydrogen was included in the NECPs. The scope was, of course, all EU member states, but we have in our analysis also included the UK. The time horizon was the current NECPs, so the most recent edition of the NECPs. So with a time horizon 2030, which is also in line with the 2030 EU targets. And the scope in terms of hydrogen product or types, hydrogen types, our analysis is focused on renewable hydrogen, but to some extent we have also seen what could be the opportunities for producing low carbon hydrogen in some member states. In this slide, we give an overview of the first task of the study, which focused on the analysis of the NECPs and the assessment to what extent hydrogen is considered as an opportunity in the NECPs and is also part of the strategies of the policies in the different member states. So the first conclusion is that in nearly all NECPs, hydrogen is indeed mentioned. And we also compared it with the previous version of the NECPs. And we noticed that in this latest version, member states have paid much more attention to hydrogen than in the previous versions. The second key finding is that in the NECPs, that hydrogen is considered as a medium to long-term option to provide flexibility, to provide short-term flexibility, but also seasonal storage, which is important in the context of an energy system with a high share of intermittent renewable electricity, and is also considered as a solution to green the fossil fuel use in difficult to decarbonize sectors or applications. For instance, heavy-duty transport and also industrial applications. In most member states or most NECPs, member states refer to or focused on research, pilot and demonstration projects for production, transport, distribution and storage, rather than on concrete projects. So most member states are still in the phase of demonstration, of enhancing, improving the technology, the efficiency, etc. There are some NECPs that already comprised concrete targets with regard to hydrogen. For instance, targets for hydrogen-fueled vehicles, or an objective in terms of refueling stations to be developed. There are also targets for the share of hydrogen in the transport consumption. So there are some concrete indications about expected developments or the concrete ambitions. And finally, we noticed that hydrogen there is no specific chapter on hydrogen in the NECPs, so the info on hydrogen is scattered in different parts of the NECPs. But in the meantime, since the publication of the NECPs, several member states have already published specific national strategies. There are 6 national strategies that are already available, and 3 other strategies are announced to be published in the coming weeks. In the next chapter, we have analyzed the opportunities in the individual member states, and the opportunities focused on 4 aspects. The first aspect is production, second, the infrastructure, third, demand, and fourth is the environment, political and industrial environment. With regard to the first aspect, production, we notice that in most member states there is a large opportunity, a large potential to produce renewable hydrogen based on renewable electricity. So in general, the technical potential for renewable electricity production is larger than the overall electricity consumption in 2030. Second aspect in that regard is that there is also an opportunity to produce hydrogen from renewable electricity as a flexibility provider. So this is another important opportunity in most member states. With regard to the second aspect, infrastructure, we notice that most member states have a very dense gas transmission and distribution infrastructure, and based on several tests, gas infrastructure can rather easily be refurbished and in order to be used for transporting or distributing hydrogen. So this is considered as an opportunity, the potential refurbishment and the potential reuse of existing methane infrastructure. The same comment applies to storage, natural gas storage. So some types of gas storage can be used or could be used for hydrogen storage. With regard to demand, we notice that in several member states, green hydrogen is today already used, for instance, in the industry, steel, chemical industry, etc. So this is the first opportunity to switch from green hydrogen to renewable hydrogen. Second opportunity is to replace current use of natural gas by hydrogen. So also this replacement, this switch is, from a technical point of view, feasible. And finally, we evaluated the political context, the issue or the question whether the current environment, political environment, but also the industry, the industrial environment in terms of research projects, etc., whether this environment is already enabling, considered as an enabler and positive to facilitate the deployment of hydrogen. And then we come to the next part of our study, which focuses on two scenarios where we estimated the impact on security of supply, on greenhouse gas emissions, etc. So we have, first of all, estimated the potential hydrogen, renewable hydrogen demand in 2030. And based on a bottom-up approach, so we have for each individual member state and for each sector, we have analyzed the current energy consumption and the potential penetration of hydrogen in the different sectors and sub-sectors and in the different member states. And this exercise has resulted in two demand levels. A demand level of 42 terawatt-hour in 2030 in the low scenario versus 183 terawatt-hour in the high scenario. I emphasize that we did the exercise for renewable hydrogen. So important to stress, if you compare these ambitions, these two ambition levels with the current hydrogen demand or consumption, according to figures which have been published by the Fuel Cell Joint Undertaking and by the Hydrogen Europe in September, the current use of grey hydrogen is, or hydrogen in total, is 327 terawatt-hours in the EU plus 5 other countries. So you see that in our high scenario, we assume that the renewable hydrogen consumption would be more than 50% of the current hydrogen use. You also see that in the high scenario, this level would represent 7.6% of final natural gas demand. What does this mean in terms of capacity? So based on the two demand levels, we have estimated the capacity, the electrolyzer capacity that would be needed to supply those levels. And the outcome is, the result is that 13, respectively 56 gigawatt should be installed by 2030 with an average load factor of 4,800 hours. So we assume that not only excess electricity would be used, or that not only electricity would be used 2 hours with a low electricity price. So in order to have a profitable business case, the load factor of an electrolyzer should be sufficiently high, and for instance, should be higher than 4,000 hours. So we came to a result of 4,800 hours in our analysis. And these two figures can be compared to the current electrolyzer capacity, which is available in the EU, which is, according to Hydrogen Europe, 58 megawatt. And of course, the other hydrogen is produced via steam methane reforming, or is available as a byproduct of industrial processes. So we can also compare these capacity needs, or these capacity levels, with the ambition that has been put forward by the European Commission in its strategy document, 6 gigawatt by 2024 and 40 gigawatt by 2030. So you see that it's in line with what we have considered as ambition levels, high ambition level in our analysis. And then we come to the impact analysis, to the estimated impact of the two scenarios. So first of all, we have estimated the investments, the capex, and the overall accumulated investment needs between today and 2030 are 71, respectively 250 billion euro in the two scenarios. And these amounts comprise also the investments in renewable electricity, electrolyzers, of course, and also the end-use equipment. So it's the overall investments that are related to the hydrogen output. If you calculate the cost in annual cost in terms of annual cost, then the estimates are 10 in the low scenario and 33 in the high scenario. So 10, respectively 33 billion euro per year. And about 50% of this cost is represented by the renewable electricity production. And this results in a hydrogen delivery cost between 4.6 to 4.9 euro per kilogram, which is of course still higher, or substantially higher than the grey cost. But it will improve as a consequence, amongst others, of an increased price for CO2 emissions. The next slide gives an idea of the avoided fossil fuel imports. So 80 terawatt hours in the low scenario, respectively 260 terawatt hours in the high scenario. Mainly oil and natural gas, of course, and to some extent coal would also be replaced, in particular in the steel industry. So the import dependency would, of course, also decrease. And finally, the impact on added value and employment. In terms of added value, we notice that the annual cost translates to an extent of between 80 and 90% in added value for the national economy. In terms of building and operating renewables, transport, distribution, and also industrial applications. In job creation, on the basis of our estimates, we come to an overall result of 360,000 jobs that would be created in the high scenario. So direct and indirect jobs together. So this is an overview of the main results. And in this figure, they are represented at the EU level, at the EU28 level, but we have prepared such a figure for each individual member state, and the national documents and also the EU level report have been published and are available on the website of the joint undertaking Fuel Cells Hydrogen. Thank you very much. And I'm of course available if you might have questions.
Okay, Luke, thank you very much. There was an issue with your presentation. Somehow the slides were not following your speech. Hopefully we'll have this, the session is being recorded and we will have the slides to be downloaded. So anybody who wants to see more can find it later on, okay? But thank you very much anyhow. It was very, very, very interesting. Okay, let's, and without further ado, let's move to the project Waste to Grid, which is exploring the design and techno-economic viability of using waste and biomass to feed a reversible solid oxide cell with a triple mode purpose. Ligang Wang, please take the floor.
Yes, so the slide is not at the first page. So yeah, the talk will be about integrating biomass specification and solid oxide cell stack. So we are doing mainly the economic feasibility of this new concept to provide grid balancing services. And we think it might be a promising way for large-scale application of the solid oxide technology. The background is that still now in Europe, we have 50% waste going to landfill and incineration without energy recovery. So we are calling for high value waste to energy, mainly waste to electricity and biofuel. And then in the electricity sector, with now the circumstance of increasing penetration of wind and solar, and particularly in the long future, we will have the problem of biomass to electricity to be operated under low annual operating hours. This will cause economic feasibility issue, and also then biomass to biofuel will always need CO2 capture. Mostly will need CO2 capture, and the renewable driven biomass to biofuel will also face the problem of low annual operating hours. So with these two factors, we are thinking to combine the biomass power plant with the power to fuel capability. So thanks to the unique feature of this reversible solid oxide cell stack, so which means one stack itself, the same hardware could work, could switch from a fuel cell mode for power generation and the electrolysis mode for power storage. So in this case, the one single plant could have these three modes: the power generation mode, where the biomass is converted to electricity; the power storage mode, with the renewable electricity, the biomass is converted to chemicals, and also we can extend it to a third mode, the power neutral mode. So this mode, it is isolated from the electrical grid. So a part of the biomass is converted to electricity, which drives the electrolysis mode to convert the remaining biomass to chemicals. For large-scale centralized application, we are using gasification pathway. So the biomass is converted to syngas, and then further conversion happening in the stack to electricity or to chemicals. For the chemicals here, we consider methane due to the large storage infrastructure. So with this, it goes to the final plant concept. So this plant is interacting with the waste, with the electrical grid, with the gas grid, and also during the operation, we have heat as well for other purposes. For example, district heating. So the feature of this plant concept is listed here as well. So we have additional profit from grid balancing, especially the energy balancing, and also we count the capacity reserves as also a term for profit. And another important thing is that we have enhanced the annual operating hours. So the plant is not expected to shut down during operation if there's no maintenance. So the plant only will operate around the clock just by switching between these three modes. And the capex is expected to be reduced by sharing the components, the stacks, for example. And then there will be unlimited energy storage capacity due to the use of, due to the interaction with the gas grid. And finally, there will be no CO2 capture needed for waste to biofuel. And this will further reduce the capex of the plant. So in this project, we are investigating the economic feasibility of this concept for 2030 for the future. So we are focusing on the boundary of this plant for the application deployment of this plant. For example, the grid feasibility, flexibility need, the waste availability to support the V2G plant, the plant design itself and the integration, original integration of this plant, and finally the technical economics to find some potential business cases. So we have developed a very comprehensive optimization methodology, and you can find all the details from our recent publications. And for these slides, I just want to see we are using economic indicator here, the plant capex target, which is defined as the profit of this plant divided by the number of the reference stacks of all plants installed. And here we are not using the plant capacity as the reference because we have 3 modes and the capacity of different modes are different. So we might have different values for the capex. So just to be aware, we are using this plant capex target for the economic indicators. And the reference stack is defined as a standard solid power 1 kilowatt stack. For the profit, we consider the benefit from grid balancing, the cost of oxygen, and the annual cost of biomass supply chain, and the cost of on-site storage tanks. So these items in the profit. So the first thing when we implement this optimization method for the economic feasibility, we first need to understand the grid flexibility need for the future. So we have developed a methodology to predict the imbalance between generation and demand for the future. So we have implemented it to Denmark, and here it shows in the future there will be large flexibility need in 2030, both in terms of capacity and energy. And you can see here the scale can be up to terawatt hour, tens of terawatt hour. And however, in reality, the balancing market will be much less than this, and due to other flexibility needs. Flexibility means. And the important thing is that we have obtained hourly variation of this imbalance, which will be used for optimal plant sizing. And then we collected all the waste data for the regions we are interested. And so particularly we have the GIS information at high resolution up to 100 meters, and which will be used for biomass supply chain optimization. And also we aggregated the waste data in terms of energy and compare it with the theoretical feasibility need. And we see that actually they are in the same order of magnitude. And since the real balancing market will be much smaller than this flexibility need, we conclude that the local waste will be enough to support the V2G plant to provide this grid balancing service. And also then we did the optimal plant design, because for the plant with the same size, if we change the design, then the magnitude of their interactions with the electrical grid will change. So in this case, we change the technical combinations, the specifications, and also the heat integrations to produce different designs. And we focus on 2 gasification technology: the larger one, the internal flue gasifier technology, and small one, the circulating fluidized bed gasifier. So we obtained the designs with high efficiencies reached for almost and much higher than the state of art. And also we found the power neutral mode, the efficiency is lower than the other 2 modes. With all these 3 aspects, we calculated the plant capex target. And first we defined the scenarios, because as I mentioned, the theoretical feasibility need is not possible to be handled by this V2G plant. So we, by communicating with TSOs in Europe, we have defined these 2 scenarios. The first one excluding the interconnections between the countries, and the second one excluding the interconnections, the contribution of batteries and the classical plants. And the key assumptions for these scenarios are the reference energy balancing prices. We choose it 40 euro per megawatt hour, and the reference payback time 5 years, and the stack lifetime 5 years continuous operation. And in fact, in the reality, it can be even longer. So this is the typical data, or the key data in the left. So the x-axis is the contribution of V2G plant to the flexibility need to be handled. So we see we have done many cases, and each case here we have all the details of plant number, plant capacity, the operation strategy, and also the biomass supply chain of it. So if we look at the number, specific number, we see that the circulating fluidized bed, it is more economically feasible, and it actually gives a very good capex target, reaching from 4 to 18 k euro per reference stack. This particularly when the contribution is smaller, it can be over 15 k euro per reference stack. And also we see a large single plant, the engine flue gasifier, it is not economically feasible due to the big cost of biomass supply chain or biomass collection. And then the smaller single plant of 50 to 100 megawatt thermal is more preferred. And then we did a sensitivity analysis. We find out that if we increase the regulating price up to 80 euro per megawatt hour, the plant capex target for 5 payback years can even be over 10 k euro per reference stack. And also if we have a shorter payback time, the plant capex target can still be over 4,000 euro per reference stack. And these numbers, just be aware, this capex target is applicable for 2030. So we think this number indicates very good economic feasibility. So to conclude, then I have introduced the concept of integrating biomass gasification and SOC technology for grid balancing, and we think it is a new opportunity for a win-win situation for biomass and SOC for the future. And we have proposed a methodology, and very comprehensive methodology for evaluating this kind of problem. And we also observe that biomass amount is not a limiting factor, but the biomass supply chain itself. We cannot, very large single plant of over, for example, 500 megawatt thermal is not economically feasible, and we prefer the size of 50 to 100 megawatt thermal for biomass, which is equivalent to 20 to 60 megawatt in terms of power generation mode, and 50 to 160 megawatt in terms of power storage mode. And of course, the economic feasibility is significantly increased with the regulating price, and already with the 40 euro per megawatt hour, the plant capex target could be over 8 to 18 k euro per reference stack, indicating very good economic feasibility. So finally, and a longer lifetime for sure, we also increase the plant capex target. So I will also thank for sure the support from European Commission and FCHGU. So now I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Legan. This was very interesting, and it seems a very, very promising technology. So great that you came to present it. Okay, let's move to the activities engaged within our Certify scheme, an initiative, or should I say study, to accelerate the deployment of guarantees of origin for hydrogen production. This also in compliance with the RED II targets, so that we have an effective scheme in the near future. Walter van Hout, he will be taking the floor right now. Welcome, Walter.
Thank you very much, Pedro, for this kind introduction. So it's indeed my objective to present the third phase of Certify. I hope you can see it on the screen. During this presentation, I will actually spend 2 slides on giving a justification on why are we working on an hydrogen certification system? Because I think it's a proper background. Then I will be spending one slide to explain what is the new context of energy certification systems within the RED II. And then we will be focusing a lot on what Certified 3 will try to reach in the upcoming period, because we're only at the start right now. Okay, so why are we doing all this? But I think hydrogen and green and low carbon hydrogen customers, they really need to have a data sheet which to be able to compare certain choices, similar to what you can see within the automotive industry. If a customer would like to compare car X against car Y, they're going to do that based on a couple of parameters. One of those parameters might be the number of seats. Another one might be the CO2 content. And already here we can see that customers might have divergent opinion of what they prefer. One customer might say that car Y or car X is more customer friendly because it has the lowest carbon footprint per 100 kilometers driven, while other customers might say that car Y is more environmental friendly because it has a lower footprint per number of people that can be transported. And so I think it's important that we give customer information so that they can have their customer choice. And next to that, it's of course important that we learn how to describe certain features in the right way. When we talk about color, green might be one way to describe it. Putting a RAL color on this might be even more precise. So it's important that we talk about the data units and that we are very precise about them. Last but not least, I think also consumption will be important for a vehicle. And I think here, especially after the Volkswagen Dieselgate scandal, customers will be more and more asking for same units of comparison, comparing liters to a kilometer to miles to the gallon. It's not very efficient, but especially after Dieselgate, customers are also going to ask, how is it being measured? Are the same test cycles being used? And I think customers go even further than that and will also be asking, who are the laboratories testing this kind of vehicles, and are they independent from the OEMs? Okay. And I use this example to say this is also what we would like to achieve for hydrogen. And we've been developing since 2014 a data sheet for hydrogen, where you can see a couple of the parameters describing this hydrogen on the left-hand side. But especially when we talk about the CO2 data field, there's quite a lot of management decisions to be taken. How do we allocate CO2, especially into complex industrial processes, like, for instance, a chlor-alkali electrolyzer, which is using only electricity as an energy input, but it's producing three outputs: chlorine, caustic soda, and hydrogen. And depending on the way in which we would allocate the CO2 from, let's say, coal-based electricity onto those outputs, we get varying results. And we believe that it's important that we develop an international standard so that the end customer, when he's getting the data sheet of hydrogen, just like he receives the data sheet of a vehicle, that the same kind of test cycles or methods have been used. Otherwise, the customer might be comparing apples to pears. Okay, so that's in the end why this entire program started. We want to enable customer choice, and therefore the customer needs to be presented with a uniform data sheet for him to be able to do a good comparison. Next to that, I would like to show one slide in this new policy framework with regards to the RED II. In the past, the RED I has been focusing a lot on greening primary energy inputs, which you can see here on the left-hand side. Currently, the RED II is putting more and more focus on renewable energy usage in certain end applications. There is a certain objective to have 14% of renewable energy in transport. There are objectives to use renewable energy into heating and cooling, which means that also the tracking systems, which in the end a guarantee of origin system is, needs to be able to track from primary energy going over multiple conversion, because electrolysis is able to change electricity into hydrogen. Haber-Bosch processes can change hydrogen into renewable methane, and so forth and so onwards, until a final end application. And that end application can be in heating, it can be in cooling, it can be in electricity consumption, and so forth and so onwards. So this is also quite a lot of innovation and puts quite a lot of stress and innovation on these tracking systems. Good. So what are we trying to achieve in Certified 3? Certified 3 is the third phase of this program. I think in the past 2 phases we've been focusing a lot on the regulatory program, because if you type Google what regulation does a hydrogen certification scheme needs to reply to, unfortunately you don't get a unique answer. That's been mainly investigated in phase 1. In phase 2, we've been working a lot with hydrogen producers to see what can be measured, etc. And we've been doing a pilot. Now in phase 3, we want to achieve 2 things. First of all, we want to build a market. So that means that this phase will be very customer-centric. We will talk to end customers. And secondly, we would like to implement this work into member states' legislation, because we perceive Certify 1 and Certify 2 work as pre-normative research for whatever member states will have to implement as per the RED II. So when I talk about working together with the customer, we are going to work together closely together with REXT. We're going to work together with the European Federation of Energy Traders and many others, because we would like to understand their needs to see how the market needs to be built. We will be developing business cases, because many people ask us what's the business case and the business model of a guarantee of origin. So we will prepare this material and bring it available via the website, amongst other, of the FCHU. Potentially, we will even organize a first auction, so that we can have a certain price point, reference point for these guarantees of origin into the market. And last but not least, we won't stop at only making a certification system for hydrogen alone. We can also look in some of its derivatives or some other usages. Right now, during the decarbonization package or the smart integration package, people are discussing the usage of GEOs under ETS, so that you can use a GEO to diminish the amount of ETS allowances. Other people are asking for a certification mechanism of green methanol, of green steel, green fertilizers, and so forth and so on, which we will also investigate that. As I already mentioned before, the goal of Certify is to use everything that's been happening since 2014 as pre-normative research to make that knowledge available to member states. And we've been choosing the IEB as a vehicle of a harmonization through Europe. The IEB is unique in the fact that it already associates all of the issuing bodies of renewable electricity GEOs in Europe. And all of its members are also implementing its own IEB standards, which is called EEX, stand for European Energy Certification System. So Certify will be working very closely together with the newly established group within the IEB, which is called the Gas Scheme Group. And I've been very fortunate that I've been given quite a lot of trust by this group. And I've been formally voted to share this working group, and therefore Certify and IEB will have a very intimate link. Whenever that this gas scheme will be finalized, we will experiment in its implementation in four regions. So we have letters of intent signed up with Flanders, Wallonia, Netherlands, and Austria. So we need to experiment how the scheme that we've been developing over the last 6 years, which is already compliant with the RED, how will it work at the member state level? Because there might be specific national legislation which can give certain policy roadblocks. We will work them away together with the member states, and we will also share the learnings of this piloting phase together with PENTA, which is the Pentilateral Energy Forum, which comprises of Benelux, France, Germany, Switzerland, as well as Austria. Next to that, we will venture already a little bit outside of Europe, and we will work together with Chile, and we will work together with Morocco to see how they can create their own geo schemes and experiment how there can be a mutual recognition between the EU and its close partners for mutual recognition of geos as foreseen by the RED II. Last but not least, we will also expand our geo scheme, which is basically a well-to-gate scheme. And so it takes into account all of the Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, going up to the battery limits of the production device. We will also expand that towards RFNBO certification, which means that we need to take into account the greenhouse gas emissions during hydrogen transport and distribution, to make it a complete well-to-wheel system. And we will also have to work on a mass balancing system, because whereas geos are typically book and claim, RFNBO certification asks for mass balancing. And that's basically, in a nutshell, what we will try to achieve from now until 2023. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Walter. Thank you very much. It's very interesting, and I'm sure we'll get a lot of questions in the Q&A session. But in the meantime, let's move to the final presentation of this session. It is on our ongoing project development assistance, which is quite dear to me because I happen to be co-managing it with two other colleagues of the FCHEU. And I'm sure you will feel as excited as myself about it once Nadine goes through the presentation. So Nadine Welsinger, please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Pedro, for the nice introduction. I was invited to present the project development assistance study for regions that we are implementing at the moment. So the study started in October last year, and it lasts 20 months, so until summer next year. We are about 30% through the project by now, so the real work is still in front of us, but I think we well approached by selecting the regions in springtime. So on the 15th of May, we finalized the selection process, and we had 35 regions who applied and 11 regions who will be supported. The total project budget is 742,000 euros. So it's a study financed by FCHJU, and I'm very happy to have this great team with Element Energy, Waterstofnet, Trezors, and Wise Europa here to support the 11 regions in moving forward with their project development. So this is a brief overview in order to give you an impression who applied and who is going to be supported by this initiative. So we received 35 applications from regions from 18 countries, of which 37% were from EU13, so the Eastern European countries, which was a great surprise and a very good surprise because we didn't expect so many countries of the Eastern Europe to participate. In the end, the selection process selected 11 regions from 10 countries throughout Europe, of which 5 are from Eastern Europe, so 45% of all regions that receive support in this study comes from EU 13 countries. You see, we just sketched the main focus of the project here in this map. So you can see that it's mainly heavy-duty transport, it's hydrogen production, hydrogen logistics, but also not only a focus on mobility, but also on sector coupling, on heat and power for domestic heating. And almost all of these regions have broader plans and regional strategies, and we are only here in this project be able to support an aspect of their strategic regional project development in the context of hydrogen products. So the PDA aim and the aim of the support activities is that in the past, FCHJU noticed that there's a huge potential for investment from regions in the fuel cell and hydrogen domain. And so it's expected to total to 1.8 billion euros over the next 5 years, the investments that come from regions. So it's a major market that needs to be activated. The project development assistant aims to support these regions to develop detailed deployment plans for the hydrogen projects in order to help them to just initiate, start, and successfully implement these ideas they have. The 11 regions we are supporting at the moment in the PDA, in this first call, in the PDA project, have a total budget of 336 million euros. So the smallest project is 12 million euros, and the largest is around 90 million euros of expected investment within the next 2 to 5 years. So these are huge investments and plans and bigger, larger projects. So what are we aiming to do with our support? We are supporting these regions to enable them to realize their project, to form a project delivery group and working groups, to calculate a business case for a defined system setting, to find budgets, to find funding and develop financing strategies, and also to include procurement strategies to help them move forward with their plans. Along with the 11 regions that we're going to support, we also have the observer network. So all 35 regions that apply to this call are in this observer network, and we provide additional services to this network. So we provide general information on technology characteristics and potential, on technology and market readiness, on experiences and best practice, on procurement, financing strategies, and project development in general. And we would like to initiate with this observer network an exchange between the regions, an exchange on experiences, on best practice, on ideas on how to move forward. We also want to exchange and network with FCH experts in industry, so they get more information and industry gets more awareness of what is needed from regions. And we also want to raise awareness on applications to daily operation with fuel cell and hydrogen technologies. So what's going to change when they change their systems? So the process for the PDA support is that in the beginning we had the application process in January, February. We selected 11 regions until mid of May, and then we created the project delivery group in these 11 regions and had a first survey to define the focus of support and processes. At the moment, we are writing concept papers, draft concept papers that are going to be detailed. And we facilitate the working groups in the regions in order to move forward with their project plans. And then in the course of the business plan development, we are going to look at project budgets, at financing and funding plans and procurement strategies. And in the end, it is envisaged that major stakeholders and public authorities will sign the plans and the project concept we have been developed by that. So all the regions have already established the project delivery groups. In most regions, the definition of technology system and context has been finalized. Some regions are still finalizing it. So ongoing is the research and validation of information to establish the business cases, and the next steps will be the establishment of these business cases, the identification of roles and responsibilities, financing schemes, and risk mitigation strategies. So the project progress in the observer network is that all these observers also were in the application process. They committed to become part of the observer network. And also here we had a first survey to define the focus of support and process, a kickoff meeting in early September. And now we are running a diverse range of different workshops and webinars for them. So we had a first online seminar on technology review on heavy-duty vehicles and buses mid-October. We had a second Observer Network seminar with a peer review on existing project ideas on the 17th of November, and the next Observer Network seminar is planned with a focus on financing schemes for regions mid of December. In addition to that, we also set up a supplier database with information on technologies and market availability. So the update is ongoing. So every industry supplier who's out there and interested in providing information to regions who are willing to spend money within the next years, please feel welcome to send us your information or contact us or Pedro in order to increase this database that we set up here. So what are the challenges and lessons learned in the regions? So lessons learned is that all regions or all PDA projects are part of a broader regional strategy. So it's rather innovation strategy, industry strategy. It's not just about climate, but it's also climate and sustainability. So there's a larger interest than just applying fuel cell and hydrogen technologies. But fuel cell and hydrogen will be part of this large regional strategies. We also see that many regions follow the strategic approach to scale up demand by using hydrogen heavy-duty vehicle applications and regional sector coupling. So they want to become or to increase economic viability by by increasing demand. So they well understood that this is key here in ramping up the activities. But we also saw that a lack of market availability of vehicles and expected high market demand leads to an interest for retrofitting activities in many regions. So they will not wait for somebody to just activate markets sometime in the future, but they already started to think about retrofitting and becoming an own player in the field. And we also saw that regions aim, or all of these regions aim, to invest in regional green hydrogen capacities. And here they have the challenge that they will have to compete with cheaper gray or imported hydrogen. So this will be a challenge for the business cases we see already today, because the regional hydrogen production is rather, compared to what could be possible in other countries, is rather small scale and thus more expensive than maybe imported or gray hydrogen. So this is a quick overview of what we're doing in this project, and we'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadine. Very interesting, and I hope everybody found it as interesting as I did. So yeah, let's jump immediately to the Q&A. I have in front of me questions that are coming from the Mentimeter, and I would actually raise the first question to, well, following up on what you just said, Nadine. Cost is an issue. And cost is an issue. Green hydrogen could be an issue because of its cost. That's what you said in the last words that you while you were presenting. I was wondering, and this would be for Walter, in terms of the guarantees of origin, how can we transform is there a price? So there is some willingness to pay for the greenness of the hydrogen, and we see it from the region's appetite. But can we monetize this somehow through the guarantees of origin?
I think this is a very good question. Currently, we already have an existing exchange between producers and users of such guarantees of origin. However, all of the transactions has been over the counter, which means that we don't have any information at this stage on the price that has been used by the market actors. As part of Certify, the third phase, as I already mentioned, there's a possibility that we can prepare an auction, though in essence it's not a role of a registry to do so. It might be important that we do this first and a second time to give a good price point towards the market. That being said, I think we can also calculate through some business cases what is the theoretical willingness to pay for such guarantees of origin. And I think it's important that we provide that kind of information to the market.
Okay, and now we'll revert to Luke regarding the NECP studies. There are two technologies. There are challenges in terms of technology, and the question that I see here is, what electrolysis type do you see as predominant in the next decade? And let me add another one, which is linked to this one, regarding liquid hydrogen. Did you foresaw any liquid hydrogen coming in the next decade?
Thank you for the questions, but you should be aware of the fact that this study was not really a technical focus, so it had more a political economic focus. So we did not analyze the different types of electrolyzers, and we also did not analyze the trends and the future use of the different technologies. So we have assumed an efficiency of 69% energy efficiency, independently of the type of electrolyzers that would be used. And of course, we are aware of the different options, etc. But this was not in the scope of the study. Idem with regard to, because this is another question. Idem with regard to hydrogen storage. Our focus was on identifying opportunities for hydrogen deployment, and existing natural gas storage sites. They represent an opportunity for member states to use these assets in the long term for hydrogen at the moment that they are not necessary anymore for natural gas storage. So this is considered as an opportunity, and I already said that refurbishing salt caverns for dedicated use for hydrogen has been, the feasibility has been confirmed by several operators. And there are other studies ongoing that go further and that also focus on other types of storage types. But of course, we know this storage could be used for seasonal flexibility, and tanks could be used, of course, for short-term flexibility, but this is also out of scope of the study. Liquefied hydrogen is also out of the scope, but of course could be considered to transport hydrogen and as an alternative to using pipelines and using liquefied forms of hydrogen could also be considered in the transport sector. But once again, this was not the focus of our study.
Absolutely understood, and you stressed it correctly through your presentation that you are focusing on gas pipeline as the most convenient form of transporting or distributing the hydrogen. Okay, just related with that, in terms of renewables, we know that there was this recent study from JRC on the potential to replace all the hydrogen needs in Europe, current hydrogen needs in Europe, with renewables or with green hydrogen. So this is corroborating what you propose in the NECP study. How do you see it in the future? So 2030 and beyond. Is it feasible that we use endogenous sources for taking care of this?
Yeah, this was our conclusion. So the overall potential output of renewable electricity production could be sufficient to cover both the overall electricity consumption, plus the hydrogen consumption in 2030. So from a theoretical point of view, this could be feasible. But then, of course, you have the intermittency, and you need to take into account that the output of the electricity plants would not be available at the moment that you need final energy use. So there is a large problem in terms of matching supply and demand. So the flexibility needs would be very, very huge. But we confirm indeed that the technical potential is sufficient to cover both electricity and gas consumption. Except, of course, if you consider the different member states. In some member states, for instance, Belgium, Luxembourg, and some other cases, this is not possible at the present, based on the present potential.
That's a very good way to move forward and raise a question to Ligang, which comes also from the Mentimeter. In terms of technology, different technologies for green hydrogen and green solutions. I mean, waste to grids, the project is looking at the use of waste streams as a source of syngas for a solid oxide membrane reactor. What type of waste could be used for this application? I'm looking for the future to a scenario where more and more hydrogen can be expected to be available. Could and would it make sense to use this type of solid oxide cell-based plant looked into projects running 100% hydrogen?
Yeah, well, in our study, we consider more or less all type of waste, from agricultural waste to municipal solid oxide, to municipal solid waste. And which type of waste can be used depending, in fact, on the gasification technology. And here we are more focusing on the sizing of the system. And we know that for example, fluidized bed, a gasifier, it could be used already now for forest waste and so on. But for municipal solid waste, a plasma gasifier can be more potential, I would say. And in this one, we didn't match exactly which type of waste will be used for which type of gasifier, but we just aggregate all the waste energy and waste amount to see whether it can support the size of our plant. Yeah, so looking to the hydrogen one, so the hydrogen, for sure, if we can solve the storage of hydrogen, and then this plant, it just becomes a simply reversible solid oxide plant. It is already, I think, demonstrated at a small scale by Sapphire. Yeah, so, but for our purpose, this waste to grid, the combination of biomass or waste with the solid oxide technology, it is more in terms of a circular economy. So we have to treat this waste. That's why we combine these two technologies together. And also looking into the future, as I mentioned in the beginning, if we have a higher penetration of renewable energy, this waste power plant, it will face the problem of a low operating cost, and then there is no economic feasibility at all. And also a single biomass to biofuel technology, even with the renewable electricity driven electrolysis technology, then it still faces the annual operating hours, and so the economic feasibility will be really affected a lot for the future. So then for the next question, since I have seen it, so for large-scale application for the future, well, as you know, right now from a European Fuel Cell Forum, we see solid oxide technology now. It is already planned to be demonstrated for several megawatt level. So if we could solve the syngas cleaning part, I think technically it is possible to have 50 to 100 megawatts in 2030. That's from my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, indeed, and we have projects coming in, so indeed, it's picking up. Nadine, I would revert to you for understanding a little bit on the PDA regions, whether these different technologies for producing hydrogen or using waste streams are factored in the portfolio of 11 projects that you are following closely. Is it only electrolysis? Is it waste hydrogen from the industry? What is it that is the main producer of hydrogen in your projects?
Yeah, I would say there's a strong focus on electrolyzers, but I think this might be due to the fact that this is the technology most regions just had in their mind when they think on hydrogen. We also have industrial hydrogen use, but there's also hydrogen from waste. So we also had in the applications, we had thermalizers, plasmalyzers, pyrolyzers. So there's a broad variety of different production schemes, and I think this is very promising that we do not see only the only focus on electrolysis, but also on other productions.
Okay, and this, if it's electrolysis, then it means that it's about renewables. There's a question on the guarantees of origin, which reads like this. Would it be possible to use green electricity guarantees of origin to produce green hydrogen guarantees of origin? Or is a direct connection to renewables required for green hydrogen GEOs production?
Yeah. I think it's a very good question, because it's. I think if many people get confused with what guarantees of origin are and what RED II fuels like renewables require. So a guarantee of origin, it's managed by Article 19 of the RED II, and it has as an end goal to disclose green attributes of energy to a final customer. Therefore, it's sufficient that you cancel a renewable electricity GEO in your electrolyzer for the production of renewable hydrogen GEOs. However, the willingness to pay will mostly be linked by corporate social responsibility, marketing purposes, and individual customers willing to pay a slightly higher price. However, in case you would like to produce green hydrogen that can count as a renewable fuel under the RED II target of 14% renewable energy into transport, which is managed by Article 25 up to Article 27 and Article 30 for mass balancing of the RED II. In that particular case, a direct connection between a renewable electricity plant and the electrolyzer is needed, or you can connect through the grid, but you have to show what they call geographical and temporal correlation, as well as additionality of the renewable electricity source. And it's on this later end, this famous Refunobio certification, that certify will work into a second phase. So depending on which end customer you're targeting, you have to decide whether a GEO or an RVNBO certificate will be sufficient. And depending on that, also your hydrogen has to be produced into a different way. Different usages, different eligibility criteria.
Okay, thank you very much. Another question on trucks. So in the NECP study, there was reference in the very last slide on 200,000 trucks by 2030 and going all the way upward to 400,000 trucks. Yesterday, we had in our let's say final presentation of the study on trucks. We had a scenario as well for 2030, and there was also a coalition statement in terms of ambition to move forward. And it seems that they both align pretty well. How confident are you, Luke, in terms of your scenarios, in terms of reaching, or the ambition of even the optimistic scenario? You're muted, Luke.
So we have noticed, and this was also mentioned in my presentation, we have noticed that also the NECPs, they strongly focus on transport as one of the first end-use sectors where hydrogen would be deployed. So for our analysis for the two scenarios, we have followed a bottom-up approach, and we have estimated individual penetration rates for the different member states, taken into account the current status of their deployment, their capability to deploy refueling stations, etc., their current plans. So we think that in general, we have had a lot of discussions also with member states. We have submitted our draft documents to the member states, and in general, we did not receive critical comments on the assumptions regarding the transport sector. So I think indeed that we can consider these approaches as robust and consistent with other policy documents, and also consistent with ideas and strategies from the member states.
Nadine, would you corroborate that heavy-duty transportation is the key element on the PDAs that you are developing as well?
Yeah, it's heavy duty, but not only on the road, but also on rail. But I think this could also be due to the fact that we requested in the approval in the application process, we requested project ideas of more than 5 million euros. So we didn't ask for the smaller light duty vehicle 1 or 2 cars project. So, but I think yes, they need demand for hydrogen, because they need to have the economic viability of the infrastructure. So they are looking for trucks, they're looking for trains, and they're looking for ships and other large consumers. Also consumers who will just have a range in the region, because then they can better plan on the hydrogen supply side, in order when they know that there's a pattern of people just coming back to the same station and not just waiting for outside customers.
Okay, let me just follow up with a follow-up question that I see also in the Mentimeter. At which stage of a project development should cities and regions start looking into the issue of green hydrogen in terms of guarantees of origin? And how can this be done? This is both for you and Wouter.
Yeah, maybe I can start. I'm not sure yet, or I think they are not really aware of the certify and certification system. As they, for the moment, they just plan an infrastructure and a hydrogen production and hydrogen supply in order to meet the regional demand. So I don't know if they are interested in the long run in becoming an exporter of hydrogen or a hydrogen supplier for other countries, other regions. This might be single stakeholders in the regions. Like if there's a high demand for hydrogen, I think that there will be industry who take this role, but I don't think that it's the region as we see today, with lots of stakeholders from different companies, from different authorities, organizations, who just, for the moment, they just try to match regional supply and demand without the certification process. And I think in order to be successful here for the certification, there needs to be a very low hurdle to participate, because I don't know if they have the capacities to really put personal efforts into a trading scheme if they focus on regional demand.
Yeah. Okay, and Wouter, before you start, there's another question that follows more or less the same line, but instead of going into the regional, it goes beyond, asking whether this GEO should be international, like a standard, international standard or so. Yeah, please, your views on this.
So on the first hand, I think it's good news for regions that they don't have to get involved into GEO schemes, because this is typically something that is managed at the European level, and nations are required to implement the GEO scheme. That basically means that in every member state, a competent authority has to be appointed by mid-2021. That will be responsible to issue renewable gas GEOs, whether that's biomethane or hydrogen, to any industrial asking in their territory to the authorities to get such a renewable gas guarantee of origin. So I can tell you that member states are already working very actively on that at this stage, while at the same time also a new SEN standard is being drafted that will fine-tune the requirements of the RED II with regards to guarantees of origin for any kind of energy carrier. So, in short, member states are working at it. In Austria, in the Netherlands, in Flanders, already competent authorities and issuing bodies have been appointed. In Belgium, it is a regional affair because that's how the nation decided to implement this. In other cases, we're still awaiting that. That being said, at the international level, I think we saw in the European clean hydrogen strategy that it's mentioned that Europe would like to develop a euro-denominated hydrogen market. This comes along with a certification system. And I think I'm very happy to announce that we will be working together with IPHE, which stands for the International Partnership of Hydrogen and Fuel Cells into the Economy, together with the Clean Energy Ministerial, which do have a task force to work on an international hydrogen certification standard, because they also saw that that Certify was one of the most advanced, if not the most advanced, pre-normative research on hydrogen certification. So yes, we are collaborating together with them, providing our input, all the experiences that we have have gathered so far to build this international standard.
Okay, I had a few questions coming in regarding Eastern Europe. It's a pity that we cannot push on this because we have to wrap up. What I wanted to say is that the PDA, they've reached out to Eastern Europe, as you saw in Nadine's presentation, and also the NECP study takes it very, very seriously. So just heads up and saying that this is for all Europe, not just for the countries that we are used to. And to wrap it up, and thank you very much to all the speakers, and also to the audience that kept on raising questions in the Mentimeter. Thank you very much. I invite you all to keep joining in the next session of today, but also throughout the whole week. It's a huge week in terms of hydrogen, so let's make it a huge success as well. So see you soon. Thank you very much.
Bye.
The Energy Observer crew is sailing around the globe to raise awareness about climate change, advocating for renewable energies and hydrogen. Those I've met in Japan and Europe say hydrogen is very useful indeed. I wonder why it isn't more largely available, and what kind of future will hydrogen bring us? Continuing my journey in Nantes, France, I met with CNRS researcher and university professor Olivier Joubert. He is among the top French researchers on hydrogen. He might just be the right person to talk to understand what's ahead of us. Does hydrogen have a promising future? He was enthusiastic to answer.
Les activités de recherche tournent autour de la production d'hydrogène, notamment par électrolyse à haute température, ou bien la conversion de l'hydrogène en électricité grâce aux piles à combustible fonctionnant à haute température.
My first question was about hydrogen production. There's green hydrogen, but also blue, gray.
L'hydrogène n'a pas de couleur, d'accord ? C'est un gaz inodore et incolore. Mais l'hydrogène vert, ce serait l'hydrogène qui serait produit à partir d'électricité et de l'électrolyse avec de l'électricité verte.
So hydrogen, what is going to happen in the next few years?
On peut, d'ici une quinzaine d'années, avoir de nombreux usages à base d'hydrogène. Au niveau des projets, je pense qu'on pourrait avoir tout ce qui est actuellement thermique pour être transformé en électrique avec pile à combustible ou batterie. Ou l'hybridation, c'est-à-dire quelque chose qui emporterait à la fois des batteries et de l'hydrogène. Et bien sûr, la recherche sera là pour mettre en place des innovations qui constitueront donc la pile à combustible du futur, qui sera peut-être moins chère et puis qui aura une longévité plus importante. Donc ça, c'est un peu le futur.
Thinking of what I'd seen at the Fukushima plant, I asked him if hydrogen could change cities. He talked about large-scale experiments, hydrogen cities in Japan, for instance, where houses use hydrogen and produce their own electricity. But even here in Europe, things have started moving.
Les initiatives les plus marquantes, quand on regarde autour de nous, sont les stations-service. Et donc, quand on sait déjà qu'il y a à peu près une centaine de stations-service, ne serait-ce qu'en Europe, c'est déjà beaucoup. Mais je pense que ce qui est plus remarquable, ce sont les flottes de taxis à Paris. La flotte Hype, avec 120 taxis, et qu'il y a déjà plusieurs véhicules qui sont déjà arrivés en bout de vie, et qu'il faut changer. Et là, je crois que c'est quelque chose de vraiment remarquable.
Hype taxis are a handy way to move around Paris with zero emissions. I hopped in one on my way to the next leg of my journey.
Ça fait 4 ans et demi que je conduis des voitures à hydrogène et j'ai choisi de passer à ce modèle-là parce que je pense que tout le monde doit, tant qu'à travailler dans les mêmes conditions, opter pour le moyen le plus respectueux de l'environnement. J'ai choisi de travailler en conduisant une voiture à hydrogène parce que c'est une solution qui me permettait, moi, d'avoir la conscience plus tranquille en travaillant dans les mêmes conditions qu'avant. On apporte notre petite pierre à l'édifice en tant que chauffeur dans une filière qui, je pense, et j'en ai l'intime conviction, va finir par devenir une solution qui aura toute sa place dans la société du futur. Et en plus, là, on est parmi les premiers à conduire des voitures à hydrogène, donc on pourra dire dans quelques années à mes enfants, à mes petits-enfants, avec un peu de fierté, je pense que j'ai été parmi les premiers à conduire des voitures à hydrogène.
The idea of setting the example resonated with me. I really wanted to see if hydrogen could power a city or even a country. Is there somewhere where people are doing just that? Scotland, all the way north to the Orkney Islands. There is more to this spectacular landscape than meets the eye. Here in Orkney, people have built the Energy Lab of the Future. A real-life experiment, an archipelago powered by renewable energies.
I'm the Managing Director of EMEC, which is the European Marine Energy Centre, and we're based here in Orkney at 59 degrees north.
Neil Kermody has implemented programs on these islands, relying a lot on hydrogen.
The advantage of using hydrogen is it's extremely flexible. It can provide heat, it can provide motive power, and it can provide electricity. The most impressive achievement we've had so far has been that time when we took tidal energy and made hydrogen. And that's the first time anybody had ever done that anywhere in the world.
The Orkney Islands are now famous because of it. Adel Liederdale used to work for the City Council of the islands and has overseen the implementation of a new energy model.
I am the Hydrogen Project Manager at the European Marine Energy Centre.
She's now joined EMEC and is uniquely able to tell us what happened here.
Orkney began innovating around hydrogen due to a set of circumstances we had that stopped us from putting electricity into our local grid. So here at EMEC, we are the world's first and only fully accredited tidal energy test centre. We had another world first in generating green hydrogen from renewable energy. We're using that green hydrogen in things like powering ferries, planes, cars and heating systems.
Oh, and we're using it for vehicles. So a great number of different projects, and we think we've only just scratched the surface. There's a lot more we can do with hydrogen.
There's something quite different here. They've tried it and it works at a large scale. But they're also doing it with such a positive mindset. They want to see change.
So I would very much like to see that renewables and hydrogen in every household, not just in Orkney but throughout the world. We would really like to see that renewables play a part in everybody's lives and we continue to tackle climate change.
The thing is that what we've done here can be done elsewhere. We've taken the energy that we've got in the tides and the wind, but it could be solar, it could be anything else. But by making hydrogen, you get flexibility in your energy system. And that's something that anybody can do. I want to see a future where we're not burning fossil fuels anymore. I really believe that hydrogen is a key part of making that all work. It can actually displace so many of the things that we presently do with fossil fuels. Hydrogen can do this, and it can do it now.
I think this is the proof I needed. Hydrogen can power a brighter, more sustainable future. And it can work now. It's almost unbelievable. It works so naturally here in Orkney. I started with a question. What is hydrogen?
Hello, good afternoon, everybody.
And we are back here. I hope you enjoyed the nice video from the Hydrogen Council. And we are back for the last session. And before we go into the panel discussion, which will be all about our future, the next 10 years program, I actually invited somebody. Actually, it's Hans van Toor. He's from Elemental. And Hans really, you will see it. He's a true entrepreneur, also a thinker, a visionary, I would even call him. He was really a founder or co-founder sometimes of several very successful companies. He is a person with many and very creative ideas to establish really new businesses. And one of his recent new businesses is Elemental, or his new companies. So I invited him as we will talk soon about the next 10 years. And his ideas is really a perfect introduction to our panel discussion afterwards. Hans, really, the floor is yours. I'm looking forward to hear about your new ideas.
Wow, thank you for the kind introduction. Yeah, almost no introduction from me needed then. Maybe a little bit about what we're doing and the team before we dive into the presentation. So we're currently with a team of 8, with our production in Cologne and our test flying in Valkenburg in the Netherlands. Just having secured an investment and yeah, ramping up the team and our activities. And then obviously the question is, what do we do then? But before we start with what we do, why we do it. So sustainable aviation has always been sort of my leitmotif. I studied aerospace engineering, and 2 years ago we started looking at this problem from various angles. And we realized people are not willing to pay for sustainability so much. So we started looking at a second problem, which is accessibility. And half the world lives in remote areas, and living in remote areas is tough. People have a shorter life expectation, a higher cost of living, and a lower income. So our goal is that by 2030, we aim to connect over 1 billion people to the market without increasing their carbon footprint. So how do we do this? We do this with long-range heavy-lift cargo drones. And we're developing 2 cargo drones, one with 200 kilograms and one with 2,000 kilograms. And both can fly over a long range, so 2,000 kilometers and 10,000 kilometers. Why can we outperform cargo drones which are currently operating? Because we've chosen a different modality. We've chosen lighter than air or airships. You may know them from 130, 140 years ago, and many people have tried since to bring them back. What we saw is that the main challenge in bringing them back was that people always started very big, and then you always end up with a paper airplane for 5 to 10 years. You're 400 million down the line, and you haven't even finished your prototype. Several companies have tried this. So we said, well, technocratically, an airship is as efficient as it is big, but we'll go smaller. And we see a market for these smaller ones. So our airship is fully sustainable. It flies on solar in good solar conditions, and it flies on hydrogen alternatively. We can fly into and out of difficult to reach areas because we can take off and land vertically. And we can operate independent of infrastructure, almost independent of infrastructure. We fly at very low cost, so trucking cost for air freight. We outperform current modalities by much. We can fly much further and with much heavier payloads. And due to the new EASA regulation, we also have a smooth pathway to certification. Also, hydrogen is not considered a challenge. We just need to demonstrate what every other cargo drone needs to demonstrate. So this is our product. I'm trying the clicker. I'm hoping it works. Yeah, there we go. So airships have a bit of a misconception that they're not safe. Actually, they're one of the most safe modalities that are out there. And Airbus recently showed this. They needed to fly above a populated area, and they had several options: quadcopters, flying wings, and they chose for an airship for a remote sensing application. Because if an engine falls out, it doesn't fall out of the sky, it just stays in the air. It's very easy to make them sustainable because you get lift naturally. And aerodynamic lift is really expensive. So we see a lot of good initiatives to make general aviation sustainable. But with my experience, this is really difficult to do. I'll speed up a little bit because I see my time is almost out. So we're using hydrogen. What we need from the community is safety. Safety standards, public acceptance. We need fuel cells adapted for lightweight, for UAVs, lower cost with higher performance, and we need green hydrogen. Not only produced at low cost, but also available. We're starting our pilot project in Kenya in February, and looking to ramp up our commercial product end of next year. So happy to engage, open for any questions, and yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hans. Thank you so much for your very inspiring presentation, I would say. And it clearly shows that actually the number of applications for hydrogen are just limitless. Huh? So only if we can dream it, it's clearly that we can do it as well. And you're showing that if we can dream it, that we can really do it. So thanks for your presentation. I'm sure that we will stay in touch after this Hydrogen Week. So, as I said, this was a perfect introduction for our next panelists, our discussion about the next 10 years on the partnership. So as probably some of you have already heard, we will continue with another partnership on hydrogen and fuel cells. It will not be called anymore the FCHJU, but it will be called the Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. The intention is more or less to start by the second half of next year. And unfortunately, I'm not allowed to tell you a lot of details yet because I don't want to spoil the presentation or the speech of our commissioner on Thursday and also our director general on Thursday. So I leave the honor for them to a little bit explain what the next partnership will all be about. However, there's one thing that we do know is that hydrogen will be in many, many partnerships. It will not be only our partnership anymore, but in many more. Why is that? It's very simple, because hydrogen for the European Union is very important. I mean, they have their own strategy, so that's why every partnership or a lot of partnerships should work around hydrogen, and that means that we will have to cooperate. And that is what we will discuss in my next panel, and I have three panelists. The first person is Nicolas Brahy. He's the director of Hydrogen Europe, but also a colleague of the Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. Then I will talk with Christian Sattler from the DLR. He is the head of department for the solar chemical engineering, but also he's a board member of Hydrogen Europe Research, our other partner. And at the end, I will talk with Alan Hai. He's the head of the Horizon 2020 department at INEA. And INEA is also an implementation body of the European Commission. More details will follow. First, I have a question for Nicolas Brahy. He's the director of Hydrogen Europe. And Nicolas, very great to have you here. You know that for the next partnership, the European Commission say impact. Impact is important. It's always about impact. So if we will start to work for the next 10 years on research on many, many different items, how will the industry actually use these results from our projects and in scaling up and really in commercialization of the next generation of projects? Because I believe that's the only way how we can have impact. So how will you do that? Maybe your microphone you should put on. That will be much easier.
Thank you, Bart. Thank you for the kind introduction. I think we are entering into a new period where to deliver impact today, but also prepare the impact of tomorrow, we need to put everybody together. And we need to realize that for hydrogen, we have huge ambition and fixed by the Commission, and we need to deliver in 4 years' time already huge quantities of hydrogen and use these quantities of hydrogen. And then we need to grow exponentially. That means that we need to be aware that we have different generation of application and different generation of technologies, and we need to put the right generation of technology in the right program. So if I take the FCHU has put ready for mass market electrolyzer. You have already stack of big size. It is demonstrated at 20 megawatts. We are ready to go for the first generation of 100 megawatt electrolyzer. That can be done through the ETS Innovation Fund. At the same time, the next partnership on hydrogen can already prepare the next size of stack, the 5 megawatt stack that will be the basis for the more efficient, cheaper mega electrolyzer that may be supported at the end of the period by the last years of the ETS Innovation Fund and anyway rollout commercialization. We have also new applications, like if I take maritime and aviations, we are just starting there. We need to take the technology as they exist for other applications and we need to adapt them for these new sectors. And that's the responsibility of this partnership to deliver fuel cells, hydrogen storage that can then be used by the program on aviation and maritime to be sure that we deliver product on the road or on the sky or on the sea before the end of the decade. And then we have semi-mature technologies. If I take trucks, there the regulations are there. We need to put truck on the roads by 2025, a small number and a large number by the end of the decade. Then we will need the full cooperation of not only the partnership on hydrogen, but also 2.0 and even some other funding scheme that we need to find out in order to be able to meet the deadlines. So we really need the cooperation of everybody to deliver what is expected from us.
Exactly, and that brings me actually to the next question, is that how can we actually create better synergies with the other EU programs, partnerships I mentioned, but also national, regional funding? Do you see any risk or do you see also a lot of advantages?
Well, there is always the risk that we spend too much time discussing and not acting fast enough, but I think we have already built some experience in cooperation and we are preparing the next one. Experience in the past, we have Alan from INEA. INEA has been managing projects in CEF and also in Horizon 2020, where we had good cooperation. If I take the beautiful example of buses, where we had 2 projects where we were pushing for the buses in the FCHU and the infrastructure were financed by SF. This is a very concrete example that managed to bring an application at mass market level. Now we see that there is a good cooperation between projects that have been developed in the FCHU and that somehow apply for an extension, a multiplication of in the ETS Innovation Fund, and know that we will have 6 partnerships dealing with hydrogen in addition to our core. We as industry association and research association have already started to discuss a lot with our counterpart, and I see that the bodies that will implement the partnership, being you, Bart, or Alan, or maybe 1 or 2 other institutional PPP, are already starting to see how to cooperate. So I have the impression that we are all in the starting block to foster that cooperation.
Very good. I'm happy that you are confident. And yes, of course, we will do preparation of research on the 2nd generation and at the same time also look how we can scale up. Thank you very much, Nicolas, for your contribution. I want to move to my next panelist, Mr. Christian Sattler. As I said, he's from DLR. He's there, the head of the Department for the Solar Chemical Engineering. And I have 2 questions for you, Christian. So everybody is now scaling up, focusing on really scaling up. I hear it everywhere. In every conference I go, we need to scale up. But do you still believe that research is still important at this stage? And more important, if it's still important, what kind of research we should still do?
Thank you very much, Bart, for inviting me. And yes, research is absolutely important and it will stay important the whole time that we develop hydrogen, that we use hydrogen, like in every technical area or even social area. We need to improve, and improvement can only be done by research and development. And this means that we have to have better technical products, but also we will face more and more awareness in the society. We will work on a systematic level how to integrate hydrogen better into the society. Things that we couldn't do yet. This can only happen when we really have a large amount of hydrogen in our economy. So there is a lot to do in research, in developing technology, as well as developing systems, integrating systems, integrating sectors. Where do we develop markets? So the research will move from the pure technical developments more and more to a global, economical, social development. So we have a lot to do in research and development to face this change in our energy economy, and this is what it is. So going away from what we have today to a completely different energy system that we will have in the future and hopefully build mainly on hydrogen. So yes, there is a lot to do for us. And I think that this partnership that was already discussed with Nicolas is so important, that we work together, that we don't see that there is some research somewhere and some industry on the other side, but this is something that has to be done together. And there are benefits for the whole society that we have this strong partnership in developing the whole area of hydrogen jointly, together with the political players, together with society, and together between industry that is doing actually the application and research, that has new ideas, that has an understanding of systems and so on. So yes, we need research on all levels.
I'm glad to hear that you also confirmed that we still need research. And indeed, I mean, there will be all type of research, but one of the importance, as you mentioned, is the social research. We should not forget, because now people will start to learn more and use hydrogen and fuel cells, and we need to make sure that they are also accepted. So I think it was a very important comment that you made there. A second question I have, because I think we were all very happy a couple of months ago to hear about the German hydrogen strategy. I think it was an amazing announcement, and if I'm right, they were talking about 9 billion euro they want to put into research and innovation and different kind of programs. And that brings me actually to the next question. So how could we work together as the FCHJU, or in the future the Clean Hydrogen Partnership? How could we work together from your perspective with the hydrogen strategy in Germany?
Well, Germany is a part of Europe, and the development that was announced by our government is, of course, something that should be in the benefit of the whole European development. And it is up to us to develop organization schemes, how to connect the different programs, how to get benefit for the whole Europe out of national programs. So something like the European research area should be strengthened, that we can have close links, that we can do things together. I mean, when I drive with my hydrogen car through Germany, it's no problem yet. But if I want to go to other countries, it's a little bit tricky, because we don't have enough infrastructure in the other countries. So a joint development, having the partners that are setting up infrastructure in Germany with European partners might be one link that is obvious to go to the next level, and combining programs. Same is on all the research levels. We do this jointly or we did it in the FCHJU. We will do it in Clean Hydrogen joint undertaking in the future. But how can we manage to match this with the national programs? And it's not only Germany, but there are national programs everywhere that can be matched together. And I think this mechanisms must be developed so that we have a synergy here and don't have strong national programs that do things for themselves. And I think it's not the intention to do so, but the intention is to do something beneficial for the whole European society.
Exactly. Yeah. No, it's good to hear that. And indeed, I'm also convinced that we should work together. And I think in Europe, and we should try to find a way of cooperation with all these national schemes, because as you said, it's not only Germany, but also France. They announced a 7 billion euro program. I also heard about Portugal, Spain, I mean, the Netherlands. We will see that many member states in Europe will have them. And so we should try to make sure that we find a mechanism that we are all stronger if we work together, that we reach faster the European Commission hydrogen strategy, because that's actually all about. Actually, for the audience, I mean, if you want to know more about the details, what we will do in the next 10 years, Hydrogen Europe and also Hydrogen Europe Research, Christian and Nicola, they have worked very hard already in the recent months to prepare their SRIA. The SRIA is the Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda. for the next partnership. I believe it's on the website of also of Hydrogen Europe. For those who would like to have a deep look into that, please go there, because actually the industry, if I'm correct, Nicola, you presented actually a program for 1.3 billion euro. So do you think you will get the 1.3 billion euro? Your microphone, Nicola.
So it's a question. I'm not the one answering the question about the budget, but yes, we believe that we have ambitions for that. So we hope that we will have that amount, and we hope certainly that if we put together the amount of the different partnerships that will be dedicated to hydrogen, that we will exceed that amount. Yes, it is needed if we want to match our objective. We cannot have objective without means.
Absolutely. So let's all hope, and maybe, who knows, on Thursday we know a little bit more from the commissioner. Huh? Okay, that brings me to the next panelist. I would like to talk with Alan Hay. He's actually the head of the Horizon 2020 program in INEA. And for those in our community who does not really know yet who is INEA or what are they doing, well, they are the implementation body of the projects that the Commission, or the calls that the Commission are doing through the contractual PPPs or by themselves itself. So, Alan, a very warm welcome to our Hydrogen Week and the program review days.
Thank you, Bart. I think my microphone is on, so if you could just confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear, Alan.
And it's very nice that you give us this opportunity to make an intervention from the INEA Executive Agency, because I speak in a way today on behalf of the director, Dirk Beckers, who unfortunately couldn't be with us. But it is important that we stress that hydrogen-related projects are not only implemented in the Commission services by the hydrogen fuel cell joint undertaking, but also naturally from part of the energy or the transport work programs. There are other projects that are being implemented. And I mean, just to take a couple of examples where it's not necessarily hydrogen being at the center point of the project, but of course, smart cities is an example of where there are many, many cities around Europe where there is an element of hydrogen fueling infrastructure being implemented or fleets that are being developed. It's part of many, many smart city projects. And even in aviation, if you've got the comparison of electric propulsion aircraft and hydrogen propulsion aircraft, like one of our projects, MyEPA, then this is being implemented now by the INEA agency. And so it's great that you give us an opportunity to speak at this forum, where maybe INEA is a relatively new actor to some people. But I just come back, if I can, in one moment to what Nicola was saying earlier, because we're not only implementing the Horizon 2020 part of some of the work programs, but the CEF program and the Innovation Fund are also now implementing hydrogen-related projects. And in CEF, for many years, the deployment of hydrogen charging infrastructure cross-border, there are many projects that are running. And in the recent Innovation Fund, in the first call, out of 300 proposals received, or more than 300, more than 50 related to hydrogen. And that's right through the whole spectrum, whether it's electrolyzers or distribution or then energy-intensive industry. So it's a great opportunity for us to showcase and thank you for inviting us along.
No, and you're very important. You're welcome. We are really honored to have you here. So maybe my first question, as you already said, I mean, we have to work together in the future. And actually, we had already some experience. And for example, in the project, the hydrogen buses in Jive, basically where we were funding the hydrogen buses, and you were managing the project that put it in the hydrogen refueling stations for those buses. And I think that was really a fantastic cooperation together. But I think in the future, we will have more projects. Huh? And I would like to ask you, how do you see how we can even work more closer together than what we have done so far?
Well, I think it's not only something we should be doing, it's something that's essential if we're really going to deliver now all of our contributions to the decarbonisation and the big role that hydrogen can play in that. And I see that collaboration being based on what we're already doing, because as you say, we already have had some good examples, but we have to seek out those synergies in future. And to my mind, there would be three elements. There's the continuation of the operational level collaborations that we currently have now. There's improved feedback to policy, so looking and gathering the information from the projects, and then the support to stakeholders about programs. If I were to say a word on each of those, at the implementation level, well, of course, our project officers being in close collaboration with each other to explore their expertise and share their expertise is an important element. When it comes to projects, I think that cluster meetings also are important, where projects, not just from hydrogen fuel cell, but also from INEA, if there are contributions that are being made from projects and they have some sort of focal point and a message to pass, it shouldn't be a matter of which legal entity do they belong to. It's a question of, is there a thematic area where we could hold some sort of cluster? So I would support that sort of collaboration. And then in identifying and reporting the content of projects and how that improves the knowledge base and how that feeds back to policy. And in there, you would probably put the feeding of the various databases of all of our projects. So not only showcasing on the INEA website and the FCH website, but things like the trust database that I know you're growing inside the FCH, with a repository of all hydrogen-related projects. But there's one really critical thing at the end I think that we need to say, and that is about the fact that in the future, there will not be one legal entity and one program that is supporting hydrogen. Decarbonisation and hydrogen will be everywhere in the future. And so whether it's energy, whether it's transport, we have to showcase all of that to our stakeholders in an efficient way. And I think that's something where our two legal entities have to work together. So in that showcasing from my own side, what can the CEF program do for stakeholders? What can the Innovation Fund do for stakeholders? And which bits of Horizon 2020 can support stakeholders? That showcasing and explaining in a way that's understandable to the outside community is something that we'll have to work on in the future. And I really look forward to that. I think it's a fantastic and growing area. And you know me, I like the technology. And so I also like implementing the program. So I think the future is bright.
Yeah, I can only agree. And I'm so happy that you like the technology. I'm doing that as well. Anyway, and actually here during the program review days, it's the first year that we also invited some INEA projects to come and to present. And we were very happy. We had 4 projects actually presenting, I think, today and yesterday as well. And they were a very nice added to the program. It was really great. And my question now to you, my next question is that, well, joining the program review days is, of course, one way to disseminate the results. But what we are also doing is that we are analyzing all these results and through the trust database that you already mentioned. And also we are then making a report. And I think people can actually download also already the report from 2019 program review days, which was only about the FCHJU funded project. But I think it would be great if we could also make a program review, or basically I would call it a hydrogen review report from all our research projects that we are doing in the future together with all these other partnerships. So it would be great if you could join also such a review and make maybe eventually a report together. What do you think? Are you open for such a kind of cooperation, and what's your opinion?
Well, like I say, if there is an audience of stakeholders out there, I think we should be making our combined effort to bring the knowledge together and to present that in one forum. So whether it's some of our projects joining your projects at the review days, or if you take it a little bit wider, when we recently had the research and innovation, the R&I days, there were also projects there that could have been themed around hydrogen, and whichever entity they're being funded or supported by, then they come together. If I look at the CEF 10T days, these Trans-European Transport Network days, then also not only about the infrastructure of charging stations or maybe the distribution of hydrogen using existing infrastructure and maybe converting it. I think those opportunities are another good opportunity to take projects on Horizon 2020, whether they're JU or whether they're from INEA, because mixing all of the stakeholders is going to be one of the main elements of the future, I think. The deployment community is different to the research community, which is maybe different to industry and its research and deployment desire. And trying to create those paths, I think, is a very important thing. So if we can do something that will help in terms of adding our project portfolio to a showcase that you are the focal point for, then I would be very supportive of that. So again, I would be positive, and I'm sure we'll work behind the scenes to make that happen.
Very good recommendations and proposals. I mean, indeed, with CEF or the 10T days is definitely another opportunity really to work together. Thanks for your great suggestions. I don't know, Christian, I'm just coming back to you. How do you think? I think the future looks bright for cooperation. What do you think?
Absolutely. Sure. It looks bright. It is a time where we need this cooperation, where the cooperation will be beneficial for all the partners in it, and where we see a very fast development over the next years, other than the last 20 years where we had to fight sometimes very hard to get an incremental increase in the development. But now we are in a bright future, and very well fitting to that. Today, the Research and Technology Organization published a joint action plan on how to develop large electrolyzers, because what we need is a lot of green hydrogen. And I can recommend to everyone to look this up. It's called High Speed Innovation, a joint action plan by the main research and technology organizations in Europe. And we believe this is a step into the partnership to have the joint development in having enough clean hydrogen available for powering our whole economy.
Absolutely, Christian, and not only enough hydrogen, but cheap clean hydrogen.
Cheap, absolutely, otherwise that will not be taken up by the economy.
Exactly. No. Thank you so much for all of your contributions, and thanks for this panel discussion. And it's clear that I think that we will have to make sure that in future that also all the applicants that they know exactly where to go. And I think there also the next partnership, the FCSJU, will play a very important role to make sure that we can guide all the people, all the companies, the research community, if they have ideas, to guide them to the right partnership. Because as you said, Nicolas, there will be 6 or 7 partnerships. So there will be a wealth of opportunities, but we need to make sure that the right projects goes to the right program. And I think that will be one of also our joint task altogether, also INEA, but also the private side. So let's work on that. Thank you very much for this panel discussion. So that brings me to the next step. And I love this part of the program always. Unfortunately, this time we have to do it, virtual. It was always a bit of a celebration what we had at the end of the program review days. These are the awards. And actually, for the awards and to introduce all the different awards and to introduce the persons who will give the awards, I want to hand over now the floor to Mirella Atanasio. She is my head of unit for communications and operations. She knows all the projects very, very well, and she will now introduce the nominations and then introduce the persons who will give the award. Mirella, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Really my pleasure to be back here and to see the approach of the ending of the program review days. Good afternoon again. Good afternoon, Europe. Good evening, good morning, other parts of the world. And welcome to the 3rd edition of the FCSJU Awards. If I can have the slide before, please do not show the nominees yet. Thank you. As every year, the Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, in particular the project officers, but also the knowledge management team, are extracting new success stories and innovations and innovators from our joint undertaking supported projects. This year, we have nominated 11 success stories around the main achievements or the different applications of hydrogen technologies involving most of the time, in the case of the success story, more than one project. Maybe 3, 4, or even 7 projects have contributed to the success stories. As for the innovation, for a few years already, we have used the innovation radar tool of the Horizon 2020 and consequently identify and then nominate some of them for the annual awards. This year ago, and again, we have nominated for 10 innovations and related innovators. After we nominated them and we identified them, we have opened these 11 success stories and 10 innovations for the public voting. We received thousands of votes, and tonight we will announce the winners. Of course, you can guess that the winners were announced, and then after they will be awarded and handed over the award, you will also see their acceptance speeches. Therefore, I would like to start with the first award. The first award for Best Success Story. As mentioned, based on the latest achievements and results, we have identified 11. From hydrogen for aviation, for example, 3 projects have contributed to that, to circular economy with hydrogen, from waste to wheel, we call it, like projects like garbage trucks, for example. Cleaner air, for example, with gensets. That's another story, success story we identified. Advanced tools for diagnostic and control of fuel cells. 7 projects for the last 12 years have contributed to that success story. Low maintenance fuel cell for residential application, for example. Green power for off-grid communities. Green hydrogen for energy-intensive industries, for example, solid oxide electrolysis. Green syngas or co-electrolysis, another success story. High quality of hydrogen, purity of hydrogen type of success story. Education projects, and manufacturing or mass manufacturing, mass production of fuel cell products. For this specific award, it is my pleasure now to introduce Mrs. Valérie Bouillon-Delporte. She is the president of Hydrogen Europe and the chair of our Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking Governing Board. Valérie, the floor is yours to announce the winner.
Thank you, Mirella. Very glad to be with you this year. I mean, in very specific conditions, but I mean, the good news is that we have many things to celebrate within this European Hydrogen Week. So let me give you first a few hints. There are many of them. It's the winner is a portfolio of several projects. They did receive 61.2% of a vote. And you will see, the more I know into the details, the more you will recognize the winners. They are all working on diagnostic and control tools for stationary fuel cells for rapid detection of faults and their diagnostic. And these specific projects have developed IT tools for both solid oxide fuel cell and PEM fuel cells to monitor the health of fuel cell stacks and prevent problems at an early stage. These projects as well have built on each of the results over the last 12 years and are now extending their results to solid oxide electrolyzers or reversible fuel cells. And these projects have also identified transport sector as being the one with much to gain from this monitoring and early fault diagnosis tools. So I'm very honored to declare that the winners are the 7 projects Decode, Design, Diamond, Genius, Health Code, Insight, and Ruby. So congratulations.
Good afternoon. I'm very grateful and honored to receive this award. I'm here together with Julie Mougin to thank the hydrogen and fuel cell community for recognizing our work as a success story. I want to thank the fuel cell and hydrogen joint undertaking for the funding provided and for the great support given in these years. Let me recognize the work of more than 30 people, PhD students, researchers, and engineers from industry and research organizations. They share this prize with me today. In the last 10 years, we built a wide community that is active in the field of monitoring, diagnostics, and prognostics of fuel cells. They made possible the development of advanced tools to improve the reliability of stationary applications and, in perspective, to simplify maintenance and reduce related costs. We started from the project Genius, then we had the design, decode, and diamond. Then we implemented the outcomes during the projects Health Code and Insight. The findings and innovative results of 8 years of research made possible the implementation of tools that were available only for laboratory use, thus to improve diagnostics. Today, we are running the project Ruby, aiming at enhancing prognostic tools and implementing more effective control strategies. This prize confirms the achievement of our original aim, to help any hydrogen-based device becoming a technology for everyday use. Thank you, everyone. Please, Julie, the floor is yours.
It's a great pleasure and honor to address those words today, even remotely, to thank the Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking and its community for awarding and recognizing as a success story the achievements in the field of monitoring, diagnostic and lifetime reached during the last years. Increasing lifetime of stationary fuel cells and reducing their maintenance cost are two key points for their market penetration. Early detection of critical faults and weak stack components using a wide range of sensors and techniques are essential to reach those goals. Over the years, a sequence of FCH-JU-funded projects, as quoted by Cesare, have worked hard in that direction. Thanks to Insight and Health Code projects, the validation of the approach, coupling a hardware device and IT tools on real SOFC and PEM systems, has been obtained. I would like to take the opportunity of this award to thank all the project partners, academic and industrial, who in the different projects since 10 years performed an outstanding work all together with a good collaboration spirit. It was really a cornerstone for this success story, which continues with ongoing Ruby project. And the story can continue beyond in the near future. Indeed, the methodologies and tools developed for stationary fuel cells can be considered and adapted for electrolysis technologies, which will also require reliability, increased durability, and lower maintenance costs. Thanks again to project partners, the FCH-JU program, and all the people who voted for our project. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me now? I hope you can all hear me now. Yes, I see the sign from you all, my invitees. Thank you very much for confirming that to me. I hope everybody at home can hear me also. So I would like to move on to the second award of this evening. And moving on to the best innovation. Again, as mentioned, this year we have extracted 10 innovations, 10 innovators from our Horizon 2020 innovation radar. For example, I just wanted to give the examples of these innovators. Building, for example, the largest PEM electrolyzer and our company ITM Power. Hydrogen-empowered wind farms, for example, with hydrogenics in the project Hyolus. Liquid organic hydrogen carriers with Hydrogenius. Next generation hydrogen refueling station, and again, our ITM Power company. Virtual reality, for example, for aviation with Safran as innovator. New PEM stacks with NetStack, for example, in the project Grasshopper. High-speed manufacturing, mass production of MEAs. Johnson Matthey as innovator. Flexible automation on fuel cells, assembly, proton motors. Hydraulic cell compression with GKN as a company, as innovator there. Or toolkit for schools with University of Modena in Italy as the main innovator for such toolkit. It is my great pleasure for handing all this award, which practically I have it in my hands. It's here for everybody to see it, and we will send it to the winners. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Helen Cray, Head of Unit Clean Energy Transition and DG Research and Innovation of the European Commission, therefore to hand on the Innovation Award. Helen, please.
Thank you very much. It's really my great pleasure to present this 2020 Best Innovation Award. And I'm very pleased to see this as demonstrating how important the collaboration between the FCH and the research community, the industrial sector and the policymaker is important and can deliver world-class solutions and accelerate the clean energy transition all over the world. I know that deciding an award is not an easy task, and I'm very grateful for all the work made by the FCH and all this intensive involvement to first decide, but also to advertise about it. I know that there was a short list of 10 innovations to be voted, with excellent examples as you just described. And I was very much amazed to see there were over 450 votes cast. And among that, with receiving over 40% of the votes, it's a great pleasure to say that the winner is Mama Mea. This work was like, yeah, I'm also applauding. I hope you hear it from remotely. No, that's very very emotional. I mean, to give such an award. This work is led by Johnson Matthey Fuel Cells Limited, and it's dealing with high-speed production of membrane electrode assemblies. This project is tackling the challenge posed by the rapidly increasing demand for proton exchange membrane, PEM, you quoted, fuel cells, and the requirement for efficient, cost-effective, and reliable manufacturing processes for the catalyst-coated membrane. You know that I come from industrial technologies, and the manufacturing is a critical step for going to market. So it's really a pleasure for me to give this winner award. The innovation awarded here today is based on the concept of depositing all the functional component layers from the ground up by depositing the components directly one on top of the other in a single sequential process, and I can imagine what it means for manufacturing, referred to as an additive layer deposition process. It contrasts to the current process for low-temperature fuel cell applications, where each component has to be produced separately and later laminated together. So an industrial innovation. And the entity behind this development, the innovator, Johnson Matthey Fuel Cells Limited, a developer, a manufacturer and supplier of fuel cell catalysts worldwide, I would say. So I'm happy that we can give remotely, you can imagine that I have it in hand, and give it to the representative of this entity. Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Vladimir Budaj and I'm the proud coordinator of the European Mamma Mia project. I'm really happy that you, the hydrogen community, choose us for the Hydrogen Innovation Award 2020, and I would love to show you something about our project and also my partners in the project. I'm really happy to stand virtually in front of you here to accept this honorable prize for my consortium and for the work they done. I would really like to thank you, the hydrogen community, which vote for us for this mass manufacturing project, and of course to all of the hydrogen society in Europe, especially also the EU, which make this project available through the funding through FCHJ-EU. Thank you, Pietro, here too. I also especially thank you to the hydrogen community, which voted for our manufacturing project and also shown where the bottlenecks of the fuel cell technology probably are, and that our project makes sense. Thank you to my awesome consortium. The work with them is still a pleasure, and I hope to conduct and finish this project. The consortium consists of INEA, NetStack, Johnson Matthey Fuel Cell, Fraunhofer ENAS, Technical University in Chemnitz, Technical University in Modena, and System Group. Mamma Mia is mass manufacturing of MEAs. That also stands for Mamma Mia. Our goal is really to do a disruptive change in manufacturing processes in CCMs, where we are building the layers additive, so each layer on each. It's leveraging knowledge which was gained also in a project funded by the European Commission, like Volumetric, Inspire, and also the output already from our project is going to new European projects like Camelot. Thank you for choosing us, and hopefully see you all next year in Brussels live, and stay safe.
Okay, back on. I have to say for my my invitees in the chat, maybe you don't see, but after each of handing of the awards, a video is playing with the acceptance speech for the people at home. So this is more difficult for you to see. I apologize for that. That's the technical constraints we have. So thank you very much so far. And it's my best pleasure again to go to the last award, the best outreach. Few words on that. As every year, this last award is a privilege of us. We take that for the fuel cell and hydrogen joint undertaking in the program office, and in particular, together with, for this time, more the communication team, we look at what are the projects that have exceptionally or outstanding done an effort in communication or outreach activities. When doing this type of activities, you can see that our projects, our grants are not so used with that. We are dealing here with innovators, like we mentioned before, with researchers, with industry. Not necessarily this type of activities of communicating research results, it's easy for our projects. Therefore, we really want to appreciate these efforts, and you will understand in a moment why we have chosen this project to be recognized this year. And it's my pleasure for this last award to give the floor to my Executive Director, Bart Biberg.
Thank you, Mirella, for giving me the floor to present the award for the best outreach. And by the way, that's the one. And we will, as Mirella said, send it to the winner after the event. But we all know that in the most urban air pollution that it comes from transport. But it's important to know that it's not only transport in urban locations. For example, diesel generators or gensets that are used for construction sites, outdoor events, off-grid locations are also a polluting source. They are produce harmful particulates, but also greenhouse gases, and especially in cities, noise. So the winner of this year's contest for the Best Outreach Award is a project that addresses all these issues. The project has designed light, low pollution, 25 kilowatt and 100 kilowatt generators with proton exchange membranes, PEMs, we call them as well, with safe pressurized hydrogen technology. The consortium is integrating EU manufacturing components into 4 low-carbon plug-and-play gensets for each size. The consortium also plans to tour with these 8 gensets around construction sites, music festivals, and events in Europe to really demonstrate the economic viability and safety of gensets. The project partners will use then these results to fine-tune their prototype devices before moving then in really commercialization in 2025. And why it reached now really the Best Outreach Award? Well, the project actually participated at the European Film Market and the Berlinale Film Festival, with the objective really to debate the industry skills, the tools and models for sustainability in the film world. Also, in addition, I want to say I really would like to thank the person in the consortia who is really managing all the social media, because the project is very active on social media. It's incredible. And always they come with very creative ideas that attract a lot of attention. So I guess that some of you already at home, you can already guess the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Best Outreach Award 2020 is the project Everywhere. Congratulations. Everywhere will make hydrogen affordable to sustainably operate everywhere in European cities. Really congratulate. And the person who will receive the award has also a pre-recorded message. So let's play the video. Stefano Barbaris from RINA Consulting will explain you what Everywhere is doing and the results of it.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Stefano Barberis, and I'm today hereby connected from Genova, from RINA Consulting. And I'm very glad and proud to say this big thank you to FCHJU for this award to our Everywhere project. Everywhere project has the goal to prove that fuel cell can be a turnkey technology to reduce the impact of temporary events and urban events, particularly music festival, but also to reduce the impact of the usage of temporary gensets in construction sites and other type of temporary use or temporary needs of power in our cities. We are very proud to have received this award because we spent a lot of effort not only in designing and realizing our gensets that are now ready, and we are very close to use them, hoping for an end of the current COVID-19 crisis. But we are very proud to have won this award because at the end of the day, we spent a lot of effort and time in targeting and contacting and getting contact with stakeholders, not only music festivals that have been contacted via dedicated events like our launching event in Cologne or the Go Group workshop in Prague, or even the participation to specialized events and congresses like Eurosonic Festival and Congress in 2019. But also because thanks to these events, we had the chance to get in contact with very relevant stakeholders like industries that we met in hackathon events or the movie industry, which is a new type of stakeholders that we discovered thanks to the project. In accordance to this, we had the great chance to participate in Berlinale and Cannes Film Festival to present how fuel cell-based genset can also decarbonize the movie industry. Last but not least, I would like also to mention the events that we organized to interact with cities stakeholders. Indeed, cities are a key player for us because thanks to their policy and regulation, they can facilitate the usage of our gensets in their environment. Of course, you will probably would like to see our genset, and here you are. Here you can see a picture of our two first gensets, one of 100 kilowatt and one of 25 kilowatt. Now they are parked in FreeM headquarters where the final integration happened, but we are very ready to use them in 2021. We hope in music festival, we hope for temporary events in cities. Therefore, I would like to acknowledge all of you and FCHJU one more time for this great award. And furthermore, I would like to thank the whole consortium because this has been an effort of all our partners. And here you can find a picture, a big thank you, not only from my side, but from the whole Everywhere team.
It's crystal clear after seeing this video why they won the Best Outreach Award 2020 from the FCHJU. So, it's not yet finished with the awards. The FCHJU awards are finished, but more awards are to come because Hydrogen Europe Research, which is our private partner from the research in our joint undertaking, also every year they launch the awards for the young scientists. And I want to introduce now Laurent Anthony. He's the president of Hydrogen Europe Research. He's also one of my board members of the joint undertaking, and he's working for CEA. Of course, he's a specialist on hydrogen and fuel cells, that's crystal clear. And Laurent Anthony will introduce or guide us through the award session of Hydrogen Europe Research. Laurent, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Bart. So it's my great pleasure, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, my great pleasure to continue this award ceremony with our third edition, as mentioned by Bart, of the Hydrogen Europe Research Young Scientist Award. So thank you, Bart, and to the whole program office to give us the opportunity to do that with you. So as although significant progress has been achieved in the last years, as it has been presented during these 2 days of the PRDs, further innovation are still needed. And to succeed, we of course rely on the current excellence of science and technology in Europe from research, industry researchers, but in particular also from our now 83 members of Hydrogen Research. But we also rely and believe in the excellence, the creativity, and also the energy of our youngs. So that's why at the Hydrogen Research Board, we wanted to encourage with these awards our young scientists to engage themselves in the development of hydrogen technologies. And as Hydrogen Research, as mentioned just by Bart, is representing the research member part of the FCHJU, so we are proposing 3 awards, one for each pillar of the FCHJU: transport, energy, and cross-cutting. And we will now deliver these 3 awards to the 3 young scientists having presented excellent results and also a strong involvement in the development of hydrogen technologies, in particular in FCHJU projects. So, the first category, it's my great pleasure to announce that the winner of the 2020 Hydrogen Research Young Scientist Award for the transport pillar is Mr. Matteo Testi from Fondazione Bruno Kessler, FBK in Italy. So Matteo Testi has already demonstrated a strong involvement in the FCO project. So far, at 33 years old, he has already participated to no less than 5 projects where he acted as member and task leader. And he has also contributed to the Strategic Research Innovation Agenda, the SRIA, in particular as a roadmap leader for the roadmap on key technologies for hydrogen distribution. And he's also an active member in the roadmap on rail application. And he has been investigating the possibility to use high temperature methyl halide connected with the reversible solid oxide fuel cell, including an all-in-one system, the production, storage, and conversion. And in the project CH2P switch, he has been contributing to develop a bridge technology to guarantee the supply of alternative fuels in the future, And also in Italy, he's coming from Italy, he's also active in the Italian hydrogen mobility, H2IT platform, where he contributed to the development of a strategic plan for hydrogen railway mobility, collecting data, developing proper model for the implementation of hydrogen trains in Italian sector in the next years. So I think we can really give great congratulations to Matteo for his really deserved award for the hydrogen pillar. And I think we also have some pre-recorded interview of Matteo Testi.
Hello everyone, thank you for this important acknowledgement. It means a lot for me, for my work, and I think it can be shared with all the European projects and activity where I have contributed for. I want to thank who supported my application, so thank you to Dina Lanzi from SNAM and thank you to Walter Alessandria from Alstom Italia. I want to thank even Hydrogen Europe Research Organization for the opportunity for this award and even for its relevant role for the leading of hydrogen research activity in Europe and for the contribution of the on this big wave of hydrogen. I believe that what we are doing now and what we have done in last year, it's starting to have a big result. Now hydrogen is recognized as a solution for deep and complete decarbonization of our society. The research now should support the discovering of new technology, a new process for low-cost green hydrogen production, and to improve the actual technology in respect to particular aspect of the technology as efficiency, durability, and lifetime, to enable more use case and more profitable business case. So thank you again and have a good continuation. Bye.
Yes. And now we will move to the second award regarding the energy pillar. And here we must say that this year we had quite a lot of applicants and it was quite difficult to select. We have very excellent applicants this year. But it is my great pleasure to announce that the winner of the energy pillar is Mrs. Fabiola Panto from the National Research Council of Italy, CNR. And Mrs. Fabiola Panto has also already a good experience in FCH projects, as she has been participating to 3 FCH projects. And her research activity is mainly oriented to contribute to the development of high-pressure PEM electrolyzers. But this needs a significant reduction of capital costs, together with a large increase of production rates and of output pressure of hydrogen, while assuring high efficiency and safety operation. And Fabiola Panto is focusing on research on the development and optimization of enhanced electrocatalysts based on PGM, also on the reduction of the content of these precious metals PGMs as catalysts through an ultra-high utilization of high-surface nanostructured nano-sized catalysts. But decreasing PGM materials is one way, and another way is how can we just suppress them. And this is another part of our activity, the development of innovative electrocatalysts for the oxygen evolution reaction based on non-critical raw materials. So I would also like to really congratulate Fabiola Panto for her award.
Good afternoon, I'm Fabiola Panto from Institute of Advanced Energy Technologies of National Research Council Italy, and I won the Young Scientist Award of Hydrogen Europe in the Energy category for my work on the investigation of recombination catalysts integrated in the anode structure for the management of hydrogen crossover and enhancement of safety characteristics of polymer electrolyte membrane electrolyzers. It was a great opportunity to share my results with such a dynamic group of innovators of hydrogen technologies. I'm honored to have been selected by the committee and to have deserved this important recognition by Hydrogen Europe. A special thanks goes to my colleague and to FCH Neptune and Promet project for their support. This prize encouraged me to reach outstanding achievements in order to contribute to a clean hydrogen society. I'm working to improve the durability, efficiency, performance, and safety of electrolysis system through the development of innovative electrocatalysts. The core topic of my research consists of the reduction of platinum group metals content and of development of non-critical raw material catalysts with enhanced activity and stability. The total replacement of platinum group metals by CRM-free catalysts aims to cut the high cost of platinum group metals and to improve the sustainability of these electrocatalysts for a long-term application of polymer electrolyte membrane technologies. Thank you very much, Hydrogen Europe.
So congratulations to Fabiola. And now it's my pleasure to announce the third and last winner for today. So it is in the category of a cross-cutting pillar. And it's my pleasure to announce that the winner of the cross-cutting pillar award is Mr. Kevin Arturo Redosado Leon from Karlsruhe Institute of Technology in Germany. So Kevin Arturo is a master student at KIT with a great interest in renewable energies and educational e-learning tools. And the possibilities of educational distance in learning concepts for school or educational centers are immense when these types of tools are developed. And we can see today, it's in particular the case today in our current situation. But these tools are today mostly focused on learning, and few engineering tools are developed for the public to use. So the implementation of engineering e-tools acts as a first approach for engineering calculation. And this approach has been part of the FCH2JU project NetTools presented this afternoon during the session to develop an e-laboratory containing e-engineering and e-science parts. And his specific work focuses on the development of an engineering tool using Python in order to predict the thermal radiation even by a vertical hydrogen jet flame during the initial time of the blowdown and its safety distances. So this is a really great topic and really of interest.
Hello.
The situation is a pleasure to announce.
Hey. My name is Kevin Redosado, and I feel incredibly pleased to receive the Young Scientist Award of Hydrogen Euro Research in the cross-cutting category. My research determines the thermal radiation of a vertical jet hydrogen flame during the blowdown process. This tool contributes to the development and implementation of hydrogen engineering know-how. It has special applications in risk assessment, safety, and education. For example, it can be used by first responders and firefighters as it assesses up to which extent they can approach a flame without suffering damage to themselves. It can also be used to develop safety protocols in distance in hydrogen storage facilities. Finally, the tool can be used by students and teachers to understand the heat radiation phenomena and its consequences. This award is particularly important to me as it's the first scientific award I win in a contest. And it gives me joy and pride that my work is being recognized. This motivates me to continue in my personal goal of achieving a PhD degree. I would like to thank the ITES Institute at KIT, and in particular to Professor Olaf Jedicke and Thomas Jordan for giving me the opportunity to make my master thesis research with them, work that allowed me to participate in this contest. I would also like to thank Instituto Tecnológico de Buenos Aires, where I started my master's studies, and to my peers that accompanied me throughout this journey. Finally, I would like to thank my family for all their support. Thank you for listening and stay safe.
So, and before finishing this award ceremony for our young scientists, and we really believe in their creativity and strengths and energy to help us to develop all our projects, I would like to thank all the other applicants who could not win this year, but we really encourage them to apply again in the future. So thank you to all, and looking forward to seeing you at the next awards, and I hope physically next year in Brussels. And so thank you very much, Bart, and I give you back the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Laurent. And I think here we can close the award session. I would like to thank Hélène, also Valerie, also Laurent. Thank you for giving the awards. I think we have great winners this year, as usual, but really fantastic results we could see. But also I would like to thank Mirella for arranging and managing all this awards ceremony, and also make sure that the right projects are selected, and to opening the votings and so on. So really well done, Mirella. Thanks for that. Okay, now we come to the closing of the second day. So the program review days are over, unfortunately, already. It goes fast, but I have to say that during these 2 days, really amazing things happened. I mean, fantastic results we saw, but also great announcements. And from Valerie yesterday even, we heard about the commitment from the industry, 100,000 trucks, 1,500 HRSs. I saw last night that actually Twitter was exploding almost about this news, so it was amazing to see that. Very well done. But also we have truly great winners today. I'm so happy to see all those winners, and I'm sure that this will motivate a lot of our scientists and engineers to do even better, and make sure that next year they are here on this stage. And as you said, Laurent, I hope we can have it next year in Brussels. It's much more fun to have it here. So tomorrow we will continue, of course. I mean, it's a Hydrogen Week, so it's a full week of activities. So it's only the program review days that are finished. Tomorrow we will have a session organizing together with the German presidency, and also NOW, which is the National Association for Hydrogen in Germany. We will talk about regional cooperation in the morning. As you know, regions are very important for us, because they are really, truly the ones that implement and make things happen in the field. And in the afternoon, we will talk about international cooperations. We will have ministers tomorrow. We have actually the minister of the transport directory in Germany, with whom actually also we organize all the event tomorrow. But we also have ministers from Portugal, the minister from Morocco, the minister of Chile, all on energy, talking about how we can cooperate together. So really it will be a great session tomorrow. I would call all upon you to connect and to watch these great speaks. And we will start tomorrow actually at 9:30 sharp. And the only thing what rests for me is to say good evening and see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for today. Bye-bye.